Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is MoBN. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is MoBN. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
Excuse me, and there it is, one name. So there it is, one name. I'm hopeful that this is just going to be a short, tidy session, no more than 4 hours. I'm determined that it shouldn't be more than 4 hours. Had no intention to come on, but necessarily matters to address. So here I am. And matters to address. Just so many things happening within the Nigerian political cycle. So thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you here. But straight to the headlines. 2023, Atiku in talks with Atiku-Obi for support. So Atiku in talks with Kwakwanso and Obi for support. So I'm not sure that this catches anybody off guard, especially the talks with Kwakwanso. So I'm not sure that talks with Kwakwanso catches anybody off guard for reasons of ethnic fraternity. So there's an ethnic fraternity there. But talks with Obi, that one is a bit more difficult to digest. Not only because there is no ethnic fraternity there is still a fraternity in terms of long-standing relationship within the same party up till recent times. So there's that fraternity there. But why it is difficult to digest that yes, it's easy to understand that talks are going on with Obi, but it's difficult to imagine that those talks will lead to anything, only for reasons that the trajectory of the Obi campaign has gained so much momentum and is so large and so of this moment, it's almost impossible. In fact, it is impossible to imagine Peter Obi collapsing in structures for anybody. So if Atiku is telling us that he is in talks with Kwakwanso and Obi, does the fact that he added Obi to that commentary, does that make that the totality of it a lie? So that is what we're looking to explore. So we look to explore that. Nigerian House of Representative direct central bank to increase ATM withdrawal, disclose amount of new Naira notes given to commercial banks weekly. So this is not now that space now. So we did the reason why I'm looking to make this short is because I've already had 2 mini sessions today, and it's somewhat a bit of an overkill. But there's just so many things coming through the news stream that I felt necessarily to address them immediately. But in an earlier stream, we discussed at some length this Emefiele space. So Emefiele has been with the House of Representatives, who have been reading the Riot Act to him. But what will be the offshoot of this is the question. There are already several offshoots coming out of that interaction with the Central Bank of Nigeria. There are already quite significant changes in positions. Just as early as yesterday that he adopted coming out of a meeting with Buhari. So it looks as though the goalpost may have moved again in that Naira swap fiasco. We have to call it now a fiasco. So it looks as though the goalpost may have changed again somewhat in that now Naira swap fiasco. So we look to explore that to see what is going on there, to see what the latest developments are. 2023, what a dead end. Dele Momodu reacts as Wike purported 2023, what a dead end. Dele Momodu reacts to Wike's purported plan to deliver 25% votes to Tinubu. So 25% votes to Tinubu. So depending on wherever you are in the world, today is either the 31st of January where you are, or the 1st of February where you are. So whatever and wherever, the day coming to a close wherever you are. And the one thing that you would note within the Nigerian political space is that Yemsen Wike gave us the assurance that he was going to announce the candidate that is going to support in the presidential race in January. So January has now come and January has now gone, but not a whisper from Yemsen Wike. So it looks as though, but there are whispers though that is endorsing Tinubu in the shadows. So endorsing Tinubu in the shadows, but is the totality of all of the noise that Wike has been making for months on end? Is it just to deliver 25% of votes to Tinubu? That's the question. 2023, what a dead end. Dele Momodu reacts to Wike's purported plan to deliver 25% vote for Tinubu. So there it is right there, a damp squib. A damp squib. Article reveals how he is in talk with Kwakwanso Peter Obi weeks before presidential election. So that looks somewhat a repeat of a headline that we've already highlighted. So we take one and we abandon the other. And then we land finally on this one. Banks will accept new Naira notes after deadline. So these are some of the offshoots from the interactions that Emefiele has been having with the central bank space. So that is the short and condensed talking points that we're looking to address. Just a few videos as well to play you in the course of this. There is a video making the round of a lady allegedly, I call her a lady advisedly. There's a video making the rounds of a lady allegedly selling PVC slots in the East to hapless Nigerians. So we have a look at that to see what's going on there. I saw the video all over social media, but I haven't watched it myself. So we watch it together. And there is another video of Fayoshe's brother making commentaries about Showore. So that would tickle you somewhat. So we play that for the levity of it. And then there's another micro clip of Emefiele's interaction with the CBN. So we have a look at that to see what's going on there as well. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Brings you to the studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, let you onto the screen and the conversation ensues. An open microphone session, the open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that. And then, of course, if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, so use the buy the coffee thing. Not that anybody especially uses it outside of just one singular person, but there it is for whoever it serves a purpose for. And use the super chats as well. We don't get near enough sufficient of all of that on this platform. So make the place sparkle with super chats. So as you do all that, let me have another little micro musical break. And then when I come back, we get into the throes of it.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wile àti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is, Akuko Orumeiko. So there it is. Ikuko Niriwagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. A powerful prayer I continue to explain. May death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ikuko Niriwagbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. At 2023, Atiku in talks with Kwakwanso Obi for support. Pardon me, a presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has said he is presently in talks with the presidential candidates of the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP, Rabiu Kwakwanso, and his counterpart in the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, for possible support, answering questions when he featured In an interview with BBC Hausa Service on Tuesday, the former vice president said Obi and Kwakwanso are not in any way a threat to his chances in the February 25th presidential election. I see no threat because we are not together with them, Obi and Kwakwanso. We are in talks with them. One of them may possibly come, he said. Speaking on the crisis with the G5 governors, Atiku said, we're still talking to them. Most are neither in PDP nor in other parties. And definitely, that will not make us lose the election because we are okay with the election preparation for now. Elections now are not like in the past when a governor will dictate who to vote for. Elections today are in the hands of the voters. So there is an article now dropping hints. This puts me in mind of when the story made the rounds that about about 200 nearly top functionaries of our APC were in secret meetings. Yes, so this put me in mind of the story that made the rounds just a couple of weeks ago that about 200 functionaries of the APC are in secret meetings in Dubai with Abubakar, etc. That a good number of the northern governors were in cahoots with Atiku Abubakar. So that story made the round and it was quickly debunked a couple of days later. So now this now story of talks going on between Atiku and Kwakwanso and Obi, you have to put that within the context of where the signaling is coming from. Because Atiku, of course, a very lost liar. We all know him for that. That is a truth averse sort of a person. So what makes it questionable is these talks that he claims are ongoing with Peter Obi. So it is absolutely very little chance of any talks ever going on between Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar with regards to Obi stepping down for him. It's not even in Obi's hands to step down anymore. The movement has grown to sort of volume that he's just really a conduit for so many people's aspirations. So you can discount that. But the possibility of Kwakwanso collapsing for him, you might not readily discount that, even though his politics is totally at odds with the Kwakwanso politics. But for reasons of that ethnic fraternity, that ethnic commonality that they share, and the pressure within that ethnic space for Kwakwanso to yield to Atiku. So you can see that as a probability rather than a possibility. But Peter Obi are collapsing for Atiku Abubakar, that is a near impossibility. So there is Atiku talking double Dutch as he often does. Nigerian House of Representatives direct central bank to increase ATM withdrawals, disclose amount of new Naira notes given to commercial banks weekly. So that space under extreme and severe pressure. A lot of people have the anticipation that those 10 days will still be abandoned and those 3 months will come into play. The House of Representatives has directed the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele to henceforth submit a weekly report on the Apex Bank's release of new Naira notes to commercial banks across the country. The House was giving the directive on Tuesday when the CBN governor appeared before its ad hoc committee on the currency redesign and Naira swap policy, said that the purpose is to enable the lawmakers to verify claims by the CEOs of the banks that the Apex Bank had not been releasing enough money to them. The lawmakers also directed the CBN to restore over-the-counter transactions by the banks and increase the ATM cash withdrawal limits in order to fast-track the circulation of the new Naira notes. The House further directed Emefiele to ensure that the new Naira notes are available across the country forthwith. Correspondents earlier reported that the House and the CBN agreed that there would no longer be a time limit to the validity. Oh, wow. Okay, let's read this again. Our correspondents earlier reported that the House and the CBN agreed that there would no longer be a time limit to the validity of the old Naira note after the expiration of the February the 10th deadline by the Apex Bank. So, so I'm not sure if you are understanding that in the way that I am understanding it. But let me read it again. Let me read it again because we have to be clear on what we've just read here. Listen to this. So I'll read it slowly. Correspondents earlier reported that the House and the Central Bank agreed that there would no longer be a time limit to the validity of the old Naira note after the expiration of February the 10th deadline set by the Apex Bank. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So if they are telling us that there would no longer be a time limit to the validity of the old Naira note, then that tells you that the old Naira notes retain its value as a currency, surpassing February the 10th. So that's a change in policy position right there. That's a change. I have to look for a video where this is captured so that we can be clear that that is indeed what was said. The House said that with the House said that with the House said that with the agreement, it means that the face value of the old 1,500 and 200 Naira notes will continue to be redeemable in compliance with Section 23, 20 subsection 3 of the CBN Establishment Act, adding that in that case, commercial banks will continue to mop up the old Naira notes after they cease to be legal tenders on February the 10th without a time limit. I'm not quite sure. This is a very tricky space, of course, because February the 10th is the time that the old Naira note expires as a legal tender for transaction. But the old Naira notes, what is now the old Naira notes, they do not lose their value as a currency post February the 10th. They still retain their value, but they retain that value only when you take them to the bank to exchange for the new note. So you can add infinitum without any time bar, still take the old Naira notes to the banks. So this is what this means, unless anybody else has a different interpretation. This is simple and plain English. The House said that with the agreement, it means the face value of the old 1,500 and 200 Naira notes will continue to be redeemable in compliance with Section 20, subsection 2 of the CBN Establishment Act, adding that in that case, commercial banks will continue to mop up the old Naira notes after they cease to be legal tender on February the 10th without a time limit. The ad hoc committee of the House looking into the cashless policy and the Naira swap time frame will continue to monitor the operations of the CBN in this regard to ensure compliance with the decisions of the House. Emefiele, after failing to appear before the House of Representatives, Al-Hassan Ado Doguwa-led committee on two previous occasions, appeared before the lawmakers on Tuesday to brief the members of the House on the cashless policy and currency swap time frame. The House, which was presided over by the Speaker Femi Gbajàbíàmílà, had waded into the Naira redesign matter when it became imperative that the new Naira notes were not available in sufficient quantity as the earlier January 31st deadline set by the central bank to withdraw them drew close. Following Emefiele's failure to appear before the lawmakers, the Speaker had threatened to issue a warrant of arrest on the Apex Bank governor. However, following his appearance before the House on Tuesday, the lawmaker and the Apex Bank agreed that the face value of the old Naira note will continue to be redeemed beyond the new deadline of February the 10th, when they would have ceased to be legal tender. So there it is right there. So the vote buying portal opens with that statement. So the vote buying portal opens with that statement. So all you need to do is use your old Naira to buy the vote, and whoever you have bought the vote from takes it to their bank and they change it over. So everything changes but remains the same. So that is my understanding of it, but I invite yours because it seems quite clear to me what was said there, but am I misreading it? You come tell me. So how had the mighty fallen is really this next one. 2023, what a dead end. Daily Momodu reacts to Wike's purported plan to deliver 25% votes to Tinubu. A chieftain of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Dele Momodu, has reacted to the purported plan of the River State Governor Yemsin Wike to deliver 25% for the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu. Correspondents recall that Wike had in December 2022 promised to publicly name his preferred presidential candidate in January ahead of the February poll, but failed after raising hopes of many Nigerians. A former Nigerian journalist residing in Pennsylvania, Jackson Ude, in a tweet on Tuesday, alleged that Wike is afraid of suspension and has directed his caucus and local government chairmen to support Tinubu. He tweeted, a coward Governor Yemisi Wike, after a meeting, had told his caucus and local government chairmen in the state that he is not publicly naming his preferred presidential candidate. He directed them to work for Bola Tinubu of the APC and ensure that he gets 25%. Wike fears suspension. Reacting via his social media page, Dele Momodu described the report as an anticlimactic case, saying that Wike could let me just take a sip of water. Right, reacting via his social media page, Dele Momodu described the report as an anticlimactic case, saying that Wike could not boldly announce his favorite candidate after threatening for so many months. The former presidential aspirant noted that securing 25% vote for Tinubu is still small to help him win against Atiku. He added that the PDP flag bearer would win the election, and former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi and the state gubernatorial candidate Tonye Cole will take the credit. He wrote, This news is such an anticlimactic case. After threatening for so many months, Governor Yemisi Wike could not announce his favorite and favored presidential candidate, Gidigba. Even if Chief Bola Tinubu gets 25% in River State, it is too small to help him win against His Excellency HE. So that's Atiku Abubakar, the only certified national candidate, and former Governor Rotimi, Chibuike Amechi, and Mr. Tonye Cole will take the credit. What a dead end. So what a dead end. So there is no way of independently verifying that Wike said he was going to deliver 25% or not to Tinubu. So there's no way. That might well be some rogue element, that has a gripe with Wike that is making that announcement. So there's no way to independently verify that. But what we can verify is that Wike said in as early as December that he was going to announce his preferred candidate in January. January has 31 days. And in all of those 31 days, it's been asked at every public engagement, when is that announcement going to come? And he'll tell them we're still in January. So we're no longer in January in less than an hour, and still no announcement from the drunken man from River State. So there it is right there. He huffed and puffed, but he could not blow the house down. So there it is right there, a damp squib. So Atiku reveals he's in talks with Kwakwanso Peter Obi weeks before the election. So I think we've covered this in the previous readout. So we can just skip that and go on to the next one. We go on to the next one, which is just the last one. This might well be a rehash of what we've already read as well. Banks will accept old Naira notes after deadline, Emefiele. So it's just within 2 days, not even 3 days. So there's been a total turnaround in policy position. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, has said that banks in the country will continue to accept the old Naira notes after the stipulated deadline. Speaking during an interactive session with the House of Representatives ad hoc committee on currency redesign and Naira swap policy on Tuesday, January the 31st, Emefiele stated that the CBN will also accept the old Naira notes from banks after the February 10 deadline. He also referenced a CBN Act which mandated the Apex Bank to continue to accept old notes after its expiration. Section 20, subsection 3 of the CBN Act reads, notwithstanding subsection 1 and 2 of this section, the bank shall have power, if directed to do so by the president and after giving reasonable notice in that behalf, to call in any of its notes and coins on payment of the face value thereof, and any note or coin with respect to which a notice has been given under this subsection shall, on the expiration of the notice, cease to be legal tender, but, subject to section 22 of this act, shall be redeemed by the bank upon demand. So there it is right there. So the way that Emefiele was even positioning was even against the law. But then what is it about Emefiele that was never against the law? Everything about Emefiele are often against the law. So that's the end of the readout. So I'll bring on the panelists, play about just 3 video clips, and then we get into the conversation of it. From down under, we see Thomas. From the land of the rising sun, we see World Peace. From just down the corner in Ireland, we see the Progressives. Adanle Koko joins us from God's own country, and John Smart joins us from God knows where. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Good, always a delight in your company. Let me play you this quick video clips. I'll kick it off with where I started off, Emefiele's interaction with the CBN, and let's see if we get anything new from what he has to say.
Again from the nation's capital, where the Central Bank of Nigeria on Tuesday assured Nigerians they will not lose their money even after the 17th of February. CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele made this known at a fact-finding engagement with the Special Committee of the House of Representatives on the bank's latest cashless policy. National Assembly correspondent Joke Adisa has more.
After last week's threat of arrest, CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele is before the lawmakers to respond to their inquiries. House Leader and Chairman of the committee, Adodogowa, kickstarts the business of the day. He seeks to know reasons behind the CBN Governor's inability to honor 2 earlier invitations. The House Leader also speaks to the challenges Nigerians are passing through arising from the cashless policy.
That the institution of the legislature here, in this case the House of Representatives, or by extension the National Assembly, and perhaps with the institution of the CBN, the Central Bank itself as an institution, are in every aspect of it components of the Nigerian government itself.
CBN Governor apologizes for inability to come respond to the Parliament's calls before now and restates his respect for the institution. In his presentation, Godwin Emefiele insists the policy is in the overriding interest of the nation's economy.
We are beginning to see some of the benefits. Like I said, inflation last month somewhat trended, at least it's not rising, it's not stagnating, it's somewhat moderating. And we're thinking and expecting that they will continue to moderate. Exchange rate will stay relatively stable. And what we're even hoping with this exercise, that Naira can even get stronger.
He blames deposit money banks for the scarcity of the new Naira notes and seeks the support of the anti-graft agencies to nip any form of connivance in the bud. Godwin Emefiele apologizes to Nigerians for the difficulties being experienced.
You have your money that you have not been able to send into the bank. We certainly will give you the opportunity to bring them back into the CBN and redeem it. Either you pay it in your bank account or you want to do exchange, we give you. You will not lose your money.
I thank you and your team for, of course, admitting the position of the law. And that is all we expected. And at this point in time, therefore, the ball now falls on our court We must go around on the street, especially to our constituencies at this very critical period, to let people understand that the law remains sacrosanct.
As part of measures the bank is taking to make the transition seamless, the CBN governor says 1.5 million super agents, otherwise known as agent bankers, have been effectively deployed to the grassroots. All staff of the Central Bank of Nigeria have also been effectively deployed to their localities to attend to the needs of the people. The bank's expectation is that with the support of the National Assembly, security agencies and anti-graft bodies, the nation's economy will be the better for it. Joke Edsa, TVC News, Abuja.
All right. So there's that. It boggles the mind that you do something of this size of a movement within a nation state, something of this impact and size on a nation state. You do it right at the very heart of a major election. It scrambles the mind, and the way they are now reversing position is a nice wrap up of the Buhari administration. Rudderless, completely clueless. So rudderless, completely clueless. So rudderless, completely clueless. Corruption, of course, in play, and corruption as ever always in play in Nigeria. Watch this.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Bye.
Let me go to local government. Please go. I will go.
I will not
go. I have a bad impression to the public. It's not good.
It's not good if I'm using this place to open office now. This kind of thing cannot happen in the north. It can never happen. It might say they are distributing it free of charge. Where is it? You are here. You are here. You don't want them to come with the bag.
How do you know?
You pay 1,000 to go to
You are doing your work.
You are doing your work.
Go to local government and collect it. Go to local government and collect it. Go to local government and collect it.
You cannot. Come on, get out from here.
If you don't want to go to local government and collect it, or use your leg.
You can come and put up. Get out from here. Get out.
Government cannot.
You will come here and
public holiday to come and collect it.
See ya.
You can't fight me.
You can't fight me. You can't fight me. You can't fight me. You're on video. You're on video. You can't fight me. You can't fight me. You can't collect. You can't be coming here to collect 1,000 for PVC. What you why free? Come and do your work. Come and do your work. Come and do your work.
And there it is right there. Nigeria, we hail thee, and we hail thee indeed. That is really Nigeria, we hail thee. So that was an INEC official selling people's PVCs to them at 1,000 Naira a pop. And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So this next clip that I'm about to say to play to you, about 6-7 people sent it to me. And the only thing that they said to me is play it for Ajanle Koko. So this one, who hasn't sent this to me? They are all waiting in anticipation. They've all sent it in. So this one especially for Ajanle Koko.
People, Showore don't wreck. This time 4 years ago, Showore they do account. We go rally here, we spend 10 million out of the 100 million we got. We are going to catch and fly tomorrow. We are going to spend 20,000. This time, Showore no don't feel. We know they even hear Showore. Obi don't kill him star. He can't attack Obi anyhow. Showore, you better go back to America. Buhari, I beg, release Showore's passport. Let him be going back home. Showore, you don't be counselor for Nigeria. This time we don't even hear you say fee, none of your poster, no donation. You get where? You get petrol?
And there it is right there. How hard the mighty falling. So this guy has now become the laughing stock of the Nigerian political space. Once upon a time, straddling that space like a colossus. And that Fayose guy, he was exactly right. If you notice, the Peter Obi space, they've been doing telethons for fundraising, millions and millions and billions of naira pouring in. And so where did this idea come from? If you reverse your mind back to 4 years ago, this was Showore in that same space doing a sort of a phoning a turn, a canvassing for money. So how hard the mighty falling? And that and there's no Showore poster anywhere. The most you see him is pop up on a AY show to try and mimic what Obi is doing to see if he can gain the same level of currency. So there it is right there. He huffed and he puffed, but he couldn't blow the house down. Ajan Lekoko, sorry, Ajan Lekoko, your man. Oti Deni Efe. Oti Deni Efe. What Ajan Lekoko? No, I know. Ajan Lekoko, what says you? Oti Deni, yeah.
Right. Well, let me say, let me greet our viewers around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, that guy is just looking for cheap popularity. And it's an obedient, of course. So, what do you expect from obedient? Or the obedient are known for this kind of nonsense character.
Daunting.
Yes, so I'm not surprised that it's coming from somebody that, his brother, whose brother he was known as Stomach Infrastructure. Ekiti State that is known as a state with the highest number of professors. But instead of them to have one of their best brain to govern them, they allow a person of Fayose, this nonsensical guy brother, to gather to govern them, and instead of governing the people well, he was promoting Stomach Infrastructure. Where was this nonsensical guy when his brother was championing Stomach Infrastructure? So, but you see, some of this kind
of. But what about the substance of what he had to say, though, Ajan Lekoko? There's no getting away from it. The Sowore campaign has been somewhat Spartan. There is no energy behind it. It's just doing it for keepsake, somewhat. There's no pump, no valve, none of all of those things we saw 4 years ago. Because a lot of what it was 4 years ago has now moved to this Peter Obi space. Would you not concede that?
No, it doesn't move to this space. Showore is carrying out a different campaign style that is totally different from Jamboree's campaign that you guys, that is operated in Nigeria. So Showore is carrying out a very sophisticated campaign, talking to professional association around the country, talking to people, the real people of the country that listen to issue-based campaign and not Jamboree and not this kind of campaign that you see money for hand for back for ground campaign, where people are giving money to come to stadium, and then you see the candidates just talk gibberish. Nobody can ask question, and they just walk away. So Showore is not doing that campaign. In 2019, Showore is the one that introduced what is known today as town hall meeting into our political campaign style. He's the one that introduced the crowdfunding. He's the one that introduced a sophisticated way of politicking in presidential campaign style to us. So this time,
so what's happened to all that this time around?
So yes, he's still doing all those campaign. As a matter of fact, yesterday he was in organized town hall meeting by Nigerian Bar Association. He was there with other presidential candidates that have issues, to put before Nigerians. Adewale was there of SDP. The former Chief Justice of Anambra State, who is the candidate of Apuga, was there. Mustafa was there, and some other, brilliant minds in this race. But you don't see all these. Bola Tinubu were not there. Obi was not there. Atiku was not there, because these people don't have any substance, to put before Nigerian people. So they are all the same people, same, old guard, same status quo. So when it comes to a real issue, you can never see them. They don't discuss issue. They just go on, attack on each other and divide.
All right. Do you think Peter? Do you think Showore is making any noticeable progress from where he was in the last cycle?
Oh yes, it's making noticeable progress. But you don't follow him because you want to believe in these old nonsensical people that have, put the nation where we are today, destroyed Nigeria, jumping from one party to the other, disguising, masquerading that they are new voice, that they are new champion. Look, Showore right now people have been saying that Showore doesn't have he cannot align with people, or you should go and align with a big party and all the rest. No. Recently, he formed an alliance with the PRP. Those of the Nnamdi Kanu camp in PRP, they are working together. They are working for him in the northern part of Nigeria. He held a town hall meeting in the Kano. It was very successful one. He had another one in Benue State the other day. The governorship candidate was there, and the deputy governor of their governorship candidate in Benue State is a female. You see, he is doing his own thing the best way that he know that is the best way that he knows that is good for our democracy. So, but others are carrying out their jamboree campaign. We are not going to do that. We are not going to indulge in such a campaign that carry no meaningful purposes. So we are carrying out his campaign in the best way that he can meet with people, issue-based campaign, and then tell people how he want to take Nigeria on a new direction. So that's what Showore has been doing. So all these kind of people, all these obedient, they just like to embarrass themselves. They're thinking that they want to talk bad of Obi. They want to talk bad of Showore, but rather they're embarrassing themselves because Obi cannot stand on one-on-one with Showore to discuss the real issue. And, it cannot stand a one-on-one to articulate his manifesto before Nigerians, just as the way we surely do with Nigerian people. So forget about them. Forget about this nonsensical idiot that making mockery of himself, thinking that he's making mockery of Showore. Showore is doing the best, carrying out the best campaign, and is doing his own thing. And until when you join a person like Showore, you try promoting people like Showore, that is when you start solving your problem in that country. But when you continue to promote all of this old guard, it shows that you are not ready to solve your problem. You're just going to be jumping from fry pan to fire. So that's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. So yes, Showore is still doing well. So Adale Koko, let me take you then to that clip of the lady in the east selling people's PVCs to them at $1,000 a person. So I mean, it was just staggering to see. Of course, it's just staggering. She was doing it in open glare. It's not that she was actually sat in what looks like a secretariat or a school building with a carrier bag filled with PVCs and selling it to them ₦1,000 a pop. So everything changes but remains the same. Is this not the politics that we've always known? INEC corrupt, the system viable, everything changes, remains the same.
Is she a...
She's an INEC official of some sort, I imagine.
Is she a real INEC official, or is totally somewhere and just selling it to, or what?
Well, she can only really, the PVCs can only really go to the people that they belong to. Otherwise, but
Yes.
whatever, yes. So I don't know, man.
So he was taking money from them before they get their PVC. That was what he was doing.
Yes, that's exactly what she was doing.
Well, I think that his face has been captured in that video. I believe that if INEC is really serious, that lady should be picked up, should be arrested, and should be put on trial, because what she's doing is an open corruption, and that is not what INEC promised the people. Nigerians, eligible voters that have registered, have the right to collect their PVC at any time without paying no shishi to anybody. So, but this lady, for her to indulge in, taking money from people before giving them their PVC, I think she crossed the line. The full wrath of the law must be taken up against her. So, if INEC is really serious, that lady, we should see.
She should be in jail by now.
Yeah,
if there's any seriousness in this, because this new system that a lot of people were excited by, every single day is almost reversing back into the old system that we've always known. Every single day. So we now know that the system is corruptible through a window between the BVAS and recording it. So we know, we saw that in Osho State, and we are now seeing INEC officials selling PVCs either to strangers or to the owner at ₦1,000 a go. So anybody that comes with a bunch of money, she'll just sell that back to them. So this was the system as we've always known. So I mean, we have 25 days left, though, and nothing seems to have changed.
I believe that INEC will swing into action, and I want to believe that by tomorrow, this time tomorrow, we'll be hearing the report that the lady has been arrested, and and the official are ready to prosecute her. That is what I'm going to hear tomorrow. I believe that report will surely come out on on this video, because it has gone viral, and INEC will not sit by and let this just pass by like that. They will surely take action. I believe that.
All right. This talks that Atiku is in with Kwakwanso and Peter Obi. So was Atiku on BBC Hausa, of course, dropping that hint or even making the pronouncement that there are ongoing talks with Kwakwanso and Peter Obi for support. Support, of course, is a loose term for collapsing structures into his, because he's not looking to give up his thing for them. So he's in talks with them to collapse into him. So how much veracity are you giving to that pronouncement? And you might want to break them up individually and examine what the possibilities are, Ajanle Koko.
Look, one man, we cannot say that Atiku is lying against them openly like this in the public. I think he's telling us the truth of what is going on behind the scene that a lot of people doesn't know, particularly those that are, dogmatically following Obi, thinking that Obi have something different for them. They are just following him. They don't know where he's taking them to. And where he's taking them to is what Atiku has revealed today. That is where they're going to end up. All these noises, all this sensitive abuse that they are raining against Atiku. That is where they will go. That is their last bus stop. Atiku's camp is their last bus stop. So Atiku is now telling us in the open space that we are engaging in discussion. The possibility is there that yes, we all going to collaborate together against ABC. So when that happens, then what change are we? What is the change that Obi is promising them? What is the consumption to production?
It's very difficult. It's very difficult, almost impossible to imagine Peter Obi either because he has to openly collapse for Atiku for it to have any impact. It's very difficult to imagine Peter Obi after all that has been said and done, after all the galvanization, after all the belief and hope that he has vested in a lot of people, after igniting the whole of this space to the possibility of his presidency. Very difficult to imagine him collapsing for Atiku. Very difficult.
Look, what is going to happen? They're not going to collapse at this first round to Atiku, but I believe they are working out some kind of deal that if this.
Oga Ajalekoko, sorry to interject. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Okay.
See, I'll be tribal here and I will be angry here. If it was collateral, people will give you the credit, or Igmati will give you the credit. Yesterday, people beat me down, this, that, it's not possible. Why people don't give me my credit?
You deserve the credit, my friend.
People should give me my credit. I will not take it funny in one man. My name's supposed to be on the headline, your topic line, your read. One man, I'm telling you this now. My name's supposed to be there.
Go, sir.
I gave you details.
What do you mean you gave
okay,
details?
It's okay. Not give me na carry one man carry join your show, carry. No worry. I dey watch you carry. No worry. I don't give you a
credit where you don't look this one. No, you all use but no, it's impossible to imagine it though. That
what is happening? I told you is happening. I told you it's not. See, I told you one thing. Look at my English I spoke yesterday. I said not when, but how. How are they going to do it so they will not offend the people, their followers? How? Either on the polls, they will do it like, okay, you voted and lose, majestically, honestly. But underground details is going on. There's a purpose that they don't have senators. There's a reason they don't have senators, House of Rep, and they're not pushing for it. They don't have councillors. And some of the other machinery, they don't have it, and they're not pushing for it. And it's a big threat, but yet it's okay. Anyway, God, they could not give me my title.
Huh? World peace, you are really you are very, very correct, my brother. We saw Obi collapsing his structure in Adamawa today. You know, I think everybody saw him collapsing his structure. So I mean, so it's not alien to us.
Hell will freeze over before Obi collapses. In fact, it will be at risk of physical harm. It will be at risk of physical harm if you are
election is so developed in Nigeria now.
we are talking
They
about
will
the
not do it.
importance of
See, he
physical
will
harm. We
not.
are not
He
even
won't
talking
do
about
it.
harm.
See,
We
he
are
won't
talking
do it.
about
See, he won't do it
psychological.
the way people are expecting. So he's not going to do it the way people are expecting. But something is going on underground. But people forget now.
What
Wike,
if?
certain
What
Wike,
if?
Wike will not come out. Listen,
Hold on. The only way he can collapse his structures to Atiku will be to invite his followers to give their votes to Atiku.
To SPV.
And I'm not sure.
Which followers? Me, the one I'm part of.
Is that not what has to happen? What else is
Wait, which of I hope not the followers now, the ones
which
that
structure is he collapsing?
Is it me
Yes,
or
which structure even the
Saki father?
non-existent structure?
Which structure will be collapsing? Yeah, they don't have
They
structure.
say we don't
So
have
what
a
are they
structure. I
collapsing?
don't know the structure that wanted us to collapse. There's no structure.
Yeah,
to
his
collapse.
structure is the obedient movement now.
No, we don't have a structure. One man. When did we get there? We don't have a structure. So I don't know why people are wanting us to collapse structure. You say you don't have a structure, then you want them to collapse structure. How? I don't understand. It's not adding up.
For me, one man, I think that thing is just a rumor. It's a fallacy. It's not going to happen.
Adding Obi to that list is what made it questionable. If he had said they were in talks with Kwakwan, so that still falls within the realms of being believable. But Obi, I don't think so.
One man on that space is that's just Atiku trying to give hope to his followers. The same way he said
and send this
he was still on talks with
story.
Wike.
Yes,
he told us he was still
it's
on
not.
talks
It's
with
no
Wike.
longer.
Wike
It's no longer 20 APC
day.
governor again.
Yes, no more 20 APC governor. It's now
One man. You can't say that what Atiku is saying is rubbish. Atiku is telling us in public what is going on behind the scene. Obi has confirmed it to us before as well, in a very stylish way, that this is my boss. He has repeatedly said it, that Atiku is his boss. He have for no one time attack Atiku. They have consistently attacked Tinubu, but for once never attack Atiku. That's to show you that they have a kind of deal behind the scene that they are protecting somewhere, and they cannot attack each other, so that by the time they want to effect that deal, it won't be difficult for them, particularly to carry their followers along. So, look, politicians have a way of planning ahead.
Baba, can I interject?
Let me finish this one time.
Let Ajan Lekoko land. Let Ajan Lekoko land, then come in for Tayan Uptown. Yeah.
Look, this guy, politicians have a way of planning ahead of time. I believe these collapses that he's talking about is for when the election go into the run. I'm not saying that for this 25th election, collapsing anything for each other. But when it goes to the run, how are they going to do it? They are working upon now. So they are discussing it. What should they be putting on the ground, and how are they going to go about it? That is what I believe is the center of their discussion right now. And it will surely happen. If we should go into the run, Obi will go for Atiku. Obi will go for Atiku. And I want to tell you one man, 80%, if not 90%, we follow him to Atiku when it gets to that time.
I'm not sure that you can say that,
because particularly our brothers from the
PC
east,
straight
they
up.
will follow.
Yeah,
So that is
Tinubu straight up, my brother.
No, I'm not sure you can say that because the Obi space is an amalgamation of so many interests that are putting their hope in Obi. So I'm not sure that the Southeasterners are even more than 35% of the totality of the obedient movement. So if Obi doesn't make it past that post, they are not putting their hope in him to make a decision for them beyond that point. They will individualize
It will
their
only lead to
decision. So
apathy, the biggest apathy you
yeah.
will ever see.
It would
The
either lead
biggest
to
apathy you
apathy
ever see in Nigeria.
or they'll just
Everybody will go
revert.
home.
They will revert to tribe or something, but it's not going to. It can't
No,
move
no, I
them.
think a couple of things will happen, but apathy will be the high. We take up the most of the chunk, and then the remaining is people like me that I will go to Tinubu. Maybe people like Solomon will go to Atiku or whatever, and maybe just a few people might just go to their tribe and all that. But a huge chunk of them is going to just stay back at home.
One man, can we be clear about something? Are you
Yeah.
saying Babajali Koko's point is that Obi will not collapse into Atiku in case of rerun, or obedience will not collapse into Atiku?
No, I'm saying that the Obi movement is not going to collapse into Atiku. But then Ajale Koko then brought in that if it goes into a rerun and Obi is no longer in play, he will collapse to Atiku.
He will collapse to Atiku. That is very
Yeah,
straightforward.
which you can see for reasons of their PDP association.
Yeah.
But what I am suggesting is that if it collapses into Atiku, it might not take the mass of the obedient.
But Babajali Koko is not talking about all the obedience. He said
but
obedience.
the Southeastern obedience, even he might not take them in their totality,
That
because
we have to wait
find
and see.
no, we can speculate. You'll find a heavy dose of apathy there, and then you'll find some that are still sticklers to power transiting to the south. So I'm not sure that he would take significant enough of a number. If he gets, let's say, 3 million votes, I'm not sure that he can guarantee 500,000 of them in a rerun.
I think the only part I depart from Babajale is that I don't think they are meeting to discuss about for the rerun, right? That is straightforward. If the election is today or whatever it is, and it's a draw, it's going to be only two parties. Guarantee Peter Obi is going to go back to his old party. That is guaranteed. Whether he can take his people with him there is another story. But guarantee they don't even need to have a meeting about that. Actually, the only reason they are probably having now is to enforce the original wink they had. The original wink was Peter Obi to go out and use his the way he's talking to talk against the administration, and after come back to PDP. But since Peter Obi came out, it's taking a life of its own. Now it's very complicated even for Peter Obi just to say he doesn't drive the movement drives him. So it's like he's telling Atiku, hey, what can I do? I want to come back, but these people, if I come back today, I don't know what I can't tell them to come back to PDP. I think that's probably what they are having, but it's an original understanding.
And is riding very heavily on the proviso that this goes into a second ballot, which it might not necessarily do, and a lot of people don't. All of these are permutations around Obi collapsing for Atiku is riding on the proviso that
no,
it goes to a second
Atiku
ballot.
wants him now. Atiku don't want him for.
But he can't collapse now, can he? He can't collapse now. Yes.
This is the problem they are having. It's difficult. But Atiku want now. You as a politician, you don't wait for a futuristic something that you don't know.
But
you want it now.
Father,
you
see, I believe that thing is not possible.
It's difficult.
Not collapse.
Anything is possible in life.
Obi will
just
just wait down. Wait.
Hold on. Let Patrick
just go home. Now, if he's going to collapse into Atiku, what will he tell people like Patrick Tomi? What will he tell people like Falana?
No, not Patrick Tomi.
What will he tell people like
Patrick Tomi? They will give him money.
What will we tell people like Edo Watch and
those are the people, not
those are people that can never go to those are the kind of people that can never go. If you carry their dead body to PDP, they will wake up. People
Are
like
you joking me? Are you joking me? Are you joking me?
I'm not going, sir.
Parotimi and Patutomi, with the money they will go.
They will never.
Okay, Falano.
Aisha is not even going.
Aisha has a brand.
So the worst that can happen to Obi is
Patrick, Femi Falana is not among them. Oh, don't put
Femi Falana is at the front of it now.
No, it's not. No. Femi
Falana is a part of Big Tent. He's a part of Big Tent.
No, he's not officially.
Femi Falana is not there.
Femi Falana is there. He's not campaigning, but he's there. He's in the background.
It's a part of Big Tent.
His son is though. His son is.
It is the son. Femi Falana is not there. It's not there.
Even Femi went to their gathering in Abuja and he didn't spoke. He went to the Labour Party, the gathering they did in around the September period last year. He was there. He spoke at the podium.
Yes, he went there to advise.
He was there. He was at the high table. He spoke at the table.
He's not a member of Obedient. You people should not lie against Femi Falana.
No. He's a member. He's a member of the Big Tent. That is the third false amalgamation that Patutomi is leading. He's a member of that Big Tent.
Uptown, Femi Falana was the legal advisor, was the lawyer for NLC. So when Obi
he was.
So it was from beginning. It was almost impossible to divide Femi Falana from Peter Obi's movement because of NLC. Now, along the way, the movement, Labour Party as a political party, there was a court judgment that cuts it, that differentiates them. So from that time, there has been a little bit of a division. Femi Falana is sympathetic to Peter Obi, but is not officially a member of Peter Obi's organization.
All right. Back to Ajan Lekoko, but I will struggle to see a bit. I cannot see the pathway that leads Peter Obi back to Atiku boy.
Let me tell you this: politicians, they have a way of talking to themselves. They have a way of planning ahead of time. Obi have told us that man, Atiku, is his boss. He said it several times. He never, never at one time, say anything against Atiku. So he still, he will still work with Atiku, no matter what. When it comes to that time, to work with Atiku, he will work with Atiku. So all these people following him, raining curses on him, saying all sorts of things on him, those that will follow him, those that will japa. So politicians, that is who they are. When it gets to the time to make a decision and go the way they believe, we get something for them, they will go that way. So he cannot get all his people, but majority of his people, particularly from the East, will follow him because they believe in him and they will follow him. So Atiku is not lying against them because this is an open space. It's saying loud and clear on BBC. So if Obi knows that they are not working,
he has to come out. Yes,
he has to come out to debunk what Atiku said. So it's going to like 48 hours, and Atiku have said this thing. He has not done anything. So what Atiku said is right. So let us just leave it there.
But to say you are in talks with somebody, it's a loose and an ambiguous term. There's a lot of ambiguity embedded in it. If they're in talks, they're in talks. But you can be in talks with anybody. But are those talks leading anywhere? Is the thing. You know, so I don't know, but it does. I cannot wrap my head around Peter
He's
Obi
also in
collapsing for
talks with
Atiku. Yeah.
Wike. Remember, he's also in talks with
Yes.
Wike.
Yes.
Yet Wike is insulting him every day.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, I want to take the conversation and make sure every voice is heard. So let me take the conversation to world peace and that wicked that Uptown just mentioned. So I mean, it's quite a thing, you know. Just like Fayoshe was mocking Showore just now. Very quickly, they are starting to mock Yemsen Wike. Much ado about nothing. He huffed and puffed and it's not blown anything down. All this preening and peacocking and dancing from one stage to another. Wike now, he has disappeared. He promised us January to give us his presidential preference. So where is it? World peace.
Yeah, I greet you, one man, and I greet the panelists, and I greet people on the comment section. Please like, share, and thumbs up. Anyway, one more quickly to Wike, since it's a short section. We should not write Wike up so quickly. You know, again, you know, politics is not 1+1. You know, you have to calculate very well. And so he said on the 30th of January or the end of January, he will pronounce his stand again. But you and I know we can already taken his stand that
no, he said they will announce it though. He said they will announce it. Those
yeah,
were
you
his
will announce
words.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I said yesterday that Wike, it will be difficult for Wike to come out to announce that he supports PDP. But what he would do, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But I think they are seeing the knife again, that the person they want to give their support to is actually thinking of collapsing to the next person. But I said it the other day, it's not when, but how. But people don't still get the meaning of that word.
No,
How.
forget that when or how. Forget all of that. So to Wike,
so it's difficult. It's difficult for him now to make that pronouncement to say, okay, I'm supporting Obedient, Obi, because if you support Obi, that would take a vote away from PDP. But again, let's look at it like this: Port Harcourt people will vote between PDP and Labour. But if we get it to Labour, Labour will carry the day, because Port Harcourt is the original PDP state. Port Harcourt is the original PDP state. Not even Wike can tell the people to vote otherwise. And APC is like the forbidden fruit in Port Harcourt. APC have brought a lot of big people down, hopefully, and underground movement people, that strong people, Cabal, that is strong in Port Harcourt, that have switched to APC and they have lost their value. We can say about Amici, this cool guy. This cool guy used to be a PDP member. From PDP, went to ACC. From ACC to even Magnus Abbey. Same thing. They all from PDP. Once you leave PDP in Port Harcourt, your career is gone. If you step away from PDP in Port Harcourt, just stay neutral. There will be a space for you to come back again. But if you go to the opposition, it's gone. I don't know how those Rivers people think, but thinking is one way. Same thing like Delta State. It's PDP states. Whoever they project wins. So I think since Labour have a lot of protest votes in Port Harcourt, I think Wike will support Labour to take a vote away from PDP on the state level, but on the national level, I don't know what's going to happen. I think
if it doesn't make a public statement, then whatever support is because then the best way for him to get his intentions out to his people, no matter how many agents and whatever he has, the best way for him to get his support out to his people is to publicly announce that this is the person that I'm backing. So then that with that public pronouncement, it cascades all the way through his space of influence to know that this is who is backing. And that was also what he promised, that he will publicly state who his presidential candidate is in January. So this guy now, that's the end of all this singing and dancing all over. It cannot. It's a joke. It's a laughing stock now.
No, you cannot write off Wicked. The state, 25 days is a long day. He can still come out and declare his support. I'm not saying he will not support, he cannot say he's supporting APC. But what I'm saying that it will be difficult for him to come out to say that he's supporting APC. But he will come out and say he's supporting somebody. Because APC is the forbidden truth in that Port Harcourt. Asari Dokubo is supporting APC openly. Yes, we understood that. But who's Asari Dokubo apart from just Asari Dokubo, apart from the Creek? The political force there, they are PDP. So I feel he will come out and say that.
One piece. Today, APC coordinator, I think yesterday they made a press conference saying that accusing their APC candidate and APC in Rivers State of not supporting Tinubu and not being proud to put Tinubu's pictures on their signboard and all that. Did you? I don't know if you came up. One man, did you see the video?
No, I saw it. I saw that.
I've not seen that. But like I said yesterday, I said people are decamping from party to party, but the people that is decamping from APC is mind-boggling. Though they are not that big, but they are powerful people, like the bot manager, one of the bot members, the chairman of bot. Those an able guy, the other lady, and some other people I've heard that is decamping from APC to PDP. It's mind-boggling. So I've not read about this. So if this one is there too, it's mind-boggling. But like I said, APC does not have a stand in Port Harcourt. But I believe Wike will stand with the crowd, which is the obedient. But he will win. PDP will win the state level, the national level. Probably they will give that protest vote to Obi. But if you don't write Wike off, Wike will still come out and make a statement. But I highly doubt if he will say I'm supporting Ashwari Bola Tinubu. Doubt. 90%, I doubt he will say that, but he will come out and make a statement. One man.
Yes, but if it doesn't come out, then
just come out, you fucked up.
Yes, I'm disappointed. Because I thought he had the testicular fortitude, the braveness of heart, the balls. Yes,
he has. One man, see this politics.
It clearly doesn't have now. He told us he was going to announce his. Hold on. We can only go by his words. He told us that he was going to announce his candidate in January. So January has come and gone, and he hasn't done that. So he doesn't have the balls then to do that, does he?
One man, yes, true. I know. From what we are saying in the open, he does not have the balls, but he has. He's seen this dust is getting settled now. And now they are seeing the true picture of the true people they have behind them. Now they are seeing people some people they felt they rely on. Now they are seeing those people they are relying on somebody else. So now they are very careful where they put their weights. So many things going on the ground. From next week, you'll be seeing a lot of decamping from APC to PDP, PDP to APC. You'll be seeing decamping. People will be
that's natural anyway. That's not anything that's
so that's why the guy is being careful. That is being careful. So maybe from next week or next week, when the dust are fully settled, the guy will make his announcement. I know he said he gave that timeline, but we still give him some space like a Mefele so that he can recalculate himself, so that he's not going to shoot himself on the balls, not on the foot anymore. On the balls, And one man, sorry, about that PVC thing, I wanted to send you that video like 3 days ago. Your app was not accepting it at the.
No, you have to send it to my Instagram.
I was sending it to your Instagram. I mean, it was not. Your Instagram was not taking it. It was that. If you notice, there I sent you. I think I sent you a video of that Alaba market. People going to the market. I sent you a video. I wanted to send you 2 videos, but the remaining 2 was not going through. I didn't know why. The 2 was one was this selling this PVC, and the other one was a polling unit in Edo State, in Eastern region, precise. The guy was lamenting. The annex was lamenting. Look at PVC, a lot of PVC, but nobody was connecting. And the guy was saying in the north. The other people don't play with their PVC. They know that's their power. They have come to collect their PVC. Now they are telling people to come and collect their PVC. Look at it was like a month to election. We have so many PVC here, and nobody's come to collect. But with Life Fire Brigade approach, where it's like 2 days to election, people start rushing for PVC. Now there's PVC here. Then on the other hand, I was saying you that Alaba, people are locking gates if you don't have PVC to come in. Then this lady now selling PVC. We are the one undoing ourselves in the stand. And when we have done that, we start shouting, they don't want us to vote. They don't want us to vote. You know, this problem on the start, we are the one doing it, causing it. One man. And now that money space, since the shop, let me quickly say that money space.
All right, just really to that wicked space in it, just for a moment. The image shown on the screen there, when we're suggesting that Wike does not have the testicular fortitude. So this is Seyi Makinde. You can see he's campaigning for Tinubu to your furthest left, and there he is campaigning for himself. And then whoever these ones are, maybe his deputy and some. So that there he is, maybe right there. Yes. So that's Tinubu, that's Seyi Makinde, and then some other PDP persons. So there it is, right there. So why can Wike not equal measure that? He being the arrowhead of the G5.
One man, Wike is not on the ballot box. He's not running for second term. The person that was supposed to do that is the governor the governor candidate. I mean the governorship aspirant candidate is one supposed to do that. Wike is not there now. He's not campaigning. He's not running for any position. Not going for Senate, not any position. So he cannot do that. So is the governorship aspirant that was supposed to do that, or the House of Rep member there. But like I said, these people will not ally themselves with anything APC in River State. You know, the worst they could do, they will ally themselves with Labour. But PDP in Patako is so formidable. They don't need to align themselves with anybody. They only need to align themselves with themselves in PDP. You know, so but they can undergroundly support on that person, but openly they will never support APC. It will be difficult.
All right, you can go on to the monetary policy in a moment, but let me just acknowledge Nigerian Prince's super chat. So it says finally catching a live stream. Salute to the honorable panelists. So thank you for the super chat, Nigerian Prince. So yes, I thought the super chat function was broken for a moment. But then, of course, the place never really lights up in super chat. But if you're not able to super chat, at least give us a like and a subscription. That comes free of charge. So really, you don't have to dust off your wallet to do that. So if you look at the likes and you look at the viewership, it never really mirrors anything like. So if you want to at least encourage with a like, if you cannot do the super chat, so that would be appreciated, as the super chat from Nigerian Prince is appreciated. So thank you, Nigerian Prince. And of course, if we are going to the Buy the Coffee space, you already know the name that is going to be announced. So let me bring it up on the screen so that it gets the flow. So that's Ayo, as ever, as Ayo always does. So that's and the Buy the Coffee space, I continue to repeat, it's not exclusively for Ayo. Others are welcome to use it as well, and the super chats as well. Yeah, we should be getting more of these things on a platform this size. But take us to the Naira policy position that now it's a mesh of confusion, that whole space. What pace?
Yeah, one more. Let me quickly say this. Yesterday, I was.
Are you going to claim another glory again?
No, not glory. Yesterday, okay. I got a call. Right. I don't want to shoot myself on the foot. Yesterday, let me just say like this. Yesterday, I got a call for a friend. He needed like 30 million to add to the money he has. The uncle calls him. I know this uncle. We are family very close. That he has his stuff for 200 million naira. Do you know they're buying old naira notes right now? Since 3 days ago now. People are buying old naira notes. That he got a slot for 200 million. He already secured 100 million. So he wants his son and I think his aunt and like 2 other people to secure the remaining 100 million. So they were looking for like 50 to 60 million to raise. So he called me like he has already 13 million that he need. If I can transfer money to him, you know, I told him I'm sorry. I started loading my container in January. I don't have liquid cash right now. So he was not telling me that they are buying naira note now. There's a slot, they are buying naira note. That they are taking old naira notes. They are buying old naira. They are taking to the bank to load. I like, but there's deadline. I said forget deadline. So I already knew yesterday when I was talking on this platform before I worked on this platform because I was only at night. It happened in my daytime. So I already knew that that deadline is not going to go through. But I wanted to see if Buhari will, and I said this thing before yesterday too, like now we know who the cabal is really controlling Nigeria. If they will stand their ground and to let that 30th, that when I said it was 30th of the deadline, if that 30th will stand, we will know which is really controlling Nigeria. And he has proven that the cabals that has the money are more powerful than the cabal that's controlling Buhari. Because corruption will always fight back. When you have more than 900 billion or almost 2 trillion outside the CBN, that money can cause uprising in Nigeria, can cause a mini civil war, and it can topple Buhari if he doesn't listen to them. So now they are saying that you can return the old Naira note. It cannot be legal tendered anymore in any shop, but it can be legal tendered in the bank. So that's just like the
it's redeemable. It's redeemable in the bank.
Yes, it's redeemable in the bank.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's just like the forex we are saying right now. Central bank is selling dollar for $4.50. Black market is selling for $7.40, $7.50. So what all these people just do? They go to central bank, collect dollars, and go to the black market and sell it. So what will be going on now? They'll bring Naira notes, old Naira notes for anybody, and take it to the bank and lodge it. So what is the purpose of writing that money back to Nigeria current accounts? The purpose has failed. If this stand they are taking,
the purpose was not to. The purpose was not to write the money to the. That would have been a consequence of them not being able. Yeah.
The purpose was to get the money to stop illicit money and stop vote buying and cap our economy. And like I said yesterday, I said this money, if they're able to write it back in some shape or form, it will help our economy, our currency. In our stock, in every ramification of our economy, it will help a little bit. If it's even 1% or 1 digit or 3 digits, it's something. So imagine Obari able to bring back 2 trillion in 30 days. That's a big boost to his economic and his policy and his government. But at the end of the day, they have sat down and they have discussed, okay, the deadline is on 31st or the 10th, but you can still bring the old Naira note to the bank. Well, I don't understand. Like, see, we for that. What are they saying? What does that mean? So that when they talk to us, man, you will not think who is more stupid. Is it them or we that listen to what they are saying? But I don't see any. What's the need of bringing the old Naira note and there's still a deadline? Because just okay, there's no deadline. Bring the old Naira note to the bank. Like I was saying before, there's no deadline of collecting money, new Naira note, but there's deadline returning the old Naira note, which makes sense. But now they have removed that deadline. It doesn't make any sense anymore. So the corruption will still continue, like you said. The vote buying will still continue. They'll give people now more money in vote buying now. It's old Naira note. They'll give you 1 million naira for vote buying. You take it to the bank after the election. People are already buying old Naira note now, taking it to the bank. I was reading Sada report, but I don't really like Sada report news anymore. I don't trust them. But they say Boko Haram ISWAP members are already giving people 100,000 to take to the bank.
Yes, we covered that yesterday.
And that was the effect of that on the 10th. Would have seen a lot of money coming back to Nigeria bank, to the central bank account. Now you just defeat that purpose. But again, I don't know if people saw the news last week. They were reminding Buhari that his court case, is the impeachment trial, is coming up soon this week. So if he has not reversed that purpose, he would have been impeached this time for real.
They've dismissed. Is that the one that was in court?
No. The one the Senate said they should look into. For that judge has a date.
They would impeach him with 2 months left in office.
Yes, impeachment. Impeachment. He can be impeached after the election. Impeachment is impeached. They will remove from the office there, and somebody will be there. So there's so many things playing on the ground. But at the end of the day,
listen,
I can hear you.
Yeah, but the purpose of that Naira design was not to make life difficult for ordinary citizens, was it?
No.
So when it becomes a situation whereby or the ordinary citizen, the poor masses, are not going through hell like you've never seen. I'm telling you, practically nearly everybody here have family members who are going through challenges, not because they don't have money, but because of government policies, they don't have access to money. I've never heard of that in my life. So is it still necessary for government to continue with the policy, or they turn around and say, okay, you know what, we did not plan it properly, then we have to readjust it?
Progressive, I agree with you. Actually, I don't want to sound like this, but this would be a conspiracy. Just my words, so don't take it for it. Whatever happened from that day to today was sabotage for the politicians. The policy Buhari brought out, it might be draconian policy, but it was good. But they sabotaged that policy. That Naira note, that the new Naira note we could not get, was purposely hoarded by people, by top politicians, aka the gurus that control that bank space. Not only the Emefiele in Central Bank now. Money was released, but you cannot get it. But you see it with you go to dance all these burial or society places.
But
valuable.
But the thing is, sufficient enough money was not released. That is where
yes, that was true.
That's down to Emefiele, isn't it?
Yes, but that was the purpose. They didn't want so much Naira notes to be on the system, but the politician ran with it and make echo like a cry.
But there has to be sufficient enough Naira notes for the economy to function.
Yes, true.
What if the politicians are the one that have the new
money?
Yes,
they're holding it to make it scarce.
No, hold on. It doesn't matter. There has to be sufficient enough. Who was giving the example of their parents taking 100,000 to the bank, old note, and they couldn't let her take out more than 10,000 naira. So that's unacceptable. And if you have chosen to change the Naira note, then you cannot disrupt people transacting in money. So you have to make sure that there's sufficient enough for it to meet whatever the needs are that the people have.
One man.
Let me ask one question. Is there any banker or ex-banker in the studio right now?
Well, you are one.
That have worked in the operation before.
Patrick is here.
Patrick is a banker.
Okay.
A senior banker as well.
Okay, Patrick, you work in the operation before, right?
Patrick has he has gone to raid the fridge. He has gone to raid the fridge.
Okay, he's been in the house. Because I want to ask. I want him to back me up. Sorry.
He wants to get to the taking before his son gets to it.
No. Continue, please. I want to hear your
I want him to back me up if he had worked in the operation before.
No, I work in the bank.
To get new Naira notes to people is not that hard. It's not a rocket science. When I was working in the operation, when they give us new notes, we return the bad notes, the worn out one, and they give us new notes. Now, there was what the former banks used to do there called cash transaction. Among other banks, they will loan other banks cash if they run out of cash. So the new Naira notes will be given to us in proportion based on the money that we take to CBN. Now, when we bring that money to the central board, we will now start distributing to other branches within Lagos. Now, talk about other branches that are in outside Lagos. We now started looking at how we can get it across to them, through transportation and all that. Now, if we run out of new notes in our bank, we can go to another bank A or GTB and say, look, we want to borrow this money. Not like we want to buy it. We want to borrow. So we can give you regular notes while you can give us new notes. And we give it, if you want to withdraw 200,000, we give you maybe 50,000 out of the 200,000. So the remaining 150 will be of old notes while you get a new note. And that is how money gets introduced to the circulation. But I'm suspecting maybe the politicians themselves are the ones that cornered the new notes. I mean, these bankers, they are human beings, they are family members like regular people too. So Even Emefiele himself testified that the bankers are the ones sabotaging the plan. But the CBN itself still dropped the ball, regardless whether he passed the blame to the banker or not. The CBN dropped the ball. Good Nobel directive, but the time that was introduced and how the planning now never worked because it was for ulterior motive. And that is what, that I just wish somebody in the house that work in the operation, maybe they have a different way of handling it. But that is the way we
sorry
used to
to
do
come
it.
in. Can I just interject here? The what Emefiele said by the banks have they are partly responsible. It might be right for old notes. Yes, they can do that. What you normally do most of the time, because you want to reduce the cash on your premises, because if you close overnight, if your overnight cash balance exceed the limit, your premium goes up. You pay insurance for cash you have in the vault. That's for the banks. For the cash you have in the vault, you pay insurance. Now, and you have a limit that has been set either by head office or as a bank policy that, okay, all our branch should not have more than maybe 10 million, 20 million,
That
50
is
million.
correct. That is correct.
Now, so you have to pay insurance. The head office settles the insurance company based on the limits. If you have excess cash, it means that you have gone beyond insurance limits. You have to get approval from head office. They have to quickly arrange. Maybe they will look out for branches that have lower, they have not made up their limit. So because maybe most of the time they look at global limits. So at the end of the day, if you have to exceed limit, you get approval, it means that you are going to pay more for that day. So as a manager, I'll just call my head of operation, we are exceeding limit. It means that my P&L is going to be hit by that expense at the end of the month. So we start to keep to that limit. How do we do it? If I have excess cash and I know that I'm going to have problems, I'll cause them to call any branch that maybe they need cash. They just say, oh, let's do cash swap. So they will come to me, they will take cash. Maybe I have 50 million for them. They will take the cash because they maybe didn't have payments to make that day that they didn't anticipate. So, and they don't have cash, so they will just make that payment, and they will give me a check, their bank check. So we just present the check at interbank settlement, and then we clear the accounts. Now, but with respect to new notes, they will not do that. They might be holding those new notes for speculative purposes. You understand? I will not exchange new if I'm also a branch manager. Now, I don't know, maybe the thing is changing. I'll probably not exchange the new notes with another branch, because I wouldn't want to exchange the new notes and my customers come and I don't have new notes to pay them. You understand? So I want to make sure that my allocation, my quota of 30 million, I spend it on my customers. And for most of the managers, they probably want to look at they have what do you normally can you imagine?
All
High
right.
net
Let's
worth
not get too
customer.
locked in our banking details, but
Patrick, which circles
No,
back to
Walmart, let
one.
them get to the nitty gritty. It is important in our analysis.
They have class of clients. It comes from high net worth individuals, So high net worth based on the amount of deposit and the volume of business you are doing for them. So
Patrick,
these individuals.
Which circles back to the insufficiency of money supply from central bank.
That's what it boils down to.
No,
now.
if you supply, if you see, you are withdrawing money from circulation, you are not replacing those money. That the
Exactly,
policy
same
was
thing you
not
are
to
talking,
replace
money
it.
supply. The central
policy
bank is not supplying sufficient amount of money into the
of
circulation.
cash. You won't say it will be wrong to say money supply.
That's the
You
official
understand?
name.
Maybe
That
cash
is the official
that
name.
supplied.
M2. Do you know M2? That's the
M2, yeah.
official name.
But the
That's
problem I
official name. Money
have
supply.
with that is this: the essence of this policy was to reduce the money outside, the cash outside. Let's not use money now. The cash
But
outside.
that is just a one-way traffic now. That's not the whole
No,
essence, the full
that's the
circle
bulk of
essence of money.
major thrust.
But the directive says the money is dispensed through ATM. Infrastructure that is not even available or sufficient. How can that work? It seems that the CBN doesn't trust banks.
It's quite elitist anyway. The policy is elitist. It doesn't take
the
into
policy is dumb. One man, the policy is done. The purpose of money is not only to withdraw money from circulation and put them and have them in central bank. Who cares? The purpose of money is that money is circulating. It goes and comes, it goes and comes. Not only it comes,
No, sometimes. What the policy was to reduce the volume of cash outside the banking system. For example, the total money in your economy is maybe 5 trillion. And out of that 5 trillion, only 1 trillion is in your bank. That's the only one you can plan on. That's the only one you can create. That's the only one you can use to create further wealth. That is wrong.
No. That is one-sided story. Now, what about quantitative easing?
No, that's what they are saying. Because the banks do reports now. Even when there was no internet, when there was no IT, when I just started my career, they send forms to us. We fill these forms. The amount of money in the vault, we calculate it and put the report there. So by the time we submit those reports to the CBN collates it. So they know how much money is in all the banks. And the CBN knows how much of cash they have printed out that is outside. So how come this small quantity is what you have in the bank?
How does that have to be done by...
The point is to make sure that we have more money in the bank. The money in the bank is available to be spent.
Why can't
it's just that it's not available to be spent as cash. You can spend it.
I know, Patrick, why can't the CBN regulate the commercial banks to come up with policies to attract the money back? Not to be giving an order like it's some monarch that all money should come. It's not easy.
Apart from that, there was a time that CBN mandated the banks to increase their deposit, or there's a threshold that banks might have to have. They told them to increase that, but that never worked.
The problem now is not about
CBN. Commercial banks have managed to dispense new notes to depositor, and they've done that successfully in the past. How come it's now different this time around? How come?
Because there's not sufficient money in circulation.
It's just not done because the way they've managed it before. I wanted him to finish the analysis, and it was right the way he put it, because you have a limit to what you can have in the vault. But your central vault, the money goes around if you have excess and all that. However, the banks, they've done it in the past by giving out. Then there was not even a mandate that said you have to bring all your money or replace all your money. But this time around, you have, let's say, I don't know the amount of money that was released to the bank. By the end of the day, you say that they should dispense the money to ATM. What about somebody who is in New York? What about somebody who is in
he's giving order like
the infrastructure is just not available.
That's one of the things that
he's giving order like the monarch without infrastructure on ground. Without he just giving order like he's a king.
That's why I said Shwatai. That's why I said it is elitist, because it's not giving any consideration to people outside of the understanding of the structures. So and the people that have access to, not to be caught out by DCBM policies, like people like you and I. But people like you and I, we are an anomaly within the Nigerian space, because the mass of the Nigerian space, they are more subsistence sort of people. But right off that place, so at war pace, and then we move the conversation.
Sorry. What piece? Sorry, one man. You see, I think it is time for Nigeria.
You see, I told you he went to raid the fridge, but carry on.
No, I think I knew it was my wife's call that just came in.
We know it very well. Carry on.
But the point is this. It's time for Nigeria to break away from the past. You understand? When it was GSM time, we did it. We cannot be left behind this cashlessness. We must create a platform, and we must create the social mentality that we know that, look, we have to key into this. In rural Kenya, people, they are becoming cashless.
Yeah, that Mpasa or something.
I think that will happen.
In rural Kenya, how long are we going to do it?
But they built the structures before they got there, though. They built the structures.
I don't know. We have have to take that decision. We have to. He said,
with a dumb guy like a Mefwele,
let me tell you how it is happening. All we need to do is
Look, Patrick, in the past, in the 80s, we used to have banks in our rural area. But insecurity that we have today and a lack of business activities in the rural area pack up all those banks branches in the rural area. The worst part of it is the insecurity. So when you don't have security in rural area, what
no,
you are comparing?
You are not getting the point. We don't even need banks in those rural areas. That's the policy.
What do you need?
Rural banking. There was a time we were doing branches everywhere, and I made a case in my bank. I said, this bank branching you are doing, that was as far back as 2001 or no 99. That these bank branches you are doing will no longer be useful in a long time, because we're spending so much money buying land to build banks, 100 million land in a place like Ado-Ekiti. I say, it will be useless because they will soon end up as eatery. Let us put up structure that will enable these people to have confidence in our services, such that they don't even need to come to the branch. For example, look at people, they use phones in rural area now, even not 5G, 2G, the typical one that first came.
Yeah, but what is the quality? What is the quality? Even INEC cannot operate beavers properly.
Now they can
we
call.
don't have the
My mother was 94 before she died. My mother only had 2 years.
Slowly, it will happen. Not to force it on people in 2 months before election.
So
now it's 2 months we'll do it. Before election, that's when we'll do it.
So what's the pain tolerance to force this thing through? Because if we are going to force it through now, there's going to be a heavy pain period. But what's the pain tolerance? Because a lot of people are arguing that the infrastructure is not there for us to go cashless in just one swing of an axe, which is what they're trying to do. And we're seeing
one man. Good summary.
One man. We have the infrastructure. The only thing that is missing is the mindset.
We don't have infrastructure. I disagree.
Okay, what are the infrastructures that you think you need?
We need electricity, and then the ATMs are not.
What are the infrastructures to run a non-brick and
mortar? Do you have Wi-Fi? Do you have internet in every village? Do you have Wi-Fi uninterrupted mobile telephony in every village?
Okay. Do you buy? Wait now, GT. Do you buy? What do you call? Call card. Use dashing, pressing star, something hash. You don't even need a smartphone to do that.
What does it have to do with whether there is internet, uninterrupted
that
internet every village?
You don't need internet to do your transactions. All those
even
people,
the mobile phone. The mobile phone. How many mobile phones do you have when you go to Nigeria? Because of network, you go to this area.
In my village, I call my uncle the village, and he picks the call. All I need to do, I'm a pan wine tap. I want to sell my wine. I come to you. You have a phone, analog phone. I have an analog phone. I'll give you my code. Press *77# and the amount. You dispense the thing, and alert comes to my phone. Say you have so much. I give you my pan wine and go.
It's not smooth everywhere.
All right, gentlemen. Let World Peace round off that space, and then we go on to Patrick, who wants to leave us. Thomas, rather, who might have to leave us shortly. World Peace, back to you. So it's a lot more complex. You see, it's a lot more complex than rushing this through in 3 months. So Emefiele, just a dumbass, as Fatai said.
Yeah, they could be dumb, but I beg to differ, because they say the only constant thing is change, and people are constantly against change, and you cannot force a certain policy through if you don't have to take a very drastic action. We are talking about this Naira policy in the next 10 years.
God bless you.
In the next 10 years, we will still be dragging this 2 trillion. It still will not be in the bank. We have to stand and take a drastic action. Every great country that came to be was forged in iron and blood. That means a drastic action. They have to take it, stand by it, bear it, and suffer it, and enjoy it in the future. For me, I'm not saying these things are affecting my business. My boat engines are stuck in Alaba there, Ladipo there. My heavy equipment are stuck. People do not carry raw cash. I said this yesterday. I said two people control the raw cash in Nigeria space: the Bureau de Change and the Igbo spare parceller. But I've never seen these two people complaining of lodging money into the bank. Yes, I know they're complaining of not getting enough money. And Central Bank have said that that's the purpose. They want to reduce the quantity of raw cash. That has been the problem. They want to reduce it. They want to cap it. They want
one sentence.
Hold on. Let him round off. I want to move the conversation on. Sorry for
that. So they want to cap that space. So if they are bringing 10 billion into the bank and they're releasing 10 billion back to the public, what's that the purpose? The purpose has been defeated. I still stand by it. We would have supposed to be here, but politicians have found a way to channel their own anger. And we run with the bandwagon. Hey, there's no money, we are dying. Do you know that 100 Naira and 50 Naira note has no limit? You don't have to change the old 100 Naira notes. You can still spend the old Naira notes, 100 Naira notes. But they're saying, oh, there's no money. Like, if they are refusing 100 Naira notes or 50 Naira notes, sometimes you have to look at the details, not just the subject alone. We are doing all these politicians bidding. Of course, election is coming closer. Every politician, both the Labour, the PDP, AP, they want to spend their money they have stock. And we are happy then to spend it now. Anyway, if this purpose is defeated, any president that is coming in, the next president cannot make any difference, because I cannot push my opinion on anybody. I cannot make anybody say it like this thing that just happened, that just collapsed just now, is our last right again that we just lost after NSAS. We just lost it. But we can say any policy we want. We can say it was a stupid policy. We can say it was too close to election. Who are we to say it's too close to election? It was supposed to be now. This election time to cap it. But now the purpose is being defeated.
Sorry, are you saying the timing is right? Is that what you are? Is that your argument?
There's never a right timing, one man.
There's a wrong timing, though. There's a wrong timing.
Yes, there's a wrong timing, and anytime they say.
So hold on. Is this the wrong timing?
No, one man. Whatever time they say is going to be a wrong timing, but this is the right timing to come.
No, are you getting it? I'm saying with 2 months to the election, they announce a major change. Let me bring you this piece by Femi Fani-Kayode, who is not necessarily oftentimes a reliable person. But let's see if you agree with what he has to say. I'll share the screen so you can see it. This is Femi Fani-Kayode. So this is what he's saying. He says, Emefiele has weaponized the CBN and is an enemy of democracy. Fani-Kayode kicks against the cancellation of old Naira notes, call for policy to be implemented after the election. So that speaks to the timing, but what does he have to say? Our former aviation minister, Femi Fani-Kayode, has slammed the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, over the new monetary policy. The CBN in December 2022 introduced the newly redesigned 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes and has said they will cease to be legal tender by February the 10th. In a post shared on his Instagram page this morning, Fani-Kayode opined that Emefiele has weaponized the CBN and is an enemy of democracy. He called for the cancellation of the new Naira notes policy until after the elections. He wrote, Emefiele has weaponized the CBN and is an enemy of democracy. The policy of cancelling old notes must be totally cancelled until after the election and then done lawfully. He wants to cause a crisis, provoke a people's uprising, derail our democracy, and pave the way for an IGN. I don't know what an IGN is. He has no plans to release enough new Naira notes anytime soon. He wants to starve the people of cash and drive them to rage out of frustration. This is not about politics, but about stoking up protest and revolution. This is subversion and destabilization. He must be stopped and caged. So there it is, a lot of highfalutin from
100% agree.
I agree as well. It looks as though they were, because that's why I was asking you that is the timing relevant. The timing of this thing and the starving of the space of Naira notes where people cannot access money to live is a recipe for anarchy. It's not basic.
Okay. Let me just give my last submission so I can leave. This is a short session. Before I go to this question you asked me, because I was talking too much yesterday.
What please? I want you to speak on that thing. You
I
brought
will
something.
speak on it.
You
I will
brought
speak on it.
something that some of us are not even trying to notice. That 1,000 is not the only money around now. The other
No.
currency are still in the system now. So why are people
50
shouting
Naira
foul?
note is allowed, accepted. It is
Yeah,
not.
but nobody transacts in 50 Naira notes, do they?
Doesn't matter. You can still spend it.
It doesn't buy
100
you
Naira is.
quantum.
Doesn't matter if you have 50 Naira note that is 100,000. There's no money.
In circulation, even those ones, how much of them are in circulation?
It's not well, but you sometimes you bring it logic, sometimes you bring it theory. I don't know. Sometimes so
Which one is it? Only 1,500 that they change.
There's no money in
Yeah,
circulation.
the money they change, the money that is changed is 200, 500, and 1,000.
There's no money.
Hold on now, Patayi, hold on, please. The money that is changed is 200, 500, and 1,000. 150 is still in circulation. They did not touch that. They did not even ban it. Now that the last time I read, it was not bound. In order to say they change it, so you can still spend that.
Enough of them are not in circulation. Even those ones.
Okay, so now you are not saying enough noise circulation. Hold on, Fatai. Sometimes listen to yourself when you talk. Now you are saying this is not in circulation, and you are saying that one is not enough. So where stand are you now? We yet agree that
hold on now. He's speaking to the facts as they obtain. Because 15 Naira notes is of no real value. There's never enough of it in circulation because it doesn't really. There's no space for 15 Naira notes in the economy because the value of the Naira has fallen so heavily. Even 100 Naira note, it struggles for value. The only value that the 100 Naira note is for spraying a party. It's for spraying a party.
One man, I will get to that. I will get to that part. Let me quickly say this.
Sorry, we can.
I'm because I want to say, because yesterday I was talking, I couldn't chip in what I'm going to chip yesterday. This is what we Nigerians are supposed to be doing. 3 days ago, the elite the elders in Benin took Naira to Obasanjo's office and told him, look into this fuel crisis. Today we have come to tell you fuel is going as 500 Naira to 700 Naira, and we have some fuel stations have fuel and they are holding it. If nothing happened, we will take action into our hand. Immediately, he called a press conference that they should start monitoring every fuel station that have fuel that is selling above pump price. Yesterday, there was riot in Benin. This is what Nigeria needs to do. We need to stand for our right when it's the right time. Like this Naira note that's not enough, this fuel that's not enough. Nigeria need to be on the street to protest. America always urge their
that is what Ganduje did now when he went to Buhari to inform him.
Hold on, that is politics.
No,
politics. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me condense it. So this is what Nigerians supposed to be doing. As yesterday, as life becomes so difficult and bearable for us, we have to be on the street to protest. America always urges citizens to have a peaceful protest. And the one thing every good government don't like is that citizens going on the street. If there's a protest in Japan today, the prime minister will resign. As one time when train was delayed by 3 seconds and 1 minute in Japan, the director resigned. Just 1 second delay to 1 minute.
But this rioting on the streets that you are talking about, is that not the anarchy that Nnamdi was alarming to?
Thank you, Jerry.
He allowed to anarchy. He allowed not to anarchy. We need to put this is our right. Let's come. Getting the Naira note is the secondary. The primary is the fuel, the gas. If you don't have fuel, you cannot bring food from the village. You cannot go to the hospital. You cannot do operation. Everything goes 10 times up. You can have money when you don't have fuel. You're gonna put money inside your gasoline. Are you gonna put money inside a truck to bring cattle from the east? Do you know Nigeria depends 60% of what we eat is perishable? It's fresh food. It's a good thing and the same thing as a disadvantage to us. We eat fresh food every day. So if food don't come from the north to the south for a day, it's a big loss to the farmer. If food don't leave from the south to the north, it's a big loss to the farmer. If pineapple, corn, don't leave south to the north. It's a big loss. A day is already gone bad. Bananas, onions don't come from the north. Tomatoes, a day is gone. We don't look at that. These are the things we're supposed to protest for. I just dropped that. Anyway, come back to this Naira note. Let me give my submission. One man, you might say what you want to say. Fatai, you can say what you're going to say. It's okay, it's your opinion. But for me, I'll tell you, the time is not wrong. There's never going to be any time they are going to implement this law that's not going to be a wrong timing. But let's take it like this. I don't know
no, if they implemented it 2 years ago in the middle of the Buhari administration, that would have been the perfect timing.
It's okay. I'm not arguing. But let's say Buhari administration was
not in the middle of an election. That's the worst time.
Yeah. Let's say Buhari administration was very good. I'm not going to use any Tinubu or anybody now. Like, he has to bring Nigeria is moving forward, like, toward moving towards Dubai. We are seeing moving towards Dubai development. Would have said here is the masterstroke plan to curb corruption, to stop vote buying. We'll be saying it here, giving praises, but because the election admission is so fade and so one-sided, tribalistic, and all that, that's what we are saying is the wrong timing. But one man, to my submission, the new Naira note that is circulation was properly designed for that, and the few one that was there, politicians adjust it, say we come out and cry foul, and we've run along the bad wagon. There was 50 Naira note, there's still 50 Naira note, there's still 100 Naira note. 50 Naira note, one does not have value. But 1 million 50 Naira note is 1 million Naira, it has value.
Naira notes, 100 Naira notes has been changed as well.
Okay, has changed. No, I don't think no. I don't think it's 200. 200. So 100 Naira note, if you have 100 Naira note that is 1 million, or you have 100 Naira note that is 2 million, you can still go and buy a Tokubon car of 2 million. Nobody will say they'll not take it from you. It's just 100 Naira note does not have value, but when it becomes a million, it has a value, one man. So that's what Fatayi and you are saying. I don't buy that. That's my submission. I read it for the next person. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we take the conversation on to Thomas, and Thomas, in World Peace's submission there, he was saying that the more potent thing would have been the petroleum space. As World Peace was saying that, somebody was actually even sending me something on Instagram. So let me share that with you, because this wraps up in Tinubu's Abeokuta speech when he was telling us that they're hoarding the Naira and they're hoarding the petroleum. So this is now to that space. So here is the headline. This is from Ruben Abati's site. It says, "Our fuel scarcity puts our plants in danger, and it's INEC now that are preempting what is to come, because we all have the anticipation that something seismic will happen just before or during that election. Fuel scarcity puts our plants in danger." So that's INEC. It says, "The country's ongoing fuel shortage has alarmed the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, which has expressed fear that it may affect election day operations." Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, the chairman of INEC, said this on Tuesday in Abuja at a consultation with National Union of Road Transport Workers, NURWT. As a result, the commission announced that it will meet with the management of Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited later on Tuesday to discuss possible solutions. The commission shares your concern about the fuel situation in the country and its impact on transportation on election day. The truth is that our arrangements may be affected negatively by the non-availability of products. For this reason, the commission will this afternoon meet with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to look into ways to ameliorate the situation. I wish to assure Nigerians that we will continue to engage every national institution for the success of the 2023 general elections, Yakubu said. So there it is right there. The one hold depo, one hold the Naira, both of the alarms by Tinubu at Abeokuta, all now coming centrally into play. Thomas.
Thank you, woman. Good morning from Australia, and good evening to our listeners. Like, share, and subscribe. It's going to affect everybody. And
I'm not even talking. Some people, their mentality is only vote buying, vote buying. Forget about vote buying now. Even to send people out there to go and canvass for votes, you still need money. You need fuel to pay and put in your car. You need money to spend. Nigerians, we have been talking, people have been talking vote buying. Forget about vote buying. Election entails money. It's not only about vote buying. Vote buying is the last at the end. But even before that election, we still need money to run campaign, to go around. We need fuel to put in your car. Nigerians still need all these things, even if there is no election on ground at all. We need fuel, we need money. My sister was complaining yesterday. They went to the bank, they can't even get money from the bank. But people are just talking about election, vote buying, election, vote buying. Shebi, we will first of all leave before the day of election.
Abiyo, my brother. Abiyo.
Will all Nigerians die before the day of election? Election is still 23 days ahead. We're still going to live.
You know, they say they are fighting. They are fighting.
But Thomas, let me ask you.
Thomas yari o. Mama kú mi fún ẹ. Na lo dem ma dìbò tí o bá dem kú mi fún ẹ lẹ́jọ́.
If everybody die, who is going to vote?
If you not see money, who is going to vote? If you not see money, you not see petrol, who is going to vote?
But the situation is too frustrating. It's just too much. It's just too much. It's just too much like black people. What is wrong with us? I listened to Kulata some 2 weeks back when he was on this platform. He was talking and people were trying to cutter him. Look now, right on.
So I think Uptown wanted to come in. Uptown, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Thomas when he talked about electioneering, like campaign logistics and all of that. For me, with campaign logistics and elections, once you are running legitimate, well, we know the only thing that is illegitimate in that space is vote buying. Every other thing is legitimate spending. So if you are doing a legitimate spending, you should be able to use your digital means, banking systems and transfers and all that if it's a legitimate spending.
But Uptown, come on now.
Sorry, Thomas. Uptown, we had Celibis. You know, this is the third session we're doing today, actually, which is quite a thing. We had Celibis in the earlier session, and she was describing to us how elections day go, where she comes from. She says on that day, if she was going to a village or a homestead for election day, she has to insulate herself with at least maybe 500,000 naira. Because people will be coming for money, not for vote buying, that she's around, come and visit, take this, take that. They have to kill goats, they have to do this, they have to do that. So
I think that's the personal engagement now.
But that personal engagement, but that part is not peculiar to her. It repeats amongst millions and millions of people, because people go to their locality to do elections, and when you are big boy, big something coming, so you have to come correct and make an event of it, and all of these things, they are essentially raw. They are raw cash. They are raw cash spaces. They are not digital payment spaces. So people have to have access to money now. Why are we even justifying it? It's unbelievable.
No, definitely one man. I think people has to have access to money, yeah. But
and
the only place,
to
cash. The only place I interjected was the campaign financing and logistics. That's the only space I interjected. I didn't necessarily talk about the election day. So I just talked about maybe now they are running their elections and campaigns. You can those are legitimate spendings. You can do them through mobile. Digital.
All right. Before we get back to Thomas, how are you, by the way? Have you recovered? You were a bit under the weather.
Yeah. 1 month it was crazy, man. It took away a lot of work hour for me, but it's fine.
Yes, but you would have slimmed down, because usually you won't be able to eat and you'll just be sweating like but it's good for the system to rebalance. But talking about rebalancing.
One man na cash scarcity they hit him. No man.
Na cash
they don't want
scarcity now.
na cash scarcity they hit him. I they knock him for ground. You know what tell
Look
us.
at that.
His pocket don't dry.
No money to toast Ijoma anymore. You can't do fine boy with Ijoma anymore. Look at that.
We can't have weekend. I don't want to
tell us. Back to the conversation, one man. I think what they are doing is uncalled for and unfair to Nigerians. All my family members, they are not happy because you have the money on your bank account, the money is there, but you go to bank, there's no money. As I said earlier, are we going to die before the election? I don't even care about election. Me, I don't care about election. If Atiku get there, Tinubu get there, I don't care. But my parents are there. They are aged. I want to send money to them. I want them to go to the bank and cash their money. They can eat, they can live, they can buy their drugs. So I care less about election. But people will first of all leave before the day of election. So all these, even Uptown said something earlier on. People think it's only vote buying it. There is what entails in election. One man, if you remember, one of my junior brothers, Sheon, spoke with you when I was in Nigeria. Its own senior brother is the councillor in Ekiti. I know everything about politics. How they need cash. You want to send somebody to go and buy things? Are you going to transfer money to the person? The person still need to go to the bank. So politics need cash. Forget about we transfer money in politics. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work in Nigeria politics.
But what about the argument that Patrick was putting forward that we have to form the habit of cashless transactions, because all of these things, they can still be facilitated in a cashless manner. A lot of these are monies hopping from here to here. It's only a blip between phones, but then of course, so what about that? That you have to go through that pain period to reorient people towards this cashless future.
One man, have you forgotten Nigeria is still a third world country? We know we are growing.
Kenya is a third world country. They are cashless.
But one man, we are still growing. And Nigeria is just, how many years are we? Maybe going to 60 or so. I don't know.
Yeah, we are older than Kenya.
Yeah, but we will get, one man. I was in Nigeria 3 weeks. Most of my transaction was cashless because I don't even have the cash. Because when I left Australia,
so Thomas, that means the infrastructure is there. Most of your transactions were cashless.
Yeah, but of course, in Lagos, yes. That was in Lagos.
That was in Lagos.
In Lagos, I know you were in Abeokuta.
Abeokuta, Ibadan.
Sorry to interject. Talking about.
Sorry to interject.
Have you got a GPS on Thomas?
Wait, sorry to interject.
If you go to the north, the way you do cashless transaction in Lagos is not the way it is in the north, where you don't have most of it. I mean, where all this infrastructure you are talking about.
Let me hold on. Let me tell you.
And when you are talking about Kenya,
sorry, one voice. Yeah.
The economy of Lagos alone is bigger than that Kenya. So people should not even compare Kenya with Nigeria.
Baba Janeko, even Kenya is not totally cashless.
Wait now.
The economy of Lagos is bigger than that of Kenya. What are we talking about?
Wait, let me tell you. Let me give you two instances.
Not totally cashless.
Well, that's not an argument now. That the economy
it is not anyway. It's not an
argument. Let me give you two.
So what are you saying?
You say it's not an argument.
One after the other.
One voice, gentlemen, please. One voice. Yeah.
Look, you say it's not an argument. Do you know
it's not an argument to justify
the
cash economy. It's not an argument now.
Yes, but when we compare, you should compare. What do you call it? Kenya with Lagos State.
Okay.
Because Lagos have that kind of infrastructure like that of Kenya, but not in the whole of
geographical
Nigeria.
mass, though. Not the geographical
not
mass.
In that, but we are talking of the economy
No,
the banking
we're talking
system.
about the reach. We're talking about the reach, not the economy or the volume of
Exactly. No, we are talking of the banking system now. We are talking of banking system.
We're talking about mass penetration of a cashless system over a large expanse of people.
That what I'm telling you is that Nigeria is a bigger economy, bigger in population, bigger in terms of in every size you want to talk about it than that of Kenya. So, and we are more complex than Kenya.
We're no more complex than any other. If we're bigger, then we should be able to do it quicker. Then, so that's
we have
not
not
an
been
excuse.
investing on the economy. I mean, on the infrastructure.
Well, there it is. So
yes,
that's where
that's
the fault
problem.
line is.
So
yes.
No, Ajaleko, we have analog, we have the infrastructure. The analog phone you buy a call card with analog phone. You can pay. Look, sorry, I just know when I was in Nigeria, I was already
which
working
analog
on the
phone
product.
are you talking about? Those old
Yes, with analog.
Where do you see? Do you have it anymore in Nigeria?
You buy that means wait now.
All right, we are reversing to a space that we left, but land that point and then we go back. Land your point and then we go back
have the
to
analog phone. You understand? It means you are no longer. You say they are no longer using Nigeria. That means they are using something better than analog. That means they even have a better infrastructure. But I'm even saying that with the old analog phone, you could transact by buying card. So why can't you buy bread with it? If you can buy coca with it, why can't you buy palm wine with it? Why can't you pay for pepper soup with it?
Okay, Patrick, before you move on, please let me tell you people, guys. Sorry, one man. Sorry, please.
The interjections, man.
No interjection, please. Just wait. I know, short time. Every day I've said it that me, I don't go to church. Me, I do my Ifa, Juju, and the rest. One of my Ifa man in Kwara is under the rock. He doesn't have network. I send money from here to him. For him, he will send money where he is. He gets a lot and send to the market. Before from his house to the market is like 3 hours. The forest and everything you will take. The other guy I have in the north is under rock. I send money from here, a farm man, from here to him. He gets a lot. What is that when you want to get money in Nigeria a lot, you get it with the under rock? Is when you want to change the bank policy, there's no network. All this thing does not make sense, one man. Which is forget all this theory. You can go cashless and it will work. It works in remote area in Nigeria. I have evidence to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Thomas.
Please, let me just make this point. Now, I think the argument is being missed. Nobody is saying that should not be cashless. Cashless work in pari passu with cash, right? Kenya that you mentioned, Kenya is not 100% cashless. It's not even, did Central Bank of Kenya destroy the economy of Kenya in order to introduce cashless? No, they just do it through one mobile company. It's through policy, not to destroy the economy. America, the most advanced economy in the world, did they shut down America economy to introduce cashless? They are doing it pari passu. Nobody distorts the economy to introduce cashless. Nobody is saying don't do cashless, but everything goes pari passu. Not to stop all activity because you want to force cashless or not. In an economy that is not so advanced technologically enough to even for everybody to even do cashless. If I go to Nigeria, now even in that Lagos we are talking about, I have to have 3 mobile phones, one MTN, one Econet, one this, so that if this one does not work, another one work. And now you say you want to collapse the economy because you want to introduce cashless.
In fact, if they force it will shrink the economy. If they force
you can't force it. It will happen by itself. You don't force it.
Very correct, Fatai. Because in Germany also, they don't force you. It's a matter of choice. It's a matter of choice. Whether you to go to cash or whatever. They don't force you.
You can't force it on America cashless. You can't. You will have a civil war.
All right, thank you for that. It's been a long time since I heard that word, pari passu, which is side by side. But there it is. Thomas, pari passu. You need a dictionary on this platform.
Dictionary. Anytime Fatai can come in, I normally look for my dictionary around.
Pari passu. Look at that.
Yes. Pari passu. Side by side. Fatai, you are spot on. You are really spot on. You can't kill people because of stupid changing of money. No, you can't do that. Nigeria has to leave before the election, after election. We still have to leave. I send money to my mother. He's saying they can't even cash the money. ATM is still old notes. So I really concur with the House of Representatives on this. They are saying the old note will still be legal tender until you get to the bank. And I will tell you one man, I said it yesterday, this something is going to be simultaneously gradual process. That is why the old money we phase out, because it's still legal tender. Even there's the new note is not on ground. My sister told me yesterday he saw the new note for the first time day before yesterday. Somebody living in Nigeria, first time day before yesterday. The money is not in circulation. So let's take election out of our mind, and let's take APC, PDP want to buy votes. If people saying that, it just drive me crazy. It's not about only vote buying. Nigerians will leave before the election, and politicians need money to do election, to run errands. People don't spend their money for politicians. No. Labour Party, you think, I read a note to you before that one guy said, go and galvanize your people to go and campaign. And the other guy asked him, am I going to carry them on my head to go and campaign? Every party need money. Politics is money, it's money. So Tinubu, I still give Tinubu the kudos because he said it and it happened. So I like the position of the House of Representatives that the money will still be in circulation. So far, I take my old money to the bank and they are still giving me old money. The money will never be phased out. If I take the old money to the bank, they should be giving me the new notes. That is where the money will get to the bank, to the vote, and the new ones will come in. Even the new ones is not in the circulation either. So that is my submission, one man.
All right, brilliant. And to the Atiku space, all these talks about being in talks with both Peter Obi and Kwakwanso. So you can see him in talks with Kwakwanso, but what sort of a conversation will he be having, soliciting support from Peter Obi? Is this Atiku and that infamous Northern Tequila again?
One man, it's just the comment is driving me crazy. What is the relationship between Atiku and Peter Obi this moment? What is the talk about? What is it? With all this momentum Peter Obi has gathered, what is the talk about? They shouldn't have anything in talk. What is it? What are they discussing? In my opinion, because I said it yesterday, if Peter Obi decide to collapse to Atiku, they will just take him to the Eagle Square in Hinewi and stone him to death. Because the momentum is beyond himself. There's no going back with this momentum. In my opinion, there is no going back. So if they said Peter Obi is still meeting with Atiku, what are they saying? What are they discussing? What is the benefit of their discussion? Because I am not seeing anything coming out of that. If Kwakwanso is still discussing with Atiku, I can still say there are northern people. Tambua did the same
Thomas,
thing.
is it not possible that he's discussing with Obi so he can collapse his structure for Obi? It's also possible. So
what are you talking
come
about?
on,
How can that
come
be possible?
on.
Can you
I
just,
mean, why rolling
can
out?
you,
Why not
just
now? Why not? Why not?
can
No,
you
now we
just
can't
eat,
just think on one side now.
Can you listen to yourself?
can you
But why
just
not
eat
now?
that
Why
back?
not?
Eat it back, man. What are you talking about?
Oh my
Where
God!
will
Oh
that
my
happen?
God! Oh my
Just
God!
suck it back, man.
What if Obi promises him to replace Yusuf Dati and give him the vice presidential slot?
One man, that is even more spot on.
One man. Obedience sometimes they will just sound ridiculous and with due respect, not disrespectful. Please, I'm very sorry for this comment. They will sound so ridiculous. That's what I said
No,
earlier.
that was a joking comment from
I know, but come on, Atiku.
Look,
Man,
Thomas, they are having discussion now for their future plan. What difference do you see between Atiku and Obi? Do you think there's anything different between two of them?
There's nothing, because
so why can't they be having discussion to yes?
Obedience are causing Atiku, causing his generation, and Peter Obi is still licking Atiku's wound, following around saying my boss, and they are not seeing anything. It's just
where
me
is
crazy.
Peter Obi following Atiku around, Thomas?
Didn't not call him my boss?
Well, he was vice president to him. He's his boss. The way that he refers to Obi as his boss.
Okay.
That is the style of politics. He has addressed that space already.
He
addressed that space in Cross River. He said, "I once ran as vice president to this man, and he remains my boss." He addressed it in Cross River when he was asked by his students.
How can he still remain his boss when they are contesting for the same position?
He went ahead and said, "That is my style of politics. My brand of politics is different." And then you guys have to be getting used to it. That when
that
you call
man
somebody
is
your
lying
boss,
to
does not
you
necessarily
people.
mean it is only symbolic. It's only keeping his respect. I understand that you chose me as your vice president in 2019.
Obi is a fraud.
I respect you.
Obi is a fraud to you guys. You guys are not seeing the handwriting.
There is no handwriting. Thomas, I have been with Obi for 11 years. That's
I don't
too
care.
long
You have been with him. He's
like
a fraud.
How long do you know him?
Me.
That's the problem. How long do you know him? I've known him for 11 years.
He's not a
He's
fraud.
calling monkey dog for you.
Calling him a boss does not mean anything now. You call people your
monkey dog
boss,
for
people
you.
you have never worked with. You do it for respect. I know people say, Oga Ajanleko, Oga doesn't mean Ajanleko is their boss now. Oga Patrick, Oga one man.
Anybody that knows Obi knows that Obi can even give respect to his worst enemy in Anambra back in the days when he was governor. He gives you your respect, and then you think you're
yes. Look, but why didn't he give? Why didn't he give? Why didn't he give that respect to Asiwaju?
Yeah, because
Tinubu was never his direct boss before.
But one man, they are contesting for the same position now, and you have supporters behind you that are very, very,
vicious,
loyal, and continue to rain curses on Atiku, and you continue to call this guy your boss.
Yes, but Ajanle Koko,
he's been very consistent.
How can he be your boss?
Very consistent.
Hold on. It's about that humility that Peter Obi puts at the forefront of everything he does.
So he doesn't have humility for Tinubu that is older than him.
Professor Soludo wrote that article, and he still called him my dear elder brother.
Oh, hold on.
Is the style.
Ajanle Koko, listen to what Uptown said. Peter Obi has no direct relationship to Tinubu, but he has a direct relationship to Atiku Abubakar, who in one instance, not longer than 4 years ago, was actually his boss because he was the lead in the ticket that they were both carrying towards the presidency at that time. So it is out of respect of that relationship that he references him as his boss. So not an age thing. But association that he never had any relationship with Tinubu.
Same with Soludo.
For him
so does that mean that since he continued to acknowledge this man and his boss, don't you think that he can collapse his
yes, it can. Of course,
campaign?
It can
because it's his boss. Yes.
Yeah, because not because it's his boss, but because there's an established relationship between the two of them, and they aligned politically not that long ago. So you can see how that can happen. But him calling him his boss is just the humility and respect thing that is just
One man to buttress that point.
I don't think it expands beyond that.
One man to buttress that point of being consistent to that style of politics. When he was in PDP, he was going to declare on Saturday. On Monday, he went to Atiku's declaration. He went to Atiku's declaration and still went to Anambra to declare his own. So this guy has been consistent.
He told us why he was there. He said Atiku invited him. So Atiku invited him.
If you were going to run against Atiku invites you, go to his declaration. No politician will do that.
Because he has no structure within PDP. And he was looking up to Atiku working with him or Atiku giving him vice president again. If Atiku emerges at the presidential campaign, that was the strategy. You think we don't know what was going on?
Can I come in a bit, sir? Just a little bit, sir.
Yeah, let's hear from Tony, and then we go back to Thomas to round off. So yeah, Tony, let's hear from you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, one more time, everybody. You know that the fact that Afeni Ferry, who said that power must return to the south, decided to support one of the Southerner, Obi should have reciprocated in that manner, but not working with these people, for the other side. So that's what we're talking about, that as it was at the beginning, so shall it be at the end. And then most Igbos are blood relatives of the Northerners, whether we like it or not, we do respect. That is why it is very difficult. We look at 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, it's the same thing. So we all know where we belong, sir. Right on.
All right, back to
thank you,
Thomas.
Tony. Yes, so I still hold my view and I hold it firmly. Uptown, I respect your assertion and I think I have mine as well. To me, Obi is still playing some Oboju game that we don't know. I'm just feeling something is going on. By this time of the day, this time of the election is just around the corner. I don't think they should be having any talks. Talk for what? What are they discussing? Peter Obi I can say this now. Peter Obi is the third candidate to reckon with in this election. There is no equivocation about that. So he still have a big chances. So why is he discussing with Atiku? On what? On what ground? On what? And Ajale Koko has said it. Maybe they are thinking of, Ore, come here, let's discuss. If this thing go to runoff or to the second ballot, you have to agree with me. You still have to come to me, and I'm not taking that away. If this thing come to Obi with Atiku, the Jagaban with Atiku, Obi will still go with Atiku any day, any time. So, but for this electioneering, the election that is just around the corner, I don't think Obi should be near Atiku in any way. That is my opinion. I don't think
Thomas,
it should be.
You have given the reasoning now why you should talk to him. You say he's going to come third. There's no prize for third position now. In this election, there's no prize for third and second position. Is it that you become president or not? So if I know that I'm going to come second, I better start talking to someone and let's evolve a strategy that will be beneficial for the two of us. There's nothing wrong with that now. That's a strategy he has defined for himself.
But Patrick, what I'm thinking of is momentum. He has gathered.
Don't worry. I know because don't feel for him. Leave them. Let them feel for themselves.
Patrick, what I'm saying is the obedience. There were no aligned with Atiku politics in any way. There is nothing you can say side to side to compare the obedience movement. I'm not talking of Peter Obi now. Let's just separate them. The obedience movement, the momentum he has gathered in a few months ago now, there is no, their politics is not rhyme with the Atiku politics. There's nothing. I don't think Obi should be seen in Atiku's place in any capacity. That is my opinion, because obedient movements, we can't discard them. They are there, they are working, they are campaigning. People are using their hard-earned money because of Peter Obi is not ready to pay money. Yes.
Sorry, hope you don't give me my colleague before you start your section. disobedience
I
matter.
did give you. I gave you. I gave you 3 go, sir.
Okay, continue.
Yeah. It's just what we said it yesterday. He said it's just how. So is Obi playing some games that's not even show to obedience?
Yeah, but
Because
Thomas, just to what Patrick was saying earlier on, if Peter Obi, if all of the indications that Peter Obi is outside of the top 2, so if he's outside of the top 2, and there are permutations to suggest that the election might go into a rerun, this is the time now that you want to be negotiating your relevance for that second ballot, which is what Patrick was saying.
Is he carrying his momentum around along with him? But
Well,
the momentum doesn't matter in this aspect.
Leave that
No. The momentum is to the first ballot. So
yes,
which he still wants to win, but he knows that his chances that he will come 3rd or 4th. He knows that. So knowing that, he's still going to propel as though he wants to win, as though he's intending to win. He'll still push as hard, and even pushing as hard as he can, it gives him that much more currency to negotiate a position for the second ballot. So it is just fleshing out areas of understanding at the moment that if it comes to second ballot, I am with you, but I will have demands. I'm not going to itemize them just yet. Let's go to the ballot so that we can see what my currency is. But I am in principle. So they are agreeing an in principle position for second ballot. You know,
one man to add to what you asked, Thomas. I think for me, if this talk is going on, it is definitely Atiku that is pushing it. Because if Atiku is anticipating for a second ballot, Atiku wants to make sure Obi will probably support him on that second ballot if Obi is not on the second ballot.
Of course, it will be Atiku.
So I think it's more important for even an Atiku. And that's why he's the one that come out to say it.
No, yes, you are right. You are right.
One man, I agree 100% with you. Patrick, you are spot on. I want to ask Uptown this question. So let's pretend as if it's in the runner-up now. So will you, I'm not talking in general, the obedience, you as a person, as a obese followers and the obedience, will you campaign and collapse to Atiku in the second runoff? And I want you to answer me with your truthfulness. If you can do that, I will appreciate it.
Maybe you didn't hear me the first time, so let me say it again. If this goes to a runoff and Obi is not part of the top 2, that means that the journey is, if you're not part of the top 2, the journey is over now. So that's what it means. So if Obi is not part of the top 2, that means aka the journey is over. And then Obi comes out, which is most likely because if Southeast is left with the option of if Peter Obi's option is out of the table, I think the next option for Southeast automatically is Atiku. So that alone will even inform Obi to probably either publicly say, okay, my followers support Atiku in this second ballot, or just shut up, knowing that Southeast will automatically adjust somehow, even though the apathy will increase, but some people will adjust and support Atiku again. But then, me, personally, Thomas, if once there's a second ballot and Obi is not there, everybody knows my position on this platform. I am going APC, Asuwaju, straight up. I've been consistent with her.
And to be fair, Joel also said the same thing many times over the course of our conversations. But Thomas, if Peter Obi does, if he does go to the second ballot and Peter Obi then invites his support to go with Atiku, does that not then make a fallacy of all of these campaignings that he has been campaigning, that he has come to end corruption and the rot in the system? Because the poster boy of corruption and the rot in the system, even more than Tinubu, is Atiku. We've heard countless, all of his surrogates have told us he's been sued in America. They recovered money from him everywhere. And there was a report I was reading that the volume of money that goes through the switch system in Nigeria that they are monitoring internationally, Atiku name, so is the poster boy of corruption in that country. So if he packs his support with Atiku, does that not then make does that not just rubbish all of this new broom in a man's zoo that has been
one man, just to add
yeah.
to that, for Thomas, the same thing for you, just to add to what one man said, because that's why when I was talking earlier, I said, but I don't think he will publicly tell his supporters to follow Atiku. Honestly, I don't think so, because he want to hold that space for probably and grow it for the next election.
For the longer term.
For the longer term. So what he's going to do is that he's going to shut up, knowing that some part of Southeast will automatically, without his instruction, adjust back to Atiku. Some, apart from the apathy, the PDP structure will come to life again automatically.
Sorry, apologies, Thomas.
Yeah,
but
sure.
That thing that you said, uptown, can he afford to do that though? Because if
he cannot afford to endorse
hold on. Let me paint you a picture. If he keeps quiet to hold for the longer term to build this this phenomenon to build it into something substantial, which is an option. If he keeps quiet, that vacuum that he leaves, it will be leapt into by Soludo, who will frontally campaign for Atiku. And if Atiku comes in, it might that wipes out Peter. He cannot afford to be silent even. It's really
no. It is more dangerous for him to declare for Atiku than to be silent. One man, he's not running a political party, he's running a political movement based on a very strong ideology. You get what I'm saying? So now, P2B of last year is probably not P2B of this year. You get what I'm saying? So he cannot even have. It might not be so perfect an option to be silent, but it's highly a destructive option to endorse Atiku.
But Thomas, please 1 minute. So if you are saying that when it comes to runoff, we don't say anything where his people should go, we just remain silent, then what will it be bringing on the table as a negotiation tool against with Atiku?
What will Obi tell his followers that he wants to negotiate with Atiku?
Oh, really?
Yes, now, because
see, look at it this way. When you get to that state, to that point where we have to go to runoff, he has to play a very big role. He has to make a case before his follower why they have to go so way or any way they have to go, so that he can have something to negotiate for the benefit of his follower. He have people around him that he would like them to be offered some ministerial appointment whatsoever.
Like Aisha Yusufu.
I don't know.
It doesn't work.
What are you talking? Those of you that doesn't know politics, we talk.
He has a lot of activists in his space.
Let me finish.
You can't tell them to go and join PDP.
Hold on. People like you that doesn't know how politics work, we talk like this, that if we just remain aloof and don't say anything. If he remain aloof and doesn't say anything, that is the end of his political career, because he have nothing to prove that he contribute to the victory of anybody. When someone, maybe Atiku, finally emerges as the winner of the election, he cannot come to Atiku for anything or say, this is my contribution. Even the party leadership that surround Atiku will not even allow Atiku to even listen to him, because he has not brought anything, no argument, no push that they can count on as what as something that contributed immensely to Atiku's victory. So he will have to say something. He cannot just stay out and said, I'm not talking, and because I know my people in the East will easily gravitate towards Atiku. No, it doesn't work like that. When you get to that point, I want to guarantee you, Obi will speak on where he is
If
going.
he doesn't speak, Soludo will speak, and if Soludo
and
speaks,
that is the end
then
of him.
that's the end of him.
But
That's the end
Soludo,
of he
one
will
man, Soludo
surely
speaking
speak.
does not necessarily. I mean, we all know how Obi's base their behavior to Soludo right now, and what is Soludo going to be telling them
No,
exactly? So the point is that
it doesn't matter. But you see, they call it stealing a march. To steal a march. You know, if
he's still a match by recommending
yes,
their enemy to them.
if Soludo recommends and endorses Atiku, and Peter Obi keeps silent because he wants to build what is started. If Atiku goes on and wins that election, irrespective of whether Soludo's intervention contributed or not, he has publicly nailed his colors to Atiku's mast. And then if Atiku wins that presidency, his go-to person in the Southeast now that he's going to promote is the person that has publicly come on to endorse him. You
Okay,
remember when Atiku was
one
in Ibadan that he says, if you come to him for contracts, he will ask you how many votes you. So this is the politics Atiku is playing. If Obi remains silent, then he'll be silent for the next 8 years if Atiku wins.
One man, just give me just 1 minute. Let me make this point, just 1 minute. So we need to understand the peculiarity of the situation at hand right now. Like I said, if I say something, but maybe you didn't understand where I was coming from. Obi is not running a political party. He's running a movement. Now, if you go and check, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Let me finish. If you check, like it's just like leading a revolution, and it fails. Leading a revolution against an establishment, it fails, and you go to negotiate with the establishment. That is the end of both your life and your career and whatever it is that is left of you. So anybody talking about end, that is the quick. If anybody wants to suggest a quick end for Obi, I think as Ajali Koko should give him that suggestion. Very quick end, very sharpest route to an end of him. How can you create an anti-establishment revolutionary movement, and God forbid it fails, and you go to negotiate with the establishment? That is the end of you. End of you. In fact, they will respect Yaya Bello in Nigeria more than Obi if that happens.
Atiku is telling us that he's engaging in discussion with him. You are saying he's running campaign against establishment.
Atiku is telling us that he's engaging in discussion with Wike, and the next day Wike will come and insult him.
On what basis are they having discussion? On what?
Yeah, but we cannot take Atiku at his word, though.
Why hasn't Obi speak?
Atiku will tell us we are negotiating with Wike. We are in talks, and
why hasn't
Obi speak to and Wike comes the next day
said
and insults him?
What hasn't he? Why hasn't he say anything to debunk what Atiku said? If Atiku is lying, why hasn't he debunked it?
You know Obi. Obi is not even. Obi's strength is not. See, Obi does not even this thing you're saying now. Maybe he didn't even know that Atiku said this thing. See, let me tell you, you guys need to know these guys.
Why would they
so when they lie against him,
we don't need that kind of president.
So when they lie against him, he just keep quiet. But
this does not have
any
weight. Let me tell you. Let me assure you that maybe by tomorrow,
let me assure
any of these LP
you
guys.
have to say Buhari style now. Let me assure
you that maybe in the next 24 hours, most of these guys, LP guys, maybe even Ndikatu might turn up in our rise, and maybe they will push the question to her. Atiku said this. You hear what she's gonna say. So I mean, and even apart from that, in advance, Pat Utomi has already answered the question that they are in talks with the entire political parties running, except from PDP and APC. He was clear about that, and I think Donyu could also said it, that they are in talk with everybody except PDP and APC. Everybody means one person is involved, but they made a clear exception. They made a clear exception. And I'm telling you that recently, Donyu said it last year. Recently, Pat said it, that they are in talk with every single person except PDP and APC. They are making that clear.
But Atiku is saying a new thing today.
Well,
that
I
you
mean,
people
I
are
guess all
having
of us know
discussion
Atiku
with
already
him.
here.
All right, let's hear from Enigmatic, and then Thomas take the floor back because I know Thomas is eager to go about his day. But Enigmatic, good to see you.
Good to see everyone. One man. So first of all, we should understand that these guys are professional politicians, and then their currency, they 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 spend it in a different within a different demography and different commodity and different market. Let me say that some of them, like Atiku and Tinubu now, you see they are bombastic in the way that's how they spend their own currency. In this manner, Obi is spending it with a veil of a big pretense. He's a thoroughbred politician. He knows when to make deal. He knows when to run away from a political party. He knows when to cut very sweet deal for himself. Look, if this guy decides today that he's going to be collapsing his structure for Atiku, the only thing they can do is they will threaten him just like they threatened Soludo. But on the contrary, I don't see him collapsing or joining Atiku at this moment because of he lacks that room to maneuver politically now because Obi is not Obi, right? Obi has been hijacked by the movement. So he can't.
Enigmatic, what they are suggesting is actually negotiating for second ballot. So for rerun, this is what not for rerun.
Yeah, the second ballot for a run, it does not call for any negotiation. If you are hearing
Thank you, Enigmatic.
anywhere from anywhere, it's just a smoke
Thank
screen.
you too, Enigmatic. I'm with you.
Obi does not need to negotiate with Atiku for a second. If he goes to rerun, right, it's as clear as a day that Obi will support Atiku and everybody will move in line. Period. And then beyond that, right? Beyond that, what we are saying now is that look, we all crave for a good Nigeria, but we have to detach emotion. These guys are professional politicians. The three of them, Atiku, Obi, Kwakwanso, four of them, Kwakwanso and Ashwaju, they've been in politics for over 20 years. Obi started his politics in PDP. Before he moved to ABGA, he lost gubernatorial primaries. He couldn't get a ticket. He ran to ABGA. So he has moved
Not
from one
true.
party
That's
to
not
another.
true, Enigmatic. It's not true.
Hold on, bro. He has moved from one party to
He
another.
didn't aspire
right?
anything under PDP. Nothing.
Hold on. He has moved from one party to another, and he has always given reasons why he had to move. Right? When Atiku was moving back and forth, APC, PDP, they will always give reasons why I've moved on principle, on this, on that. How many politicians have you seen in America move from Democrat to Republican, Republican to Democrat? Right? They do. Nigerian politicians, zero ideology, so do not back on them. They will do everything and anything to remain relevant and to remain on the political, terrain. So that aside, and then looking at whatever Atiku is doing, I want people to know now that Atiku is an influence point now. Atiku will make a deal with any devil if he sees one now, because he has found it very difficult to reconcile with the G5. He has found it that is not a given. The whole of Southeast, which used to be Atiku stuff, is gone completely. And Kwakwaso is proving so stubborn to make any deal with him. Even with the analysis, if even Kwakwaso collapse structure or probably moving with Atiku, it doesn't still make any difference, because Kwakwaso has an ideological problem with Atiku. He has seen Atiku. Atiku has backstabbed him twice in the past. So the question
Enigmatic, where are you getting all this knowledge now? You are just on point.
Yeah. No, it's just a fact. The question they're asking Atiku is: look, you surround yourself with serial betrayers and treacherous politicians, right? People that you cannot make a promise with them in the morning, and then you turn back and you can stand on the promises. How do we trust you to work with you? The northern politicians, first of all, they want to see your history, the history of trust. He has lost trust with major political stakeholders, right? You see Saraki was he's a treacherous and a serial betrayer, same as Tambuwa, same as Atiku. same as Dino Belaye, same as Ayu, even the National Party chairman. You can see even the deal they made with Wike, all of them. Wike went all out for Atiku in 2019. Look at how they pay back to Wike. So when you want to make certain deal with certain politicians, you go to the history. They will say, if I keep an agreement, if I make an agreement with you, am I making an agreement with the devil that I cannot be trusting the deal or the end of the deal? So Obi does not need to negotiate with, and obedience need to be very careful, because this same article that you guys are demonizing and then viscerally attacking almost every time, your boss, like how do you guys say, your principal come out every time that this is my boss and my mentor. He said this is my boss and my mentor, and you guys are dissing his mentor and his boss every time, right? So that should give you guys a clear understanding of how politics works. It's not about how long you stayed with politics or with politicians. A lot of people have stayed with politicians too. When Adefarati was in government, when Agabu was in government, when Mimiko was in government, families are top SSG, commissioners, senators, all of them. But you don't know politicians. You don't even their wives don't know barely nothing about them, about their politics. What you see about them at home is different from their politicking. Politicking is about interest, and it's about what is in need for me. What is in need for me? If Wike is working for Asiwaju, he has seen that there's no reason to work with a political party who is not going to win an election. If he's not be making a deal with Atiku, he will say, I'm making a deal with Atiku because I can trust whatever agreement we have. If he cannot trust an agreement with Atiku, then he cannot work with him. If he's not going to work with Peter Obi, he has seen Peter Obi as somebody who cannot take him and his ambition to anywhere, right? So emotion and politics, start detaching it and understand politicians for who they are. They are politicians, they are treasurers, they are unreliable, they are human, they are guy men. They will do anything to remain political terrain. Just take it, and then you guys can be peaceful. Period.
Enigmatic, you are spot on, guy. You are spot on, brother. So it's in a nutshell, in summary, you summarize everything. So Peter Obi is playing some games, and obedience, they are not aware. Well, everybody listen to me. Peter Obi and Atiku, they are running for the same office. I think the last time I checked, they're running for the same office. By this time around, I said it sometimes ago, Peter Obi should be attacking Atiku now, frontally, because he's taking votes from Atiku. The PDPs are not happy. He should be attacking Atiku. I've never seen Peter Obi once attack Atiku.
He has attacked both of them on his rally.
Yeah, what did he say? What did he say about it?
And the only attacks he ever gave
what
them
did he
to
say?
say that
Just
I
tell
am
me
young.
what he said.
He said everybody in PDP, they are above 70. He said they are two of their candidates. If you add them, if you add their age divided by 2, you get 70 and above. Their national chairman 70 and above.
Oh my God!
Wait now. And the other people, if you add their age, you won't even know what to add. But our chairman is 52. That he is 50 days, blah blah blah. I think that is the highest attack he has ever given anyway.
He mentioned his name. Did he mention?
Can I come in, please?
Make you attack Atiku separately.
Thomas, can I predict something? Tomorrow,
can I come in, Thomas?
Yes, everybody can come in.
Let me
but one by one.
Thomas has surrendered.
Let me predict what is going to happen.
Peter Obi told them that they voted for umbrella and the umbrella of Tia.
That's not an attack. Yeah, let's hear from Ajanle Koko, then Joel, then Thomas round off that space, and then I take it to another talking point. Ajanle Koko.
Let me predict what is going to happen tomorrow. If Labour Party comes out tomorrow to debunk what Atiku said, you will hear it from Oshitokun. Obi himself will never say anything contrary to what Atiku said. And it should be the person that will respond to
why are we not even getting a response from the obedience space? Why are they not? Yeah.
They even barely respond anyway. It's not just about this. They barely respond.
Obi will not respond personally. Oshitokun will respond. And that is what we are going to hear tomorrow. Wait, 1 month, that is what you are going to see. For you to know that this man
is subordinate forever to Atiku, but these people doesn't get it. He will not respond tomorrow. Osutokun will respond and will hide his head.
Ajane Oko, what of Obasanjo? If he's not talking his own response, don't you think they are going to seek Obasanjo's opinion? And I don't see an Obasanjo supporting Atiku.
All right, let's hear from Joel and then Thomas round of that space.
Okay. Good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. The issue here is he's in talk with Peter Obi. I ran through the news, and this is the thing. This is where I see it. This is how I see it. Every politician or every political party are in the business to win elections. How you win the election differs from one party to the other. So, Obi meeting with Atiku is part of the negotiation. It is not the fault of Obi what really happens in this election, because Obi has been out there campaigning. Now, if the Nigerian people does not show him that same support that he has shown the Nigerian people within this same period, it means that yes, a lot of Nigerians may be discontent with what is going on, but they are also not ready to do the impossible, to get these other guys in power. I think apart from Obi winning this election, he also has a responsibility of protecting his base. And protecting his base depends on who he talks to. I think it's too early to talk about all this. I think the issue here is this. If Atiku is going to meet Obi, why is Tinubu not going to meet Obi? That is the issue. You see, when we talk about these things, you see, there is no Obi and Atiku weren't born from the same mom. They weren't born from the same coochie. You feel me? So the issue there is, how far is Tinubu? Tinubu was in Anambra today, and he was praising Soludo, right? And he's Obi is his political opponent. But at the time, in a time like this, where he's having all these signals from also Buhari, if he is a progressive, why don't he meet other progressives like Peter Obi? In this election, he is the bigger person. He is in the bigger party. So I am looking at it like, who wants it more?
You know that, Joel, please, sir.
If we are going on election from the one-man show and we present somebody here,
Biko, please.
The first person we are going to talk to if we did not make it is someone from inside the one-man show. Or someone that has been talking to us. Then we negotiate with the person. That is the thing. So I don't know.
Mr. Joel, please, sir. Mr. Joel, Bikonu. If you watch Tinubu, he has been attacking, Atiku, not attacking Obi. If you look at all the whole this are true. Anambra today. Hold on. No. But I mean, recently, today he went to many states in the south and the southeast. He never attacked the, Obi, because it's like
it did though. We live streamed it here.
Not so much, sir. Not so much. I'll be begging us that we should work together, like the Northerners are working together. That the Tinubu campaign and the Obi campaign should be working together.
Okay, who should step down for who?
Yes, but maybe that one is going on. But you know that, like I said before, when they say that now that they will gravitate to the north, you know that that is the problem. That's where the complication comes in. And if you look at what has been happening, since the beginning of the campaign, you can see that we are that we have been reaching out for them. You know what I'm saying, Ajani Koko? We have been reaching out for them, like we reached out for them in the 50s, in the 70s, and so on and so forth. But they don't reciprocate. Right now.
Okay, so thank you, Tony. But the issue I see in all of this is this: who do you talk to? Yes, Tinubu, Atiku has worked with Obi in the past. Yes, but Tinubu can also pull the rug of that negotiation. He can talk. You can negotiate. Call this guy. After all, there was a time before I think it was before, I think before this election, Peter B went to see him in his house. In fact, I was looking at, was it this year or last year? I was looking at, and he went there, yeah, before he declared to run. Peter B went to see him in his house. I remember when he went and people were asking him, why did you go to see Tinubu and all that? You have been talking to this guy. This guy is not an enemy to you. Call this guy so you guys can negotiate. But if you can't just say Peter B should just like talk to Aswaju because he's from the south. No, he has a base to protect. That base to protect is that those people, he had to cater for them. So if he is coming to talk to Obedience now, if he has a negotiation with Atiku, for instance, if he is coming to talk to Obedience, he'll be talking to Obedience based on what he has negotiated with Atiku. That's the thing. It's a question of give and take. Only obedience cannot win the election.
All right. All right, Thomas, round off that space and give us your commentaries on the radio silence that we're hearing from Jensen Wike. He promised us January. So I'm not sure what it is where you are, but January is officially over where I am. But radio silence from Jensen Wike. But
it's also
wrap up.
here.
Yes, wrap up the negotiations with Obi Atiku first, and then go on to Wike.
Yes, it's still nonsensical to me. If I hold opinion, I will hold it firmly. I don't think Obi should near Atiku in any place. I don't think they should be having any meeting for now, because the momentum of obedience, you can't dispute it. If only you are deceiving yourself. Even though I know he is not going to win election, he's going to come distant third, but you can't dismiss the movement. The movement is there. People are using their hard-earned money because Obi is not going to pay shishi. People are using their hard-earned money for this campaign. And I've heard many people even donating their house. The guy that somebody donated his house in Oyo State for their secretariat, free for the election. So people are doing it, but I don't think anybody.
Thomas.
Sorry, let Thomas. Let him have that moment.
What he said.
No, I think it's been stopped.
I'm rushing for work. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Carry on, Thomas. Yeah.
Yeah. So Obi movement, you can't dismiss them. If you are dismissing them, is on your own. I don't know the English I will use. So it's on your whole peril. So we can't dismiss that. So yes, in Wike, sometimes the guy just irritates me every time. The man is not a man of his word. We are in 7:01, 1:07 in the afternoon, already on the 1st. So if Wike said he's going to declare he's going to support this January, people asked him early January, said, is January over? Is January not over now? We are already in February 1st today in Australia. I don't know the time of you guys. So the man is just, to me, it's just ridiculous, man. He will, and people have said it countless of time, that he will never declare who he wants to support. He will just be doing it underneath and quietly, secretly. And we know, and people will tell in his body language that this man is supporting Obi, this man is supporting Atiku, this man is supporting Showore. So he will pick his candidate with his body language, and the 200,000 people he has engaged, they will work for the person. That is what I think. But for him to say, I'm going to declare who I'm supporting, and he has not declared till now, he's not a man of his word to me. I like him for what he has been doing about his infrastructure in the country. I love him with that. And staying with the South, fighting for the South. I love him for that two things, but he's not a man of his word. I just detest him. And finally, one man, before I run away, Nigerian government, please release Nnamdi Kanu. I think the guy has had his time already. I don't know this. I'm just having that sympathy for him. Lately, if you remember, I've said it before. It's just let them release him. Let him go back to his family in UK and let the bygone be bygone. But the last thing is, if they release him, what is the next thing? Thank you, woman. May God bless everyone.
Sorry, before you go, you said they should release Nnamdi Kanu. When are you suggesting that they do that? When?
Probably, I know Buhari is not going to do that. Buhari will never.
But if Buhari was going to do it, with the Naira situation already pushing the country on the brink of anarchy, the political tension already, would you throw Nnamdi Kanu into that mix as well, set him free, so that then there's a third dimension that the country has to contend with?
It's going to be katakata. It's going to be katakata. But I don't just know. I'm just having that sympathy for him. They said he's sick, he's vomiting, his drugs are not being given to him. We don't know how far it's true, because that space, you can't trust anything that comes out of their mouth. But if it is true, it is not human. No, they should not kill him. No, it's just agitating for a country. And if he can't get it, they should let him go. I'm just having that sympathy. I am not his fans. I hate everything he does, but I'm just having that, because he just disappear in headline. It's just as if he's not even existing anymore. It's Southeastern. I'm very sorry. You let this guy down because of Obi.
Thank you very much, Thomas. God bless you, Thomas. Thank you very much.
We didn't let him down. No.
I'm very sorry. Uptown, this is my opinion, and before I said I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. You have done your best. Thank you, Thomas. God bless you.
Sorry,
God bless
Thomas.
You have made my day.
Sorry,
Yes.
Thomas. Uptown, you said you didn't let him down, but has Nnamdi Kanu not been abandoned? Because there was a time that there was no other headline coming out of. Remember when they used to take Nnamdi Kanu to court, and they will have an extra retinue of security persons, people traveling as far as Umahia just to come to Abuja for the day. The noise everywhere, posters, banners, whistles, convoys, everywhere. The whole headline subsumed by Nnamdi Kanu.
1 month.
And we don't. It's Thomas now that is still reminding us that there's a human being somewhere called Nnamdi Kanu. Has it not been abandoned?
1 month.
Yes.
If Buhari has a problem with Nnamdi Kanu, if Buhari is angry with Nnamdi Kanu, you need to double Buhari's anger for you to get my anger for Nnamdi Kanu. And
but different question is asking you.
No, allow me to answer, my brother. Allow me to answer. For me, I don't care, 1 month. If Tinubu can continue holding him there, the only reason why I care, let me tell you the only reason why I care, that negotiations should be done, and he should please not come out and go back to the same thing. The only reason why I care is because of the counter effect of them holding him on the Southeast, because of how it has increased the insecurity in the Southeast and the tension there. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason why I care. Apart from that, I really don't care if he stays there for 50 years. I'm sorry. I know some of people from my area won't like this, but this guy,
because
did you
of
listen to
Obi,
him
you don't
when he
care
was
for him.
agitating? No. Did you listen to him? How can you be saying bomb police dude? I mean, did you listen to him?
You know that
You went
Simon
too far.
Ekpa is following that line now. He's following that line
I'm
now.
telling you, it's just like telling me they will arrest Simon Ekpa tomorrow, and you want me to object. I will lead that arrest. I'll be in the front.
You know the latest
Because
directive
he's causing a lot of disaster in the Southeast. A lot of lives are being lost. You don't have a plan on how to get self-determination, no plan on the table, no drawing, no nothing. You are just there causing carnage. We've lost a lot of life already in civil war. You don't have a plan on modern day self-determination, nothing. You're just ranting on radio, and then you're using social media and the power of the media to cause carnage in a space that used to be one of the safest spaces in the country. People that just want to do their business, Southeasterners just want to do their business, feed their family. They are good with business.
Even if Southeasterners do not get 200 or all the attention, which is not right, they should get equal attention with every region. But these guys are doing well. But now they are running for their lives. There is blood everywhere. People are
One
calling
man,
this
please.
guy is
Can you give
saying
me? Can I
Biafra
come
in
in, please?
35 days and all. I mean, come on.
One man, can I come in? This is
Yeah,
absolutely wrong.
yeah, you can come in, but let me just insert. Just as early as yesterday or the day before, Simon Ekpa, he has placed an embargo that from the 1st of February, which is now the day where a lot of us are in now, that no army personnel or vehicles or police or no anything security related must be seen in the southeast. So that tone that Nnamdi Kanu
Now the
initiated into
miscreants are going to hijack that, and that is the problem. The
Yeah.
miscreants will hijack it, and then people's mothers will be killed. We are talking about these people. These people are actually people's parents. Somebody's mother. A friend of mine died last year. He just bought his car just 2 weeks. He was chased by unknown gunmen. They caught him. He had an accident. They still came and placed a bullet on his chest. He was only 28.
You know my fear uptown is that those people, they've tasted blood now, those unknown
Yes,
gunmen.
and a lot
So
of them now, a
it be
lot of
very
them,
difficult to reorient.
to stop them.
They're too far
It's just
gone.
like taking Southeast back to, or taking Anambra back to Anambra of 2001 before Bakassi came. When Anene, Deriko, and Chiejina, all of those people took over that space before we got the new Anambra, and then the Southeast stabilized over the years. Now you are coming, you have not shown me a master plan on how to get Biafra. You have not shown me a systematic, whatever. This is step 1, 2, and 3 that makes sense to a 21st century man. You are just ranting. You are calling Fulani,
You see,
Fulani this, Fulani that, and all that.
A lot of it just sounds like violence for violence sake.
Violence.
Because there's no end product. There is never likely
There's
to
no
be.
plan. There's no plan.
It's not going to. All of this is not going to create any Biafra, and there is nothing. There's no movement from the Nigerian state to show that any of these things is having any of the desired effect. It's not as though anything has been seeded to that space. So it's just mindless violence, mindless
exactly.
violence.
Just to end there, the ability for a Peter Obi to galvanize Southeasterners into believing that Nigeria can work shows you that these people are not necessarily secessionists. They just want a better working country. It shows you that with the proper negotiations, these people can be well integrated into Nigeria. We are stronger together. You know what I'm saying? So all of these guys, aka secessionists, for me, I believe it's a business for them. It's a business for you. You want to be a secessionist
they are cashing
all your
out.
life.
Uptown.
No,
you're
it's
cashing
always
out.
been a business now. It's always
You are
been a business.
You are exploring the fault lines, and you are cashing out, and people are dying. And someone is telling me you are from Southeast, don't talk. For real? People are dying and you are cashing out. You don't have a master plan. You are shouting, you are accusing Fulani. How can a Fulani, if a Fulani headsman carry gun, tell him that he's a criminal? Don't say that Fulani is a criminal. I have 2 Fulani friends. They are not criminals. Call the guy, the Fulani one, the one with the gun in the bush. Call him a criminal. All these, it's just causing problem for the whole country, man. For me, I don't even like talking about.
I agree with you.
He deserves
it's just a pointless. It's just a pointless exercise, the whole thing. But like you said, they are cashing out. There was a time we did a bit of something, and we discovered that even Simon Ekpa at his level is worth about $30 million. So, enigmatic.
Direct debit.
All the
I remember
all the membership collections.
Membership, direct debit.
Yes.
Enigmatic. Let me just say this. Let me give kudos to the obedient. I can't. I am objective person. If I see something, I will give them kudos. I checked the Hinet portal. They have 27 governors out of the 36 states running for the governorship, and they have 32 senators running for the Senate. So at least that is something. That is what we need. That's what we want. And winning the election maybe could be guaranteed or no. At least they are trying. They are putting something on the table. Let's just give them that accolade.
Is that the Labour Party? The Labour Party.
Labour Party, yes, they have 27 governors.
They have a very strong candidate in Lagos, or something Vivo is called. It's a very big name.
GRV, but then
and Senator,
I think
21
the stronger candidate is. I think the strongest candidate they have in the Guba is the Abia guy, and I think he's going to win the election.
Alex Oti.
The Abia governorship candidate, Alex
One
Oti,
man, I've got something to say to you about Emeka, please, sir.
Yeah, hold on. Let Enigmatic come in, and then before Thomas goes, maybe he'll speak to us a little bit about the change in Naira. But Enigmatic come in, yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, what I want to say is quite unfortunate that Nnamdi Kanu has been abandoned, or supposedly seems to have been abandoned, right? Because I think some Nigerians suffer from selective amnesia, and we have to wake them up sometimes to smell the coffee and tell them where they are coming from. 1 year, 2 years ago, was it 2 years ago? 2 years ago, or even 8 months ago, right? Before this obedient movement, where were they? Do you remember the narrative? Do you remember the first 4 years of Buhari, one man? Do you remember the second term of Buhari up until maybe 8 months ago? So when this guy, apart from even the Sudani or a clone, whatever, when this guy was all over the internet, all over the world, right, championing this cause, we could see we saw the multitude, the crowd that he commands, right? The politicians were aloof, just as usual now, right? So, and then when you look at this obedient movement, are you telling me they do not have iPod part of obedient movement? Are you telling me they do not have Biafra part of obedient movement?
And
right?
ESN.
And then all of a sudden, and so they are all they morphed into this movement now. And after the election, right, eventually and inevitably, when Peter Obi loses the election, they will all separate to their different departments back again. Now let's look at the specifics, right? When even Buhari brought this man, though, right, unjustifiably and illegally back to Nigeria, do you still remember the narrative from the Southeast? This man is on the verge, and we don't know really the situation of his health, but he's on the verge of, let me say, losing his life for a cause that they all shared at the time. So what is the difference in the music now? So when you look at all this hypocritical statement that we don't care if it comes out or not, because of the possibility of Nnamdi Kanu's stature and the position in Southeast, that probably something could happen to the election, that they believe they have a presidential candidate, and then you want to actually rationalize that to the point that you don't care about his health, you don't care if he's released, you don't care. Okay, why were the top elder statement in Southeast having meetings and meetings with Buhari in the past? Was it not for the same release of this guy?
To release him.
So all
because
of
of the security because of security implications in Southeast.
Okay, yeah, but because of political expediency now he should be a sacrificial lamb because
enigmatic.
So we have to show the same energy that we've shown all these years, because we are on this social media, one man, YouTube channels upon YouTube channels upon YouTube channels, right, championing the cause of whatever this man was propagating or was promoting. Then all of a sudden is a Judas. No, it's quite unfortunate.
Enigmatic. Can I just say something real quick, please?
So Ludo is offering himself to be his surety right now, while others are abandoning all those people.
Adelekoko, please. Okay. You see, when it comes to I always say something, right? When it comes to the people of the Southeast, you need to be there to understand. Your points are valid. That of what's his name? Playtown is also valid. Look, you need to be there to understand what is going on. The issue is quite simple. When Nnamdi Kanu started, I said it on this show before. When he started, everybody not only in the southeast, even some people in the north, some people
even
in the
Yorubas,
in the
yes,
west,
even Yorubas.
they supported what he was saying because what he was saying was the truth. It was the truth. There's nothing wrong in that. He was saying the truth. People were attacking farms at the time when he started shouting about Fulani headsmen. They have not started coming into the southwest. But he told the southwest, he said they are coming for you. And today, where are they? They are in the southwest. Look, I give it to him. This is where the problem is enigmatic. Nnamdi Kanu was doing so well, and he started messing up. He started cussing everybody out.
Thank you.
Understand
He
the
lost it
issue.
along the way.
Understand? He lost it. So because when he started, when he was struggling doing this thing, people were supporting. People saw it. But when this morning started coming in, then people started worshiping him. People started throwing clothes on the floor. He was working on those. They started. I think it now got into his head. Nobody in the southeast, all these elders you are talking about now, enigmatic, Nnamdi Kanu respected none. He cursed out Obi of Onitsha. He cursed out all the governors in the southeast. He cursed out all the elders. I mean, that of governors in the southeast, rightly so. That is it's a good one. The leaders in the southeast, political leaders, that is good. But when you start going to Ohaneze, you now go to all the big boys in the southeast. You are cursing everybody out.
The kings.
Cause the kings. You understand me? So nobody is anything to you except you. No. That is where Nnamdi Kanu
Even
lost
the
it.
elders,
So
even the elders.
Even the
What
that's
are
what I'm
you
saying.
guys
The
talking
elders.
about? All these elders stood up for him when they brought him, when they renditioned into now. All of them were at the court. What are you talking about? As
No.
if nobody doesn't want to hear about it. Ezeive led your highness
Just a selection.
at the court.
Can you listen to me
And some
now? Listen,
other
let me tell you
leaders in
now.
the east, they are all fighting for his release. They are all negotiating. Even the most elderly politician, Baba Meshi, that man that just died recently. May God bless his
Can I talk? Can I tell you something?
He
Can I
led,
tell
hold
you?
on now,
90 years
hold on.
old.
Let us
If he went
counter
to
you.
kneel down before the
Let us
Hausa
counter
to
you.
release
Let
him.
us counter you. You are talking
Yes.
as if since he started attacking the elders, nobody wants to hear from him. All these elders stood up for him. Baba Amishin went to led powerful delegation of elders
kneel down.
from the east
To kneel down before an Hausa man. Yes.
to Aso Rock to beg for his release. He told them Buhari that release this boy to me, release my son for you, and I guarantee you he will never make trouble again.
The elders.
And you are trying to tell us as if
let me
since
tell
he
you.
started causing the elders, nobody
Can I say something?
like to hear from him.
All right,
people.
say it, but round it off quickly. I was going
Okay,
to make
the
it a
people.
short session, but that's out of the window now. But
Okay. And the people that you see, going to talk for Nnamdi Kanu today, right? A few of them wearing cussed out. There are people that he respected, that he loved. Naira Baribe, Ezife, the one that you just talked that died. Those one he never
True.
talked to those
Those
ones.
few he spared. Those few he spared.
Those few ones. But majority of the elders in the southeast was cursed out by this man. So at the point it got into his head. And look, let me tell you something. On another day, I will give you a background story of the kind of Biafra that they were proposing, because I was opportune to talk to a representative of them that's based in Chicago, right? So it's neither here nor there. So a one-man place. When we are talking about Nnamdi Kanu, it's a sensitive matter. It's a very sensitive matter. I wouldn't want to, be all out there talking about him, or I wouldn't cuss out any person that is against him. However, when you are doing every action that you take in life has its own consequences. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We get back to.
Why did you guys have to wait until he was arrested?
Gentlemen, I want to get back to Randolph Thomas. But you're talking about cussing out. They're certainly cussing out Uptown on our Facebook. There's Patrick Onyeka.
I expected it. I expected
Yes,
it.
yes. It says you guys are just gossiping here. Who told you guys that Mazen and the Kanu has been abandoned? Chuku Ekiki Abiyama or something have mercy on you guys. For Uptown, I don't know if it's really an Igbo guy. So that seems to be the go-to. I think it was anybody that does it. Anybody that does it to the line, they will de-Igbo you. They will
will
de-Igbo
Igbo
you.
you.
want to strip
I
me
say
now,
the
strip
Igbo
me now from my
Solomon.
ancestry.
The
One
Igbo
man,
Solomon.
one man,
Yes.
one man.
Yes.
You don't really get this thing, right? Do you see the way? Do you see the way he talked about Uptown right now? The next thing is they have Uptown's account. They will start sending him like they are ready to kill him. That is the kind of people you're talking about. Look, we have been raising up. When it started, I told
For
them, I
real, oh,
said,
for real.
these people you are seeing, these people you are raising, you'll be very, very careful. Because the kind of words you throw out there are people that pick those words up and they want to work on it. They put into practice. This is what is happening today. Now, Simon Emma, you say Nnamdi Kanu is your problem.
Joel,
Nnamdi
please,
Kanu
with
is in
due
Abuja.
respect, let me just round up. I'm rushing to work.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
okay, go
With
ahead,
due
go ahead, go
respect.
ahead,
Yeah,
go ahead,
thank you,
go
brother.
ahead.
One man, I care less about people against him, defending him, but I'm just having this spirit, maybe sympathize spirit. I don't know why. You remember, this is not the first time of saying it. To me, in my opinion, he has been abandoned by the scientists. In my opinion, you may disagree, you may agree, but that is my opinion. And I wish if anybody gets in, Obi, Ashiwaju, anybody that gets in, they should just release him and just let him go. That is just my submission. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm saying this, but that's just been recurring in my brain. Yes.
All right. Just give us a little flavor on the change of Naira before you go. Just give us your insight on that. The positions continue to change and it's changed yet again. So it now looks as though the old Naira note, it continues to retain its value past the 10th of February in perpetuity. So where are we in that space? Very confusing.
Well, man, I told you yesterday, they're still going to they are still going to push it forward. It could even last 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. The old one is Nigerian money. The new one is Nigerian money. So what is the bone of contention? But people thought, they are doing this because of election to buy. Politicians will give people old notes. People will take it to the bank and take new notes. So there are some system you can't beat. You can't beat them. Tinubu spoke and action follow. Is he accidental? It's just Buhari told us, one man, there is no going back. I listened to Buhari in his own world. The guy asked again and he doubled down again. He said, there is no going back. And if Buhari can turn around, you could know that something is playing out there. But my own advice is they should just leave it like that, because they are going to cause more problem to Nigerians. People will be wallowing in poverty and they have money in bank. So the old note is our money, the new note is our money. Both of them should be legal tender. Yes, until they phase out all the old notes, that the new note is in the circulation, then Nigeria can move on. So I agree with the House of Representative ad hoc, and Emefiele too has apologized that he's sorry for, he's not ignoring them. I know he's a gentleman. I'm still thinking, one man, why are the people that want to arrest Emefiele? Why are they? The DSL shouting and peacocking. In the next flight to get to Nigeria, they are going to arrest him, blah, 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 blah. Why are they now? The man is walking around with he's doing his assignment. So all this, sometimes we just leave them to give us bad fake news. Immediately he land in Lagos, they are picking him. They can't pick Emefiele without your Buhari consent. Never, no one can do that. If Emefiele gets arrested today, that means Buhari wants him to be arrested. Nobody can arrest him. He's sponsoring terrorists. He's doing this. He's doing that. So, one man, I love that. They just leave it till when everything fades out. Then the new know we've been in the circulation. Thank you, one man. May God bless everyone. I'm representing US today. My cap, US today. So that is why I'm putting it on today. Expecting US anytime. I'm coming down there.
All right,
Thank you,
brilliant.
woman.
All right. Before you go, let me just tell you something amazing that I've been monitoring just with the side of my eye. I've been monitoring a certain platform. It's not a platform that anybody knows, but I've been monitoring it, and that I complain about how long it takes us here. They've been streaming. It's been streaming non-stop for 13 hours. Can you imagine that? 13 hours. But can I tell you something that will stagger you even more?
What?
You know, Niger.
Yes.
He's been on that platform for a solid 13 hours, talking gibberish. It's quite stunning. Niger, I know you pop up in a minute. 13 hours. I kid you not. Every time I monitor them, I think they just finally shut it down now. 13 solid hours talking gibberish.
What are they discussing? What are they discussing?
So they started off with Biafra. I think it's an American band sort of thing. Where those blacks gather. So they started off with Biafra. Then they went into black diaspora, and I was watching it before I came on, and then I kept a side eye on it. Not really listening to it, but thinking, because they were already going for about a good 7 hours before I saw them, and then we've been on for.
That is ungodly.
No, that's
I think I know the group. I think I know the platform you're talking about.
Yes, it's quite amazing, 13 solid hours, and Niger was there all the way through. My goodness me. That guy, that's what they call stamina.
I think that's the best way for me to come in now, man, because it was about letting me in.
One man, that means
not.
That means you that is complaining 7 hours. That means we are baby.
Yeah, that means we are lazy bones.
No. But we are not quality time. We are spending quality time here.
Yes, quality time. Yes, you are right, Tony. That's quality time. Thank you, one man. Let me rush up. I'll be listening in the background. Thank you so much. God bless everyone.
Thank you, Thomas. So when you leave America, come to London. So
that's all right.
So we can go have a drink. When you leave America, come to London. So thank you.
Yes.
So I'm going to go in this sequence. I'm going to go with Fatai next, and then from Fatai I'll go on to I'll go to Uptown I'll go from Fatai then to Enigmatic and then
but I was about to interject when you said wait.
Have the interjection, but I'm just lining up the sequence. So
very short one. Very short one.
So can you hold on? Just give me one moment. I'll go to Fatai, then Enigmatic, then Uptown, because I want to try and condense it just as much as I can. But Tony, let's hear from you.
Okay, sir. So I was just because the last 2 weeks I've not been coming to the house, but I've been listening to you, and then I like your platform as usual. Then I learned I heard this guy reappearing on this platform without you knowing, because I remember that this guy has been here before, Emeka, I had all the battles he was having, with the South, Eastern and Sierra, etc., etc. So that is the same Emeka that you was having problem with back in the days, okay? So that unless you forget, that's why I just say that Emeka that was you were welcoming that last week or the other week, about a fortnight ago, when he came in and then he was saying, "Oh yeah, we have come back tomorrow, That's Emeka that was raining some bullshit, back in the days.
The one speaking in support of.
Yes, you can see that when he just
I don't think he's been here before. Has he been
here before? No, he's been here before, one man. I don't even can remember. You know that
No. The one you are referring to is a different Emeka.
Yes. But this very particular Emeka, they have driven out away from other platforms.
That Emeka that you are talking about, he had an American-like accent.
Yes, that one have an American.
Okay, what about that? What about the Emeka that I'll be attacking on a Niger Watch recently? when I even asked to, I was, I forced him to speak an Igbo language because I said that you are not from Southeast. So he spoke, Igbo language to one of our panelists on the Niger Watch by force, little bit. And then people still say that they didn't believe. So all these our guys are there. Those are our guys that used to feature here from the South. You know them. I don't want to mention their names. They are there. Then, so I was thinking that it was
I know they're there now. The people that cannot handle the probing of this space, they always end up on that space, because
yeah. So when I'm just coming, they'll just say, take Tony out. But the man will say, no, I will let Tony express his mind. If you don't abuse anybody directly, those Igbo guys that abandon Nnamdi Kanu, and then I'll be asking whom are they go to abandon Peter Obi for now. Thank you, sir.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Let's acknowledge Kulata's super chat. It says, old Naira notes can be exchanged in the banks. Hoorah or hooray to voter inducement. So much for Buhari doing the right thing. Obedience go learn Niger politics. So yes, thank you, Kulata. If you had been here earlier, we actually wrapped a session around that. What we landed on was that everything changes but remains the same. So because there's no now time bar for the old Naira note anymore. There's a time bar for it as a legal tender, but there's no time bar on its value as money. So you can still take it to the bank in 10 years' time, and they will exchange your 1,000 Naira for the new 1,000 Naira notes, which is what the law actually states, and it was only then when the law, according to the guiding law of CBN, that is what it states. It was only when it was under the microscope, MFLA, of the reps, that it then that came out. So all of this hoopla and brouhaha, it's exactly like Fani Kayode said. He was trying to foment anarchy in the country to try and stymie I don't know why the DSS don't pick him up, but thank you for the super chat, Kulata. I thought the super chat space had gone into retirement after Nigerian Prince had his input, but there it is, still very much active. Anybody else can join Kulata in the super chat space as we hear from Fatai, who I suspect may not be with us because it's not often quiet. Fatai, are you still with us? You see, he has gone to take care. What's going on here? Everybody naps. You don't even have the endurance of two Niger talking for. All right, okay. Hopefully we have Enigmatic. So Enigmatic, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Enigmatic. So Enigmatic, I want to kick it off with this clip that one of the subscribers sent in. I do encourage people to send in, and a lot of people do on Instagram. So this goes to the storyline of Atiku and his dealings with impropriety with money and all that. So he was at the BBC, and they were querying him about that expose that came out, his special purpose vehicles and all that. So this was how he responded.
In the state level, at the national level.
The APC wants you disqualified, and this is, of course, based on a leaked audio alleging that was your voice admitting to some corrupt practices.
Well, all what I know, all corrupt practices or corrupt allegations against me have been investigated in this country more than anybody else, and nothing was found against me.
Well, this is a new audio. Was that your voice or not?
And that audio has disclosed nothing new.
It's not your voice?
Nothing new.
It's right there, enigmatic. That's that more an admission. So he's not denied that is his voice. He's not denied the content, but curiously, he's telling us that he's the most investigated Nigerian. And when he said that, it echoed back to Babangida, who also told us that he's the most investigated Nigerian. I think most is a singular, otherwise it's also, this is it now, openly corrupt and asking you to do your worst about it. Enigmatic.
Yes, the substance of this is basically what rational-minded Nigerians we speak to almost every time when we tell you that these streamlined politicians, the major politicians in Nigeria, are criminals. But people will take offense at that. If you don't have a bone about their their politics or about their personality, you shouldn't be offended, because take it or leave it. If you know the inner workings of politics, you understand that these guys are not clean. Is that your voice or not? He didn't say yes or no. He said the tape did not reveal anything new. So what does that tell you? In a court of law, that's an admission of guilt. So, and then we have to understand the fact what he has done now is more or less like uh, uh, Primbelic jamboree now that he has done. He has, when you notice clearly, and then about the bias of Nigeria political space, about the bias of the journalistic space of Nigeria, and then and the bias of most Nigerians too, because Nigerians, they want to be holier than thou. We are either Muslims or Christians. We go to mosque on Fridays, to pray. We go to churches on Sundays to pray. We go to Hajj. We go to Israel and stuff like that. But we cannot speak we cannot speak truth to fact most of the time. We are very conflicted or conflated with conjectures of ideas when we see truth to as staring us in the face. People are not objective these days. Nigerians are the most funny humans in life. They are very funny to the point that they are basically being driven by their petulant interest in these politicians. I don't hold any let me say I don't hold any politician to any moral standard. They are all immoral in my definition. It just depends on how you play your own moral card. One man. Have you seen Arise call this man or make any reportage or anything about this case? Anybody can correct me on this platform.
They're too busy chasing Tinubu school, primary school credentials.
Yeah, but you will see whatever lands in the social space, right? When you wake up in the morning, go and check Adiola's platform, go and check Tunde Ednot, go and check all the social bloggers and influencers. Then on top of it, go and check Arise TV, AIT, maybe one or two times Channels TV. They will beam it live, they will show it, they will launch it to it and everything. They will bring Najatu, they will bring all the people that is speaking right against APC and APC's candidate. But whatever happens or concerns Atiku, PDP, or Labour Party, you will see how lukewarm they will be even when they report it. This is part of the thing we are speaking to.
Imagine if that audio had come out against Tinubu, they would have been off that ticket. They will get him off the ticket.
They will roast. They are still speaking about bullion van, and that actually colored the objective narrative of people when he made a statement, because they don't want to give credit to that. And we have seen changes within 5 days or 4 days now that he made that. Other two political big wigs in the race, they latched onto that and they made a similar comment, except one of them who is of course always standing on the fence, be pretentious and playing his sanctimonious card every time. But what am I saying to this? I'm saying to Nigerians that we can't wallow in sin and pray to God for a begness of forgiveness every time. We see what will happen. We see what is happening. This man had just had a one-on-one interview now. Why do you think he did that? He did that for political reason, to color whatever narrative is gonna be, to probably shape ideas and then put things in perspective the way he believes is based, right? We take it and then we lash onto it and go onto social media spaces and go onto Twitter spaces to parrot the same narrative he has actually given them now. He has given them a music to sing on for the next 1 week to defend whatever the situation will be. And then don't be surprised now, right? If by tomorrow or be within the week, you see Dino Melaye or Bwala singing again in one of these their favorite TV stations, saying Alhaji Atiku said this, so this is what happened. So they'll be referring to this interview just to actually have a substance of defense. But we are not speaking to this, right? People are so biased in their mind, and people are so subjected to that narrow-mindedness of their political fantasies. So Nigerians are not ready, to be honest with you. Nigerians say they want some people say they want to take Nigeria back from wherever they took it to, or from wherever they kept it. Some people say they want a renewed hope. Some people say they want to take Nigeria to Eldorado or whatever. But yet, you can see the handwritings of the wall. They are just subjective in their own coven here and there. But we see some guys. I stumbled on a video maybe 2 days ago, right? It was my brother that sent it to me that I should watch it. He saw Thomas on the video and one other guy. Somebody was like going so mad, so bad, like lashing on seriously on Thomas on Dr. Damages, and he said I should look at what happened. Why? Why? Because I think he had an opinion and he was fleshing out his opinion. And then I saw the way a certain presidential candidate, Kashuku, right, on Dr. Damages too, was basically they were so confrontational with him because
did they slaughter him as well? I didn't even bother to watch that because I'm starting to tire of that Rudolph face.
He was going perfectly at a point, but immediately they asked him a certain question about the possibility of stepping down for P2B and stuff like that, and then he changed the narrative, he switched the gear. One man they just started with him. You can't be playing politics like that of emotion. And I think maybe after this election, Dr. Damages will do a thorough audit of his platform, because that platform is so awash with
it's fast turning into Radio Biafra. That's what it is.
Yeah. So, and I think he knows already. I don't know how he will reverse that trend, but he needs to really do
it's
something.
very difficult for him because one, a good 80% of his audience, they are that Biafran cusp, but he doesn't like the language, but he needs the traffic.
For social media validation, for every other thing that I cannot mention that comes with it. But at least people with a broad spectrum of idea and the ideology, we think twice before going to that kind of platform, right? So
1 month, one month. That means, the other day, Dr. Damages came, and then you say some nice things about that, and I was actually considering paying them visit one of these days. But then, with what you're saying, I'm probably going to be roasted.
It's a nice guy. You will not be roasted because you are obedient, but just
but
say
I don't
yes
think I don't think all my positions is going to align with them.
No, for now, your position will be 100%.
He's a nice guy.
They're not discussing Biafra now.
Okay, they're not discussing Biafra.
They're not discussing Biafra now. They are discussing obedience. So for somebody who is not pro-obedient, or somebody else who want to speak little stuff against obedient, something we see over here and we have discussion over here and we'll move on. Over there, you'll see like 7 people coming after back to back, throwing that.
Did you see how they held a knife? Did you see how they held the knife to Thomas's head? And then when I went to there to try
to rescue him,
they machine gunned me as well. It's unbelievable.
I just hope, because I consider him to be a professional and academic, and then I believe he should find a way to square back, the texture of that platform after the election. For now, I think he can do that, at least to give them. But it's becoming because somebody who sends the person who sent it to me, right? They've been saying a lot of that lately. So what I want to say to this is that Nigerians, right? Nigerians cherry pick their own, and I've said it before. They cherry pick their own thief, right? My thief is the better thief. My evil is the lesser evil. There's nothing like lesser evil. One man in law, evil is evil. Criminal. Every crime is every crime. Either misdemeanor or felony or whatever, simple charges or whatever you call it, right? For even having that intention, it's about intent and substance of your mindset. Once you already have that intention, you're already within that space of criminal. So when you say my guy, I'm supporting him because it's a lesser evil. It means we've already agreed, right? We've already agreed that okay, he's a criminal. It's just because probably somebody is stealing a cow, he's stealing him. He probably is stealing a pork. I mean, a sheep or a goat. A thief is a thief. A criminal is a criminal. And then when the guy who
Sorry. Do you know what baffles me? I said I'm not a politician, but I'm a political analyst. And somebody said it's not possible. And you are not a politician and you are a political analyst. Is that not
I heard
dumb? I was just
I heard somebody told you they told you why did you not set up a structure for your candidate in your local government and campaign for him. You know, one man, the way these people think, right? I don't really think they sometimes you know in fact sometimes when you live in a la land, right, you still get the grip of yourself, one man. You get a grip of yourself that look, this guy is a politician. If you look at their trajectory, one man, if you look at a man who has been in the political turf for 20 good years and you are trying to take your life for that kind of person, you must be the most jackass that I see. You know, because you want to lose friendship, you want to lose goodwill, you want to lose everything for a politician. Even Dele Farotimi, right? That is the darling and the doyen of the obedience now. He wrote a book, Do Not Die in Their War. Do not die in their war. There's a reason for that, right? Look at Atiku now. The presidency they just released a statement about what happened in Kano State and the way PDP tried to turn it around as being a problem that they've been envisaging between Buhari and then Tinubu, that they should face their problem. That if you have a political party with 14 states and not 8 out of those 14 states are not in line with you, are not really campaigning with you, and your campaign is derailing, and then you want to come to the north to play the politics of Naka say Naka. Whoever is a northerner here will understand what Naka say Naka mean. That it means you are not ready as a politician. You cannot come to the north and trying to cause a divisive agenda between a party and between a president and the party's national flag bearer and then northerner as a whole, then expecting to build your campaign, expecting to build your derailed campaign on expectation of betrayal from the north. And the guy called him out, the presidency called him out. Northerners are not treasurers, they are not betrayers. Once we believe in you and we have an agreement with you, we go with you. Go back to your political party and take care of your problem and leave APC, Buhari, and Natural alone. They've already come out to stick it to his face. Look, and he has here, of course, this man he has his people who are rooting for him, and then we've always said it over here on this platform, right? That if there's a chance for any reason for Obi to work with this man, a lot of people on this platform they said they will work with him, and then the general public, at least from the southeast, they say they will work with him. And this is the guy that is over here that cannot answer a simple, direct question. Simple, direct question. He went to Akwa Ibom State or Calabar or wherever. Nigeria smelting aluminum company that was erected that was funded by almost $4 billion or $3 billion. This guy sold it for $150 million. He went to is it Delta Steel or wherever, something that was erected by almost $2.5 billion. He sold it for $30 billion. He was the chairman of the privatization regime, right? He sold everything. He sold basically most Nigeria's assets, everything, and he had baggage and baggages of corruption and so many things, hanging in his neck, and is considered and is confirmed, not even considered, is a confirmed serial betrayer. Tell me one man who has Atiku come in close contact with politically that he has not betrayed. He cannot earn the trust of a reasonable goat in the north because of his political treachery nature. He can't do that. And that's why you see them being so lukewarm to him. They don't care about him because he want to foist that Naka say Naka syndrome, and they are rejecting him seriously now. That go back to your house, remove the speck in your eyes first before you're trying to polarize Buhari and the North, because that's the politics he's trying to do, and they are calling him out for that. So what he just did now is just a journalistic jamboree to actually give his base, the red meat on what to launch on. Election is coming to a head. He's already seen the handwriting on the wall. Except people who still want to be believing in Kumbaya, right? Like we've said, this election is already lost and won, and it's already shaping the idea of two horse race now between PDP and APC, between Atiku and Tinubu, and that's why you see Atiku being desperate every day now, because of the loss of grip of that
You
PDP.
say the election has been won and lost, but has it been won and lost? Because Atiku seems to be playing a different sort of politics. He's playing a politics of alignment, and he's telling us that he's in negotiations with Peter Obi and Kwakwanso. A lot of people have the sense that Kwakwanso can easily go on board for reasons of ethnic fraternity. But if he can also manage to maneuver Peter Obi on side, then the paradigm shifts in this electoral cycle, and he takes the lead. So it's not over till the fat lady sings.
Yeah, if you on the analytical side of it, just as you just analyzed, it's not over, right, on the surface. But those who are even in the race, who are running for several offices, right? Even PDP people, top PDP folks in the north, they will tell you what is happening. First of all, Peter Obi, being a politician that he is, by virtue of his antecedent politically, he would have uh, and then by his closeness, and then maybe political association with Atiku, right, and probably whatever they have together, given natural cause, he would have walked, collapsed, and probably stepped down for Atiku by now. But because of the nature of his obedient movement, by virtue of the of the of that lack of maneuvering power that he has and maneuvering opportunity that he has now politically, he will be making a political suicide if he does anything like that. Of course, there's no gainsaying that Atiku is not having backdoor or behind the scene conversation with Kwakwanso and Obi. Let me start with that of Obi. I've told you Obi, naturally as a politician, would have been working with Atiku by now. But he wouldn't do that because Obi is not Obi now. Obi is not himself. Obi has been hijacked. Obi cannot think, cannot move on his own now, right? Because even mere telling Obedient that Obi will not win an election, if they have the opportunity to see you one-on-one, they could take your life for that, for having that audacity to challenge them that their candidate is not going to win. That was actually what started Thomas's problem on Dr. Damages, when he basically told them Obi will not win this election, he's going to come distant third. If they had a way to come into that screen as a human to shock him, they will do that. So, but now Obi, don't forget, we are not talking of Labour Party now, because Labour Party is just a mere vehicle for Obi to achieve a political, political ambition. So now, is he going to work with Atiku? Is the Southeast ready to shift ground? Are the Obedient ready to even consider anything at all beyond Obi going to the poll? Because Obedient in their mind, right? Obedient, don't forget Obedient, there are like two different types of Obedient. The very rational ones and the absolutely belligerent and irrational ones, right? Those irrational ones,
The lunatic ones.
yeah, the most odious
The
and
answers,
then
the
very
answers ones.
lugubrious ones. So you can still see some rational ones. They will say, oh, the possibility, right? Possibility 50-50, right? This is politics. Even as strong as APC, as strong as they are, as strong as Atiku, as strong as he is, he will still tell you it is 50-50, right? One man. That's how you do politics at a point. Then before you start projecting, oh, but Rational ones, they will say Obi might not. But some in the minds of those irrational ones, those ones are hell bent already that they already see Obi, they see Obi now in Aso Rock. So telling them otherwise is like you are trying. It's like you are trying to sniff the life out of their existence already. So nothing you tell them will be reasonable. So how is Obi gonna tell them, hey, I believe for the sake of we've been yearning for nationalistic political view of the Southeast. We've been yearning all these years to have a shake, across the Niger. And at this juncture, I believe we've done well. We've taken Nigeria political state, by storm. Now we've proven who we are. We've done this. Give them all those good words, and then I think we have a candidate who can actually help us to actualize that southeastern agenda. Let's try to use it, color it with its southeastern agenda now, so that when he becomes the president, automatically the president leaves the north, he comes back to the south, and when he comes back to the south, we have a very good chance of placing the ticket. It might be my personal my humble self, or any other, southeastern, but it's not going to go beyond southeastern region, right? One man, there and then, if it's not careful, they could shoot him down. That's the way it is now. So it does not have that capacity to maneuver, to think, to do anything like a real politician. Politicians, they give room for maneuvering. They give room for alignment and realignment of ideas and issues. They give room to cut deals. They give room to to see things practically and objectively. Don't forget, these folks, like, look, I was making an example of somebody yesterday. Rinu Oduala was born, she was 2 years old in 1999 when Obasanjo became president, when Tinubu became governor, when most of the Oju Zokalo, Shimaroke Nnamani, Shiwoke Umbajinuju were governors in the southeast. She was 2 years old. When most of them were leaving offices in 2007, she was just 10 years old, right? And that person is believing that they've seen a messiah and a savior in Peter Obi, and they have this idea that nothing can change that mindset, and they already seen that man in office. How do you want to control or change the mindset of that? Because even when you see the ones within that fold who are older than them, in the 70s, people in their 50s, in their 40s, in their late 30s, in their 60s, even 70s, right? You see them not getting this, and then you ask them, if these Gen Z that are thinking like this, I believe the millennials, right, and the baby boomers, they should think differently and be able to shape the ideas of these Gen Z. They are the worst. They are the worst of them all, and that's where you have this contradicting situation. Obi is a typical politician. He's a Niger normal politician. They are all guy men. One man, when I say guy men, right? They are all guy men. They want to be relevant politically. That's why they're in the game. They want to think about their political interest. What is in it for me? If he is just a pope or a savior and messiah, he would stay back in PDP. He would have stayed back in ABGA. He wouldn't have had all those issues. Go and check all the issues he has had. We are not talking about that now, but we are speaking to the fact that, is he going to work for Atiku? Is he going to work with Atiku? There's a zero chance of that. Let for Peter Obi and his team and corporate and the politicians surrounding him, like Doyin Okupe, like Akin Oshutokun, right? Because I don't regard Patutomi as a politician. Aisha Yusufu, she's not a politician. All these indicator, all these funny people, they are not politicians, right? They are just usurpers, they are just opportunists. But Akin Oshutokun and Patutomi, those core politicians within his fold, and Peter Obi himself, they know that within the twinkle of an eye, they will jump at a shot to work with Atiku and see the presidents or see the possibility of landing in the presidency. because Obi will be a part of that cabinet, Akim Shuzo will be a part of that cabinet, and then what's his name? Okupe will be a part of that cabinet if they eventually clinch the presidential victory. But as it is, they know within the purviews and the recess of their mind that Obi is not winning this election. So they are just going ahead, and they have a team that is propping them on from behind. OBJ and OBJ folks that OBJ, the man that usually does this ENAP polls and stuff like that. So that is Atiku's side. It's not going to work out. Left for them, they want it to work out. Left for Obedient, it's going to be a political suicide for Obi, so he wouldn't consider it at all. So that is dead as dodo. So now on the part of
can I say something?
Yeah.
I'll just be brief with it. The issue there is this, like I said earlier on, Obi and Atiku may have had some stuff going on with them in the past. However, Tinubu is not talking to Obi either. So let's not make it look like Obi had the option of talking to Tinubu, and he declined and is talking to Atiku. Atiku is the one reaching out to Obi. The election is still open. And I believe that whatever thing Obi gets from this election will be used as a bargaining chip in whatever convo they're going to have. So if he is, I still hope, I'm still pushing that he's going to win. But if you believe in winning, you should also believe in losing. So in the case of losing, what should happen in case it goes into a rerun? Tinubu is not talking to Obi. Atiku is talking to Obi. And that is what is going on right now. So in terms of the negotiation, it's not going to be any political suicide for anybody. At the end of the day, the Obedience will see that they did not win.
Does Obi believe in the principle of power rotation between North and South?
He believes in the principle of power rotation. That's the reason why he came out in the first place.
Right.
If it was in the turn of thought, he wouldn't be out.
I don't think so. I don't think he believes in it. I don't think
so. You cannot have a conversation with Atiku if he believes in it.
You are confusing the narrative. Let me put it straight to you the way I understand one man asked the question. One, if this election, right, is going to be won on the first ballot, that was the narrative I just painted to you now. Now it's a different scenario and different narrative if there's a possibility of a second ballot, right? So you are painting the scenario of a second ballot, which is not going to happen. This election will be won at first ballot.
Okay, so if you believe in first ballot, you should also believe in a rerun. That's what I'm telling you, enigmatic.
But I'm giving you the two scenarios. Let me paint the scenario of a second ballot now. Let me paint the scenario of a second ballot. Okay. In the scenario of a second ballot, look, I don't care what you guys think of Tinubu in the Southeast or the Obedient. They can call him anything. If Tinubu, as he is now, APC and their strategists, right? If they've seen the handwriting that this election is going to a second round, they would have been doing anything, and they would do everything possible. Are you hearing me now, Joel? They will do everything possible to ensure they work with Peter Obi and the whole of Southeast, and they will put in the effort. Then now the question will be, would the effort yield anything or not? But they will not just lay and sleep on their hand, right? Seeing the possibility of having to speak with people in the Southeast and the candidate himself, Peter Obi, right? So it will now be
no enigmatic. I think they already know that space is a no-go zone for them, even without Peter Obi.
No. But
Peter Obi's space is Peter Obi's space. Peter Obi's space is like a complete contrast of the Obi space. Whether you're talking about the NSAS youth, you're talking about Southeasterners, or whatever they are called, they no go area
that is not still gonna stop Tinubu, right, and APC to have a sit-down talk, to have a conversation.
That is the point I'm saying, enigmatic. If Obi does not win, because you believe Tinubu will win, I believe Obi will win. If Obi does not win and it goes to a rerun, which I know this election is, which I see this election is headed to,
No.
if Tinubu comes out first, because we're talking about the first two, if Tinubu comes out first too, it's going to be a lot of horse trading going on. Tinubu should go and talk to Obi. That is it.
But do you understand what I tried to do now? I think I say one man. What I just tried to do to you now is I've given a complete scenario of a first ballot shot, right? One hand. On the other hand, a second ballot shot. If there is a possibility again, don't forget one thing that is different that Tinubu does differently in his political career. Those who are very close to him, they have feasibility studies, right? Each state, they know their strengths and they know what can come out of any state. They know the state that they will lose woefully. As I'm talking to you, they know the state, they will know how to negotiate their 25%, and they know the state they are expecting maximum victory, right? So they have folks from folks from two of the big four, KPMG and Deloitte, right, who are doing analysis for them, analysis on every 6 weeks since last year. Since last year January.
And in fact, all of them have their own distance.
They do.
Don't make it look like yours is more superior. The issue there is that they're going to talk.
You are not getting my point, Joel. Listen to me, please. Just listen. I'm giving you the scenario of a second round. If it goes to second round, and I'm telling you, if this election, right? If Asiwaju has seen this election is going to second round, and Atiku sees that this election is going to second round, I can assure you, right? By now, they would have found a way to speak. The possibility of speaking with Obi is not a rocket science. He's a politician like them. They will call him, bro. This is what we have. This is the situation. This is the situation. We know this election, right? 28 days from now, 30 days from now, we'll be heading to the polls. We've seen by every empirical evidence that this election will be heading for a second round. When it goes to second round, please, we want you to work with us from the South. They will call the royal fathers. They will call the businessmen. They will call political political groomers in the Southeast, and Obi himself. They will talk to him. Then at the end of the day, if he does not work out, then it would have been on record, right, that they did try their best to speak with Obi, and if Obi was so genuine to work with them, but because of the situation of his obedient movement that he couldn't shake ground, that will be on record to that this guy. So eventually, if they win, they will understand that he did his best to work with us. He's one of us, but because of his obedient movement, he couldn't do much, right? That is the possibility if they see that he's going for a second round. Why you see Atiku doing this now is because of what I just explained to you. Atiku has lost ground in his major catchment areas, right? His political mecca, right, in the south is the southeast, and then by extension southeast is gone for Atiku now, right? Atiku, there's a possibility that Atiku will not pick any state in the southeast, so Atiku will be playing a second fiddle, right, in his usual natural turf instead of playing the giant.
You're right. You're right on that one. In fact, he shouldn't have been in this race in the first place. I don't know what that guy is doing in this race.
That is gone now. That is gone. We are talking to the issues now, right? That is gone. So now in South is not. Of course, Okowa will solidify Delta State for him, regardless of whatever politics is going on with the PDP in Delta State. Okowa is will deliver Delta State. Small margin, big margin is going to deliver Delta State. Akwa Ibom, right? Akpabio will disturb their vote because at a point, right, APC, they were looking at possibility of playing to the 25% electoral votes in some certain areas in South. But as the election comes closer, they are seeing the possibility of, in Akwa Ibom, we're thinking of maybe 25%. Why can't we just shoot for 30% with what we've seen on ground, or what? So they are having some kind of confidence in some areas that they shouldn't ordinarily have confidence because of Atiku's issues. And this is what the presidency just replied to. Atiku has lost full ground in the southeast. Atiku has lost more than 50, like 50-50 in the south, right? Edo State, Atiku is struggling in Edo State, right? And Edo State is going to be between PDP and APC, but it's going to struggle because Obi will be eating out his numbers, right? And then when you go to the Kwakwaso area, to the north central, Peter Obi will still be there, eating into his numbers. Same as northwest, or is it northwest or northeast, where Kwakwaso is from? He will be eating into his numbers, and then Shetima's issues over there. And they have 14 governors out of the 19 states in the north. They have 14 governors from the incumbent party. So Atiku is in a desperate mode now. So he needs to come back to the basics of coming back to Southeast to see if he can deal with Peter Obi. Do not forget, put it at the back of your mind, that Southeast has never been a Corey region, right? For APC, they've always performed. They've always negotiated 25%, right? And they will just take it along. But Southeast has always been the good place, and South for Atiku. So Atiku is in a desperate. He needs to come back. Hey, Obi, what can we do now? Let's see, how can we do this, right? Can you talk to your obedient people? Is there a way we can talk? Obi is in a situation that he can't afford to disappoint Atiku. On the other hand, he can't afford to play a suicidal game against the obedient. Yes, sir.
Somebody is ready to bet with you that Obi will win the next election, presidential election, 5,000.
Who is that person?
It's here, Uche, Party Kuche. So
I don't call on
Uche.
I don't think the guy has the wallet.
Let us call Uche to come on. Let us call it to come on. You never know, man. That guy might be serious.
Adale Koko, if you look at the guy's picture, he doesn't. I don't think.
One man.
I don't think there's 5,000 naira rattling in his pocket. Never mind $5,000.
If you look at the picture of $10, does it look like
it looks like somebody's boy or something?
One man.
Can I say something?
One man. Let me tell you something. Let me say something.
Echo, can I stop you from? Even if I say no, will that stop you? So just say it now.
All right, thank you so much. If you guys really want to hear the truth, I will speak the truth and mark it down so that tomorrow you can call me to repeat it when it happens. If you guys really need total freedom, Nigeria, total freedom, so that we can have a pathway for which we can quickly meet up with the global world. If that is your desire, and you want a situation you can have a voice and sit down and dialogue and rewrite your constitution where it favors everybody. If that is your desire, and you, with your intelligence and brilliancy, you want to be able to apply it and face the global war and reposition Nigeria for where we call giant of Africa, so that other African countries will follow suit, so that we can take our rightful position as a continent in the global world. Vote Sowore. But if you want partial freedom, that is what you need, and that is what you think you desire, and that is what you think fits you as a black race, vote Obi. But if you don't want freedom at all, you want to be used as an orange and let them suck you as usual and dump you and come back to you after 4 years, vote Atiku or Tinubu. The choice is yours. Because we have gotten to a point in history where we as black race, where we as people who believe we are backward and we need speed. And the only way we can do it is a young man like us who has the intellectual capacity, who believes that his brothers and sisters, both in Nigeria and abroad, they all have the mental capacity for which when they come together and be able to put their ideas together, our story in Nigeria, not just Nigeria, but Africa continent, that the Western world has taken for granted for too long. For we they know, just like our people know, that if Sowore come into the play, the game will change.
But does he have a brain though? Does he have a brain?
They will not take us for granted at home. Neither will they take us for granted in anywhere in the world. Because sometimes when I see the video that comes to me from the Western world, where they beat my sons and daughters, especially my sons, because the Western world are always afraid of my sons. And every single opportunity, they will beat them up, they will accuse us of things they did not do so that they can end them up in prison. Do you know how many of my sons that have these black colors that are from Nigeria, especially, that came out just because they are running out of Nigeria to be able to make a living and take care of their family back home? A lot of them are locked up in prisons in this Western world. Their parents, their brothers, they are waiting patiently, hoping that their children are over here working to send them money. No, they are locked up. The painful thing is this. Some of these locked up are caused by my daughters, who when they left home and they came over here and they misinterpret what they call women rights and they use it as weapon. For some of my sons, any little thing, they have quarrel. They end up sending those my son on the street. It's either they send them on the street out of the home, or they frustrate them, they end up in prison. But right now, the worst that is happening, they kill themselves. We need a man who understands all this, because that man has lived in the system. The only person that I can see from all of them that have done that and understood it very well is Omoyele Sowore. If you people are done voting, but the truth is this: if we want total freedom from all this narrative, if we really want it, and we want to be proud of ourselves as a Nigerian or as a black person once again, vote that person that the external world is afraid of him.
But Echo, do you not think do you not think Sowore will be best served if he started as a counselor so we can test him to see his political?
Let me tell you one thing. When you have the will, I can tell you from what I do that you people don't know about. When you have the will is the first thing that makes you to conquer anything you want to conquer in the world. I can tell you that from what I'm doing behind the scene. Because what I'm doing behind the scene, I started from zero. If there's anything negative, that's what you will put into it. I can't believe I am where I am with what I'm doing behind the scene. Because even
yeah,
myself,
but did you not go through processes to get to where you are? Did you not go through processes?
I see the process I went through. You want to know? It is
No.
the will.
Yes, but you went through the process. So what
What is
people are
the
suggesting is,
process?
yes, the process is for Sowore to go and test himself as a
What
counselor.
process do you think I went through?
No, I'm not talking about you specifically, but
I'm
I'm
just
saying,
telling you that listen, based on the things I am doing behind the scene, where people talk about go and start from local government. If you people know what I'm doing behind the scene, me myself, I couldn't believe I can do it. But the only thing I was asked to present is myself. And when I presented myself, because I am looking at the journey it is to be, I am looking at the work it is to be, I have no money, I have no connection, I don't know where to begin. But I heard clearly, just submit yourself. And I did. For 3 years behind the scene, I was working. All I ask is creative ideas. Ideas that create opportunity. Because I know and I know and I know deep inside my spirit, ideas rules the world. Sowore also believe in that. If only we can give him that chance. But like I said, if we really want total freedom, which is all we need at this critical time of our life, we only need somebody who understands our pain. Somebody
but
that
it's
will
untested now.
wait and this.
But what about the fact that it's untested?
Hello. Let me tell you, when I graduated with my master's degree in social work, I never know where to start. I have passion for this, I have passion for that, I have passion for all this. The only thing I said, well, anything that comes up, as long as my brain has an answer, an ability to do it, I will start from there. And where did I start from? Elderly home. But my passion was for the youth. Although I work with the youth partially here and there, but now that I'm doing what I'm doing behind the scene for the youth, I cannot put all my devoted attention into them. So therefore, I know, even though you wake me up from sleep today, I know the person that can give us the total freedom we really need is Omoyele Sowore. For Obi will give us
Everything.
passion.
Listen,
But for the other people, there is no freedom.
Everything works perfectly on paper. Anybody can talk a good game. It's only when you get on the field that we see how you play it. And how you play the game is based on your antecedents. So there has no antecedents in governance. So maybe in this cycle, hold on now. Maybe
I know
in
where
this
you are going to.
wait now. So let me land it. So maybe in this cycle, maybe he should go and test his pedigree as a councillor in Ijo land where he comes from, and then we see that for 4 years, and then maybe we can consider him for maybe a senator, and then we build him up from there.
But
Hello,
one man we have seen an antecedent now. If you cannot hold a base or lead a movement that was handed to you in 2019, that's a problem.
Can I say something?
This is it now. Carry on, Nacho.
We are all in the Western world.
But Enigmatic had the floor, by the way. You are interjecting him, but carry on.
You gave me permission, and
no, carry on.
In this Western world, you people know. I know. When we apply for a job, in most cases, the title of that job does not really match what you call experience. But the truth is, you apply for it because you know that other experiences you gather from every other thing you've done in your life, you can apply into this job. That is why you apply for it. I have applied for a job that I have not done before. But because I know the experiences I am bringing from other places, I know I have the capability, I have the intelligence and the smartness to apply it. So when I go to the job, I first of all look at their website, understand the company, where they started, where they are, what is their issue, When I go there, that is what I say. And it is the ability to be able to transfer every other experiences to the job you are applying for. That is what makes you the person they choose. So
you are happy to you are happy to hand the fate of over 200 million people. Hold on. No, let hear the question. When you don't hear the question, what are you responding? Let me land it now. Then you
experience.
No, are you happy to hand the fate of over 200 million people to a novice?
Shawara is never a novice in our system. He may not be a counselor as you people want him. He may not be a senator as you describe it. But the question we have to ask ourselves is this. All the people that have experience, as you call it, by becoming a counselor, by becoming a House of Assembly, by becoming a senator or House of Rep, or governor that have represented us so far, that came from structure as you people define it. What have they done to run for the past since 1960 to date? If what you are describing is what makes a man to be a better leader, by now we will not be in this mess. But I can tell you with all that, with full chest, that what makes a man a better leader is a man that has the humanity inside of him, who does not think of how much I will pocket and make a private CBN in my house. But how can I get ourselves out of this mess, not just at home, but in the global arena? The only one so far in this race that can do that for us is Omoyele Sowore. I am not.
Yeah, but what has he done in the past? Hold on. What has he done? What has he done in the past that is making you invest so much confidence in him?
What he has done in the past?
He ran a school magazine, Abi, because he runs some school magazine online.
What he has done in the past? The ability to get all those informations about all these crooks that put us into this mess. The ability for Sahara Reporter, he started with a laptop.
School magazine. It's a school magazine.
Hold on.
Instagram influencers all started from a laptop.
School magazine.
Farabale, cool down.
Impossible.
I just came to tell you that we are all voting Sowore. Every 10 of the people 9 people here, including you, we're all voting Sowore. So you've won us over. So I think that's good. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello. Who is that?
Kulata. What's the I mean, what speech?
Operation Save the Children. Let my people go.
Madam Hecho, can I ask you? Madam Hecho, I am saying this,
Madam Hecho.
Sir.
Ẹni tó sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn ń pé you won us over, irọ́ ló ń pa o. Tinubu ló ń ṣe o. Oní Tinubu ló irọ́ ló ń pa o.
It's your the way.
Onírọ́ ńlá ni o.
No, Adéwálé ni o. It's Adéwálé now. Adébáyọ̀.
Hecho, Madam Hecho.
Àwọn Tinubu ni irọ́ ló ń pa. Ajá tó fẹ́ sọnù ò lè gbọ́ fèrè ọlọ́dẹ.
One man, make I come out. Make I continue.
Yes, I'm trying to find the window for you to continue. I'm trying to find the window. All right, Echo, hold that thought. Let Enigmatic continue with his thoughts, and then we'll come back to you. So that's Echo, of course. Echo doesn't need introduction. Since now Peter Obi's second wife, as we all know. Peter Obi's second wife. This is
Echo, I share your concern for Nigeria, for Nigerians. And then the question is, does Nigerians actually even care for their own concerns or for what they feel? You know, on this platform, right? Some have they've.
Wait,
all that groaning.
That's Ajale Koko. I don't know what he's doing. No, let me just
What's that?
that is one of the things I've been hoping that we so just carry on. Anybody we pretend like we didn't hear that.
Yeah. Nigerians, right? We are like, I always say Nigerians are very funny people. We keep yelling about paradigm shift, new order, a departure from old order. This we want an Eldorado of a state and an Eldorado of a country, and then you have some new kids on the block, quote and unquote. If you have to, refer them as new kids on the block, who are those new kids on the block? Is Atiku a new kid on the political block of Nigeria? Yes or no? Is Asiwaju a new kid on the political block of Nigeria? Yes or no? Is Peter Obi a new kid on the political block of Nigeria? Yes or no? Same question goes to Kwakwanso. Is Omoyele Sowore a new kid on the political turf of Nigeria? Yes or no? Adewale Adebayo, Dumebi Kashiku, and that guy from Accord Party, that young professor, right? So, and then we've seen the way these people speak to issues. We can rationalize their ideas, their mindset. They are brilliant. They are articulate. They answer.
Can we rationalize their emotional intelligence and their wisdom, ability to make informed judgments and decisions? Can we rationalize that from what they're saying?
If you have to go by that, right?
Yes, because we're talking about leadership here.
Hold on. If you have to talk about that, then you have to understand where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the point of new order, paradigm shift. So now those are the new orders. Those four I just mentioned now, they are old orders. Either you like it or not. They are old orders. So Nigerians, if we
Obi is not an old order though. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Obi is a future order. I take it from you. So, but
Obi is an old order, by the way.
We talk about it later. Go ahead.
Obi
is an old order politician.
Obi, once again on this platform, Obi, Tinubu, Kwakwanso, Atiku, they belong to the old order. They belong to the establishment. They belong to the oligarchs. They belong to party politics. They belong to those guy men politics and stuff and that like that. So, and that's why you see they play similar politics. I don't care how you want to see it. They are all politicians in the same realm of idea of the number Niger politician, period. Right now, Obi can be a messiah to some people. Obi can be a savior to some people, right? Tinubu may be a messiah and savior, same as Atiku, same as Kwakwanso, but we are talking about that, operative preface, the paradigm shift, the new order. So those four are already out of the system. They're already out of that definition already. So the ones that I consider those paradigm shift now. So this is where you begin to query the hypocrisy of Nigerians. This is where you start to question the political ideas of Nigerians. And then this is where you believe, you tell yourself that, oh, certainly I believe Nigerians are very funny in nature and character. You can say, okay, Omoyele Sowore, let me compare him, contrast him with other folks, the remaining three now that I just mentioned, maybe Adewale and then that young professor, I don't know his name, from Accord Party. Who is the best among them? Who has presented the most idea, the best idea, or the best fashion out the best thing that could
Adewale
take Nigeria to the next level? Okay, now we are having a conversation about the new order now, the paradigm shift, right? So this is where Nigerians should be going. This is how
you
Nigerians
see that
should be
Obi then quickly said that they were late because
Sowore is their enemy.
Carry
So
on.
we understand
Carry
that.
on. Sowore is the enemy.
The same Adewale that went to see
say.
Some of them,
Adewale
went to speak about that.
Continue, Gary.
Hold on, let me
But
continue my point.
Adewale is also sharper, more presentable than
But one man, we are speaking. Okay, at least we are on a very fine trajectory now,
He's
right?
He's more like a leader.
Okay, that is a
Not that
subjective idea, right? That is a very subjective idea, because if we want to say who is this or that, we are not doing that now. We are speaking to the politics of the paradigm shift. So where Nigerians are already getting it wrong, because everybody wants to sell the idea of their own messiah to them, forgetting the fact that we are all Nigerians. We lived in Nigeria. We know all these folks. We know their history. We know where they are coming from. We know the kind of politics they play. We know how they suppress information that will not get to the public surface, so that it won't damage whatever story they've told, or whatever lie or whatever propaganda, right, they are using to sell these candidates. It's happening. If you are not desperate, why paying bloggers? Why paying influencers? Why playing the normal politics? So now we are on a very good trajectory now. Shuore, Adewale, Dumebi, young guys, intelligent, professionals, highly exposed. They've been one way or the other. They've been able, to see the corporate world in its raw image, in its raw.
Enigmatic. That do maybe get come out.
No, but yeah, but, I'm just
very big come out, very big one.
Hold on,
big come
out. Was he not sacked from his party?
He's highly corrupt, actually.
He was accused of something within the
There's so many. There's so many
things, man. There are so many things. He's very close. I know. He's very. He used to be very close to a lot of people in Jonathan's administration, and he made some good.
From Obasanjo's administration, sir.
So
who is that? Who is that?
Maybe even in America over here, he has a lot of stuff going on in the US. But what I'm speaking to, I just want people to be focused, right? If you want to narrow them down now, because I'm trying to narrow those four down now, without calling that retired judge, what's his name, Prof. Umeadi. Because if we have to even talk about the new order, I believe, regardless of his age, you are not talking of their age now. Regardless of his age, we should put this Prof. Umeadi now within the new order. I don't think he has ever held any political office. He has never had any interaction with, at the highest level with any of his.
But enigmatic does not holding a political office in past qualifies you to be a good leader.
You are not getting the point. Forget about holding political office or not. I say if Nigeria we say we want a paradigm shift.
Enigmatic, continue. They can't get it. Just continue focus on what you are saying, man.
Yes, sir. So when Ukraine wanted to shift from the old narrative of their political trajectory, when they started pelting most of their old other politicians, quote unquote, with stone, with eggs and stuff like that. A comedian that never had anything to do with politics, Zelensky, was elected. So forget about if they held any office or not. We are talking about paradigm shift now. Paradigm shift means the old order, right? From Council and the rest, all of you, to the soccer way, get away of the road. Let's focus on these four. So those four now, let's separate the wheat from the chaff. Now, Dumebi has a comma. We can say, okay, what is your comma? Where are you deficient and stuff like that? We take him out of the race, out of those 3 or 4. So we have Shuore, Adewale, and Umeadi. People could argue to the fact that Adewale is probably close to some people too at the higher level in Nigeria political space, because I know he's very close to some people. So forget about the story that he made his money here and there. He made his money through politics. Take it or it's a fact. He's from Ondo. He's an Ondo prince. He made his money through political connection here and there. He may not really be deep into politics, but he had connections with politicians. So, okay, now if you want to say, okay, you have a dealing or whatever. So now we are talking of Shuore and that Prof. Umeadi. That's why you think of paradigm shift. It's like a new retool, a new order now. So now let's see Omoyele Shuore and Prof. Umeadi. If Omoyele Shuore becomes the president, what can he offer? What can he bring to the table? Same as Prof. If Nigerians are really ready, because I know for a fact, in my mind that these Nigerians, they are not ready. They are just campaigning, they are championing the cause of their own convenient thief, right? Their own convenient criminal. That's what they are doing. My criminal is the lesser criminal. A criminal
So,
is a criminal.
Enigmatic, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, let's take off the Nigerian people out of this now. Let's give you the ultimate power of deciding the president of our country, 230 million people. And then from this, your paradigm shift, who are you going to hand it over? You have the exclusive power now.
Who am I
Who
going
are you
to
going
hand
to hand
it
it
over
over
to? Well,
to?
first of all, let me first tell you that a disclaimer: I do not trust any human being. First of all, just get it straight.
We're going to make that a
Okay.
round robin question.
Yeah.
So when you finish, I'll take that question round.
Yeah. So first of all, I do not trust any human. Okay. Myself, I trust myself to a certain extent. Only Almighty God is 100% trustworthy, right? But I can. Some people can earn my trust in a little way, and we have to understand the fact that we are all subject of imperfection. I'm not expecting for perfection from any human like myself. All again, no human is infallible. So the susceptibility and the fallibility of any human shouldn't be the yardstick to actually judge that person if we've not given that person an opportunity. So that who is talking now? Who is that? So that being said, if I have to choose for Nigeria, right? I'm not looking for a messiah because I'm not looking for a messiah or a mythic sanctimonious human. I just need somebody who has shown that it does not have that coloration of having to take corners or have a deal with any of these old guards at all. There is no way I will regard you in any way. I don't want to deal with you at all. If I'm talking about the generational shift, the new order and the paradigm shift, even if you have to do anything with, I don't want to talk about IBB now or OBJ or Abdul Salam, all those ones. Even with Obi, with Tinubu, with Atiku, with Kokwanso right now, because I'm putting them now out. So if you've done anything with them, I will not regard you. So if I found Shore culpable in that regard, it's gone out of my list. If I found any of those two that have three now out of my list, they are gone. So if you give me an option of Shore, Adewale, and Prof. Prof. Umiadi, to say who by what I've seen am I going to hand Nigeria over to? It's going to be difficult, but from what I've seen from all of them, I will give I will narrow it down to Prof. Umiadi and Shore, and I'll single out Adewale for certain reason. If I'll be bringing Adewale to that, it means I will have to probably foreclose certain uncertainties that I think about him. But Prof. Umiadi is brilliant, is smart, very articulate judge. That guy, if you know the substance of his rulings, you understand what I'm talking about. And I don't think he has soiled his hands in any way with any politician. So now between Shore and Prof. Umiadi,
He was he was Obi's.
Hold on, let him land. I want to take that question round.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So by virtue of
sorry,
that,
Uptown.
Yeah. So by virtue of that, I'll probably hand it over to Omoyele Sowore because of one thing. He has continued to say something and they've asked almost all these questions of all the politicians, all these corrupt leaders. What will you do with them? How will you handle them? Right? Because why I'm not choosing Prof. Umiadi, it would have been my number one, but by virtue of his administrative experience and the experience within corporate Nigeria as against Omoyele Sowore. But if I dig, I will see a skeleton in his cupboard, having worked within an administrative role in within the judiciary and within a corporate Nigeria. So I wouldn't trust him 100%. So I want to give it to Omoyele Sowore. He has said, regardless of who you are, I don't care whose source is God, I'm going to chase you. I'm going to take the money back from whatever year you've stolen the money. I'll invest it in Nigeria. He has shown capacity to go on the street, to bleed,
to leave his family behind. People cannot do that. A lot of people cannot leave their wife behind for a week. They will be shaking like jellyfish. He's not seen his wife for a while. His kids. So he has sacrificed his life. He has almost been killed. He has done everything for Nigerians and to show Nigerians that, look, I'm putting myself out here to change the course of Nigeria. So if he's going to deliver or not, that's a different question. But by virtue of what he has been able to show me, Omoyele Sowore will top my list.
All right, brilliant. So hold steady, enigmatic. I want to take that question round, but I want a snapshot, gentlemen and lady, to this question. So not as expansive and as explanatory as enigmatic. Just a 1-2 minute monologue and then to land on a name. So just condense it just as tightly as you can. So I'll take it first to Fatai. So Fatai, the question opened up, I think, by Uptown is that if you were to have a paradigm shift within the Nigerian space, that is to say to discard with the old order to bring in a new order, who would your new order person be? So we'll kick that off with Fatai.
The only problem I had, I didn't understand the definition of paradigm shift there. Old order. There's nobody who is offering new order, right? They are. I don't know. Is it because if you are young or if you have never been in office, that makes
Yes.
you a new order?
Okay, use those two criteria, but use the latter one the most. I've never been in office, sort of.
Okay, but that's not a
Or
paradigm.
you can even be in office, but still of a different mindset from the
The
old
mindset,
order.
if there is a mindset, yes, but just because I've never been in office does not make I'm offering a new order. A new order means a new way of thinking, a new way of saying things, a new way of looking at it. And nobody is offering it. Sure, might will have been offering a new order, right? But Peter B has stolen his thunder, right? The other new way of saying things that Sowore has is almost similar to Buhari. They lock up all the corrupt people. That is what Buhari was doing in his first administration. So it's not particularly new in the Nigerian political system. The only one that is new in Sowore's agenda has been stolen by Peter Obi. So I don't, and Prince Adewale. Actually, it looks like it. I haven't really seen much of him, but I saw him in this town hall by Arise. It looked intelligent, but he doesn't have presence, right? It doesn't have stature. To me, I don't, it doesn't have command. Like the way I say, I don't know. But naturally, if I'm looking at somebody who's offering technical understanding of how things should work, I will place or Prince Adewale over Sowore, right? But I don't. I mean, Sowore has not offered us how technically it's going to make the system work. Yeah, but we know for sure it's going to lock up Abdul Salami. We're not going to lock up a lot of people.
Yeah, but Abu Salami will leave the country first. Now he's already told him.
But that was what Buhari was promising. That was what built Buhari's base, right? But Sowore, the other side with the panning to the younger generation, whatever that he started to bring on board. Peter Obi has stolen that thunder. So I don't know. I think Sowore, everybody obedience want to shoot Sowore, but go deep down in Showore's belly, he wants to shoot Peter Obi. Shoot Peter Obi. Even how campaign finance and everything, he kind of like rudimentarily.
He stole everything from him, didn't
They
he?
stole everything, or they stole all his ideas. That's why it looks like the guy is so depressed about it. But if you say new, but if you, for me, the way I see new paradigm shift, is that Nigeria has always been run like anywhere belle face, right? Now we need the country to be run systematically. That is a paradigm shift. The only person that is offering a paradigm shift is Tinubu, and you only have to look at Lagos. Before Tinubu came, the Messiah, everybody's hero is a Marua, before Marua, Jakonde, okay, he wants to do this, he wants to do that. But how do you take a complex system and make it run? And make it run efficient and make it run. You can say I want the formulation I'm putting on ground. You can compare it to anywhere else in the world. Not somebody that will come and crash the economy and say because we have to go cashless. That kind of thinking, the thinking to generate. What do you want? If somebody comes into somewhere that is generating 600 million, and before you know it,
one man.
That's a
One man.
paradigm shift.
One man, can you hear me? Hello? I think one man slept
Yes,
off. Can anybody hear?
we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. The actual say make we manage. If I tell you turn, you want give am belle. You say make we just answer yes or no, no explanation.
My brother, don't go reporting it to me and attacking me now. I don't like this. Brother, look. I don't like all this. So don't be attacking me. I'll be watching you, but don't be getting to me. What the heck?
No, answer and don't explanation.
My guy, I know you before. I don't see you in my life. What did they worry you now?
Make una not fight, oh.
Oh God!
Make una not fight.
Is that late night something, isn't it?
Begins them. Make una not fight. The left Farotimi has told us, do not die in their war. So
Madam, we will read his book. Don't worry. Yes.
All right. Fatai has dropped off. Maybe he dropped his phone in anger, but Fatai, yeah, no, it's all love here. But the thing is, when it reaches 5 hours, I think that is where the threshold always tips over. So that's Fatai, but no, as a world peace caution, just contain it in a short and succinct thing. So you heard the question, give us your response, uptown. But condense it though, uptown. Okay.
Yeah,
it
one
looks as
month.
though, all right, there you are. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a morning flight, so I'll just try and put up one or two things.
Where are you going to?
I'm returning to Lagos.
All right. Okay.
Yes. All right. I'm in Abuja. So
that means you are just going to go all the way through. You can't sleep anymore now.
Yeah. No. I can't. I went all the way through.
I bet when you reach Abuja, buy me kiliwi.
I'm in Abuja already.
You mean kilishi?
Kilishi.
Look at that, kiliwi.
You buy me kilishi, I beg. Package and send them here with chop. They will take step down for this cold.
I think there will be a lot of cliche on our inauguration day.
All right. So to that paradigm shift, if there were to be a paradigm shift and you had a magic wand, who would you place then in that Aso Rock seat? So if you want to move away from the old guard politicians, you can. I know that Fatai was settled and fixated on its own favorite, but let's hear from you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
All right. Okay. So first of all, real quick, the new guys in the block, great guys. Adewale, great guy. Even though he went to meet Obasanjo the other day to solicit Obasanjo's for Obasanjo to change his mind, But great guy, intelligent. He's definitely gonna be in the cabinet. Showore. I mean, my thinking in that space remains the same. Obviously, he's a great guy. His manifesto is great. You can tell that he has read it over and over again. He has a grasp of what is inside. But then, when you're choosing a leader of the greatest black nation on earth, the last thing you want to do is gamble. And it's just like saying if I'm running a financial company, and then my chairman messes up, our chairman, who is a financial guru, messes up because he's probably so corrupt, and I want to recruit a new chairman or a new CEO for the company, and then I say because the 3 other CEOs that are financial gurus that I brought, they messed up, I will just choose from mechanics. I'll choose from organizers, because the financial gurus, you're going to assemble a lot of financial gurus again, and then try not to know the reasons why the others fail, and then look for the ones that don't have those characteristics. But then you still have to choose from the financial gurus. You can't say, okay, because the financial gurus have failed, we're just going to get to the street and get a market woman to run the financial institution. So that's what it means. So for me, you cannot play bets, Niger bets with the lives of 230 million people, the greatest black nation on earth. So it must be from the system. The only thing you have to do is, while you're selecting from the system, you just have to look for antecedents. You get what I'm saying? Because there has to you cannot mark. Someone has to write the exam before you can mark. You can give the person a score. So if you don't write my exam, and then I just assume because you sounded intelligent when I met you in the cab outside, perhaps maybe you pass this course. No, it's either you write my exam and look and I say you passed or you don't pass, or you got 40 or you got 20 or you got 10 or you got 80. There has to be something for me to score you on. I cannot assume that you look intelligent. I'm assuming, okay, let me just go to my sheet and let me just go away and hand it over to you. You definitely do well. No. So that is it. You cannot run it on trial and error. So that dismisses Adewale, Showore. It dismisses all of them, even Showore more so, because Showore is already showing antecedents of a lot of things that I don't think
like a dictator. Is it like a dictator?
A dictator of narcissism, very conk narcissism, and this person has never smelled power and is already showing these very dangerous traits. What is going to do if you get not just a local government power, governorship power, but presidential power? The president of Nigeria commands tremendous authority. Probably the most powerful president in Africa. So you don't want to see those red lines, those traits, and then hand over such tremendous power without testing. I can bet with my money that if I hand over the power, since this discussion is if I had all the power, so I can bet with my money, and I don't think I'm going to lose my money, that if I hand over the power of a governorship of a state to Showore, after 4 years, every single person will know that a lot of people that is currently on the system is far better than him. I've read
after match break there. Make me and you bet $5,000.
No.
Make we
This
bet
is not time for
$5,000.
No, but
Make
we
me and you
can't bet
bet
now because I don't even have the power to give him the governorship.
No. You say make we bet. I won't bet with you uptown. $5,000.
Mama, let me finish.
You will finish your
I
me and you
understand.
say bet now. Everybody they hear,
Okay.
me and you won't bet $5,000.
Let me just finish, then we'll bet.
Okay.
All right.
The way these Americans throw money around is quite frightening.
All right. So I've read him, I've monitored him, I've read him. He does not have emotional intelligence.
I didn't say to condense it, but carry on.
All right. So that dismisses the spaces of all the people under the umbrella of trial and error, because that is why I named that space as trial and error. I think you're talking about Professor Moal. Maybe we'll go down to CBN and look for his antecedents.
Professor Mogalu is on the
that's what
table
I'm saying.
too.
So that is a different space. You talk about how BS the question. There's something to go back to. You cannot tell me to mark.
But it
exam sheet
expands.
of
No. Hold on. It doesn't narrow.
Attend my exams.
So it doesn't narrow to just Showore and the group.
I thought you guys were going to make it pithy.
Yes.
Okay. Let me
Because I want
give us a name. Give us a name.
Just a
name. With certain voices like enigmatic, uptown, Fatai, you never get shot. You can never get a shot because they have to build before they get there. But get there, yeah.
Okay, I'm there already.
And Ato too. You can never get a shot.
If I have the ultimate, if I have the ultimate power, I am still going to be where I am now. I am going to clearly hand it over to Obi. My reasons are very simple, because
we know your reasons.
I have an exam sheet to mark. There is something before me. Even if after marking it, I'm not getting 100, but at least I know what I'm getting. And others as well, I have the exam sheet to mark as well. When I'm done marking, I look at where is the best grade.
You know what I'm saying? So there's a no, there's something on the no. So what is on the no? The prudence is on the no.
Right. No,
very
no,
clear.
don't take us.
The,
Yeah, all right.
let me
Don't
just
take us
let
on
me
that.
round of one man. The prudence, the emotional
All right.
intelligence is on the no, and the empathy is on the low, on the no. The salesmanship. I mean, this guy have sold a movement to all of us in 6 months.
All right. All right. Thank you, Optam.
Yeah.
So Peter Obi is your choice. You could
One
have
man,
just told.
please.
Yeah.
If you are the next person that will be going with the question, I think you are not framing the questions well to them or the question well for them. The question is, don't forget where I was coming from before this question. I already erased the old order. So Obi is part of the old order. Count him out of the team. So we are talking from the new shift now.
Is the question
old
for
order.
okay?
No,
like
the old order is part of the old order.
But that was
Egmatic.
Is that what we
It's in the trash.
Egmatic.
Yes, it's in the trash with them.
Egmatic, don't mind Uptown. He asked the question: if you want to give the power to the new order, removing the old order, and here is coming now choosing Peter Obi. Which kind of man be this Uptown self?
No,
Yes,
you
will find that.
One man.
All right, thank you, Uptown. But you'll find hold on. I didn't rephrase it. It was your question. But you'll find that somebody like Enigmatic, Joel of Nashville, and Fatai, no matter how the question is phrased, they will go back to their principle. So they will always go to Obi or go to Tinubu. But let's take the question to you then. We'll come to Adale Koko in a moment. But let's take the question to you then. World Peace. So World Peace. I respond to the question as it was proper originally phrased. Yeah.
Make I remove glasses talk. I don't need to spend time. They talk all this nonsense.
Where you did?
I did more. I carry myself come. I don't ATM for collect money. So I just down small before they can go back house.
I
did more.
You get New Year. Say they don't release. CBN governor don't release yen.
Buy my own, no, may you send your own family. Buy my own package and come.
I want to tell you that I reach there. I put my ATM card and the time now only 100 yen. I pick. I say for waiting around in Nigeria. Make they release my yen for me.
Nigeria, no, internet try yesterday to get money out.
How much is the yen exchanging for the Naira at the moment?
It's about 100,000 yen is about 500,000 Naira, something like that.
So it's 5 to 1.
Yes, like 5 to 1 or 1 to 1, something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
All right. So to the question, your response.
Yeah, the new order is Sowore. I don't have to start jumping back and front. If the censorship about the new order is Sowore because it stands, you want to jail these people, see what he's gonna do. In the new order, Sowore is the man I would take. Mama, that's my session. Come on to the next question. Thank you.
So, do you always dress like some Hollywood rap star every time you go out? Are you still?
Mama, let me show you myself. It's Adidas. Wait, let me show you myself. It's Adidas Air to the last shoe to my shoe. It's Adidas.
You have to dress like a daddy and a husband now. You
can't
no,
it's cold, man.
Are you still chasing babes? Are you still chasing babes?
No.
Is this what it is?
It's bloody quiet. I don't like to dress so hard. I don't like to dress so hard. I like to dress simple, light and warm. You know.
Yeah, but you know when you are a husband and a dad, you have to wear boring clothes. You have to look boring now.
My husband clothes is too heavy for me. To wear trench coat, wear this. I'm not fit for a man. Simple dress up like this, I'm okay.
All right, we are monitoring you. We know you are up to. I hope you are not using your boy as a pickup tool for babes.
It's good that you carry baby. It's good that you carry your baby along. It's okay, you don't carry baby alone. All your Japanese girls don't go leave you alone.
You know, say that baby self now still another entrance something. If you use them to the cat babes,
No.
They will come and say, your baby is cute too, and then from there
No, for Japan, they see me with picking. Let me take Japanese love. They see me picking, they will run. You get one Japanese love that is fixed. If they catch any girl with a married man, it's $60,000 first. No cut or no cut. So they see me like this, they will run. They will not near. You understand this now?
Hello? No, we hear you. Now, where for that, you're Japan. All right. So following War Peace's example, short and to the point, if only, but HO, the question, your response.
Well, without blinking eye, Omoyele Sowore will be my choice. Reason is this. He's going to give us total freedom, home and abroad. He's going to bring dignity to us, home and abroad. And he has the ability and capability to sit down with all these people to say, no, you cannot treat Nigeria or any black race like this. Since we are not treating your people in our country this way, you will not treat my people like this. And that will bring respect to every Nigeria, home and abroad. That man, when they just mention his name now, he's already open his mouth and say, Sowore, if you win, all of us, when he looted Nigeria, we go Telewa. So they are afraid of him, that if he win, they cannot stay in Nigeria because he know they will put them in Okere prison. They will put them in Kuje prison and bring out all my children when be small. Joshua, when I say Ojo Tete, that is small thief when they lock up. They go bring all those who are out for me to rehabilitate and empower them into the system. Why the Ojo Logbo, which is the big thief, when he utilize our life, they go put them for all those prisons. Then secondly, wherever they carry our things put, either money, or they take and buy property, or they take and buy business. I know say you will get all the list. It go help us go collect them back into our system. So that will make us to come back to life. And that is the only reason why we should vote Sowore. Because it will give us what I call total freedom, home and abroad. And if you want partial freedom, now you sabi.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by HO. So thank you, HO. So we take it on from HO to Des, who hopefully is still with us. Des, you said you'd woken up, but are you alive to the topic? Des, the question, your response.
Yeah, woman.
Why is your voice so dull? Why is your voice so dull? What's happening?
I'm just lying down, nothing.
All right, carry on.
Yeah, as we're talking about the new order.
Yes, are you sure? Are you by yourself? Or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm by myself.
Somebody can massage you, correct?
First of all,
bad for this platform.
First of all, before I forget, HO, if you need kilishi, I can send you some because I brought some from Nigeria.
I need.
You go ship your address now. Let me ship it to you.
I'll give you phone number. Call me, then I give you address. I know what's from Babeleko. They locate me for now.
Understand. One man. What we're talking about new order, we have to understand first. New order. Who defines new order? That's the first question. Who actually defines new order? You can't say that all the people that has been in politics since 1999, they are all corrupt, and they should never be allowed to be in any kind of post. I think that would be wrong if you say that. I mean, there's a lot of good politicians out there because of what the politics of Nigeria has actually made them be. They have to shift from PDP or APC. It's just a fact, not because they are bad or whatever. It's because of the political system we've been, going through for a long time. So I would say new order is those that are capable and has no corruption in them. That's how I would define the new order. Because Omoyele Sowore, even if he's there, if he wants to employ anybody, he might still employ people from the old order. So it doesn't mean anything. If he becomes a president, are you telling me that it's going to be a clean slate from top to bottom? They are all going to be new order. It's not, it doesn't work that way. So he has to select people that, that he can trust and doesn't have any skeletons in their closet. That being said, Peter Obi has come out and told us that if you can see any atom of corruption, in him, he's gonna resign. Nobody has actually. This man brought out a statement for politicians to use and actually step him down. but nobody can actually come and say, okay, this is this, you know, nobody. So with that being said, the new order is an incorruptible man, which is P2B. Even when he had the power, he wasn't corrupted. That's how we used to know what we can regard as new order. So for me, P2B is the new order woman.
All right, brilliant. Old wine in new bottle, according to Desmond. So from
Mama,
this,
can I go next?
I'm following the order on the screen, unless you have to leave or.
Yeah, I have to do something. Okay, so I will.
All right, to you then. Take us on the scenic route to land on Peter Obi. So the question, your response.
First and foremost, I did the question by Enigmatic was kind of corny, because we cannot just. I mean, I know he just gave us the two options that is available. I mean, to him, I think we also have some good people from the north and all that. Having said that, Shawari has no emotional intelligence, and a leader is not just by what you say, but it's also about how you are able to, take criticisms, and how you are able to maintain your temperament, in public. I wouldn't say that Showore should go for a counselor, but at least Showore should just show us what he can do with being by going for something
like a chairman.
No, a governor. A governor.
From ground zero to a governor.
I mean, one man. I can, instead of president, let him just start with the governor.
Maybe like a chairman now. He can't go from ground zero now with nothing in politics to a governor.
Well, okay. If you have to just step him down, then put him in the house, right? So I mean, I'm just saying this so that so Nigerians can really see. I want him to be in an executive position, so that we can really see how he manages money. You see, there are two things. If you want to know a man, you give him money.
What if he manages money in the way that Peter Obi managed money? Would that disqualify him?
No. I'm just saying, I'm not putting him there so that he will fail. I want him to succeed. So if he manages money well, right, then, we can now talk about his emotional intelligence. I know he comes out so brash. I know that he might be making, like the statement he made to Abdul Salami. He was right, but he can also present that in a calm manner without raising all the dust. So all the time, he's always coming out like someone that has a point to prove. You don't have to prove a point all the time. Just come in and just give your 2% and 3 cents, and and let
you
the
contradicting
people be the
yourself?
judge.
You said the statement he made. I said you are contradicting yourself. The statement he make against what do you say?
In the presence of
Abdul Salami,
yeah,
he was right, but he should have presented it in a. What are you talking about? What kind
that
of
is what I was talking
that?
about. If you have paid attention, you see, I was talking about emotional intelligence. So speaking to emotional intelligence, Showre does not have it. He is also always confrontational,
intelligence,
and that is not a good sign of a great leader.
It's too brash and gruff.
I am just telling you.
With that statement, how was he too brash with that?
Because
statement?
He was arrogant and it was.
How was a statement of fact?
You can state fact with elegance now. You can state fact with elegance.
Babaja, listen to what he's trying to say, right? Look, is whatever, because I think once again, we Nigerians do not let us be clever by half. If you confront any obedient that why are you guys being brash, when you are speaking, they will say we are tired. Our tiredness is tired. Is it not applicable to Showore that he's tired of all this?
No, it's not applicable to Showore because Showore is going to be the leader.
Okay.
There's a big, huge difference between a leader and the followers. What did
match break there? I want you
Madam Hecho.
Go read the meaning of emotional intelligence. Don't put them there. Not read them first.
Okay.
Let it be emotional intelligence. That
No
Sowore
wahala.
cannot apply emotional intelligence to his work. As you they see me now, I get two sides of me. The warrior side, when the warrior side and the calm side of my life. When it comes to Nigeria impunity, my warrior side go come out. Then when you go look at me, you go say, I not get emotional intelligence because I not feel applier. No use that one to find my picking Sowore. Sowore has emotional intelligence.
But
And when it
Eto,
comes to apply it in the Nigeria
Eto,
space,
these are
he
his
can do
thoughts
it
now.
neatly without looking back.
Do you want him to lie, Eto? It's giving you
He's
his
not
thoughts.
lying. I'm not telling you he's lying. But when you don't know
Can you
somebody,
hold on?
you don't misjudge the person.
No.
All of us, if we really want to be sincere with
God,
ourselves.
Eto, please now. A conversation is a two-way stream. So can you listen? I've muted you. A conversation is a two-way stream. So if you continue to talk and not listen, then that's a monologue. So hear what people are saying and then agree or disagree. If you don't hear them, then you can't really have a position. What I'm saying to you is that Joel is telling you how he feels. And knowing Sowore as a public figure, as we all do, I'm not sure that any of us know him personally. So he's forming his own judgment of a public figure. So it might be different from yours, but that's his view. So round it up, Joel, so I can go on to Kulata before he falls asleep.
Okay. So that is it on Sowore. He should step down his ambition to maybe like a governorship or House of Rep. I don't mind if it's the state house or national. Just step it down, then show us what you can do when you are in power. I have said it. I would have loved him to be in an executive position. A local government chairman, where I think for me right now, I think is too low for him. He should start from something top. That is it. What's his name?
Adewale.
Adewale is the one that went to meet OBJ the other day. So going by enigmatic's directive, so he's disqualified. Anyway, I'm not going to take that on Adewale. I think he's an intelligent man. Going to meet people that has been there before doesn't make you a bad person. I always believe that he has stuff to give. But having the same thing that's happening to the same judgment I have for Moyole is the same thing I have for the SDP guy. Get yourself in a position that is lower than the presidency of the most popular black nation on earth. Then Dumebi is the same thing for him. Now, the new order, if you're talking about a new order, the new order is
just give us a name and then
the new order. The new order is Peter Obi, and the reason why I say that the reason why I say that is just simple.
Say Peter Obi again. Just say it again.
Peter Obi. It's just simple.
Are you forming accent? Are you forming accent for us? It's Peter.
No.
Why
It's just
you not
Peter
trying
Obi.
to?
It's just Peter Obi.
It's not Peter.
That's the way I got it. I mean, for those that want to, I'm not in a cafe ground. I would have shouted Peter Obi. But that's my principle. That is the guy that can take us from this this place that we are as a nation. A man that has come out to say, if you have seen anything corrupt against me, bring it out and I'll step down. It takes a lot of guts for any politician. I do not care where you're from. Local government chairman, state house, or whatever position you are, to make that claim, to give out that challenge. Until today, he made that challenge over 3 months ago. Not even his state governor, even the state governor that is against him, could not find anything against him. And he stated what he did. Many people said, oh, you would have invested. Now, today, we have seen what Nigeria is going through. We also know that savings is also a good thing to do. So, Peter Obi represents the new direction. He is going to win the election in the upcoming election, and I wish him all the best.
All right, brilliant. Always well put by Joel of Nashville. It doesn't need any introduction. Everybody knows there's only one Joel of Nashville, and thank God for that. Imagine if there were two Joel. Imagine if there were two Joel of Nashvilles and there were two HOs. we will all jump into the lagoon, won't we, really? But if there were a million Kulata, we'll all delight in him. Kulata, your thoughts?
My thought is very simple. I don't have anybody in this election. The person that will have, like say, will have been a paradigm shift, even though he's getting old, is Kingsley Moghalu. That's the candidate that has thoroughly impressed me in the past 2 election cycles. Adewale is smart, is intelligent, but I don't like his policies. I don't like all this excessively socialist welfare.
I saw you interrogating him on Rudolph, and he was sleeping like an eel. Yeah,
I've interrogated him twice. He's smart. He's very smart. He's a talkative too, but he has a lot to say. But no. I prefer Kingsley Moghalu. I felt he would have been a better leader. I like his balance between capitalism and some basic social stuff. So that's why I prefer Kingsley. But unfortunately, he didn't even win his primaries in his small party this time around, and he's done. He's 59 years old. He's just 2 years younger than Peter Obi. Can you even imagine that? And he looks much younger. But I would have loved Kingsley Moghalu that would have been a paradigm shift in my opinion. You don't even look at him like, he's a fresh guy, smart guy, has a lot of good ideas. He's been around in the CBN. He knows what he's talking about. So yes, the reason I'm not going to choose like Showore is, someone that randomly wants to jack up people's salaries, minimum wage to 100,000 Naira a month. That's like damning economy. That's just too weird. Like, I can't even imagine. Just say I set minimum wage to 100,000 Naira a month. I don't even know where to start. So that disqualified Omoyele.
Like how? Like how?
How? It's just, you can't even start to rationalize.
Kulatra for you. So the people when they look our money put for CBN for house, they're not cost inflation.
It's beyond rational analysis.
To people to feed, I fear you.
Is that how you just throw
so you like the suffering of our people
and be giving people every month 100,000? What's the value
of how much they pay rent?
Madam,
what's the value of work?
Now so then they talk. Leave them alone.
What's the value of work? You don't even know the value of
make
work.
it talk. Do 100,000 wait, no buy 2 bags of rice.
Exactly.
You just say 100,000.
Leave them alone, make it talk.
Then how will employers hire employees? Like, it's just, I don't even know where to start with that. But he said that in 2019. When he said that in 2019, I just like, no. This is not serious talk. So that's why Omoyele is not going to be on my list. Any new, it's only Adewale worth considering after Kingsley Moghalu, in my opinion. I wish Adewale had more.
Any consideration to the Abiola guy? No consideration.
No. It's just silver spoon. I don't.
Yeah, but it comes from pedigree now.
Pedigree doesn't really necessarily transfer now. Abiola was just a lucky guy at the right time. Abiola opposed Awolowo. I wasn't exactly enamored with Abiola after I knew what he did to Awolowo, because I'm a big Awolowo fan. So whether color came from Abiola, it doesn't matter. No, I don't see him. He's a new guy. Yeah.
You are contradicting yourself. There's no way you will be Awolowo. Hold on.
I love Awolowo for his intelligence.
Hold on.
Because he's a socialist. Fine, but he's an intelligent. He's an intelligent.
You can't love Awolowo and hate Showore. Is what
you are contradicting yourself.
Awolowo is not Showore. Awolowo man overnight from everybody 100,000 naira.
Hold on.
Cause hyperinflation.
Kulata, you are contradicting yourself. There is no way Awolowo will be your fan. Let me tell you.
I love Awolowo now. Which Yoruba person doesn't love Awolowo?
Hold on. There is no way you will love Awolowo. You must love him for some reason.
It's intelligence.
Hold on. Showore is intelligent. Adewale is intelligent as well. And
Yes,
if you
they're
look at their
intelligent.
program, hold on. If you listen to their manifesto, this is a carbon copy of Awolowo manifesto that Awolowo
Yeah,
run.
but there's a big difference.
So
There's a big
you cannot
difference.
Except for
say, "Oh,
character.
Awolowo is
Except for
your this thing,"
character.
but you don't like
I
Adewale
there's I don't
program
know a
and
Yoruba
you don't
I don't know
like
a Yoruba
Showore's
first
program.
of all,
You know,
Awolowo is almost
so
like a deity. There's no it's not it's almost like it's no longer it's almost like deity level because of like I mean it's Awolowo now. Can I not
all right,
like
I got what you
Awolowo?
mean now. Okay, but
Eh?
I'm just looking at their own program, the philosophy, their
No, and I'm going to explain
ideological.
one major difference.
Yeah.
You
So
see, I don't mind socialism if it's socialism within the same groups. Because if it's socialism within the same group, perhaps there's Yoruba nation now or something. Yeah, socialism will be fine. But when we have socialism in a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-everything, then it's not going to work because the resources will be going, it's going to be skewed towards the least productive people, and it's going to cause some some chasm. Some people will feel cheated. Some people, well, I mean, it will defeat the purpose of the whole thing because some people will feel cheated. Some people will feel less encouraged to go to work. Some people will just remain in the habits or the practices that encourages that. But if it's managed within the same kind of people, they'll figure it out. That's why if you go to Scandinavian countries, they're like socialism works perfect in there. But when you come to America, when everybody is different, there's element of socialism, but it's largely market driven. So when you look at countries that they're pretty much homogeneous, yes, socialism is well, it will work in homogeneous countries, but with too much diversity, it has to be more of competition. That's why I look like socialism. If we go back to regional government and you say socialism for Southwest, fine, because we naturally adapt to that amongst ourselves. But when you now want to say it across the north, across the this, across the that, then it's gonna be resources heavily going from one place to the other. And the resources going to the other place is not even encouraging them to pick up their bootstrap and move up. So it's just gonna be weird. But if you make it market driven competition, then everybody will pick up from their bootstrap and face work. That's how I see it in my own personal reading and based on observation of what I've seen worldwide. It's only rare areas like Cuba where it's more diverse, but they force the socialism is forced, and then the people are poor. It's not like the Scandinavian. It's not like countries that are very more homogeneous. With more homogeneity, there's a lot of tightness in family bonds. There's a lot of things people will forego a lot of things they will not forego if it's not money going from their pockets to someone that is not exactly like them. You know what's going to look like now. Like I mean that's why I don't support socialism for a country like Nigeria. I feel we should be
But
completely.
really, Kolata, socialism would work in the southwest and in the north because because the
Our
way
culture.
the cultures the cultures are
Yes,
structured that way. But in the southeast, which is largely
it can
enterprise
never work in the
driven,
south.
it can't
Never.
work in the southeast.
It can't work. So
Yeah.
imagine if you take an Igbo businessman's money, you tax him, and then you give a northerner that is poor and has three wives, 15 kids. Joel, you take Joel's money. Joel's is going to be flipping out. And you don't blame him because he's a hardworking guy. Joel may wait to, average Igbo hardworking guy may wait till 45 before he even marries. Then he now makes all that money. You now go and give some guy that's on his third wife, no, maybe fifth wife, is divorced too, on his third wife, his 15th kid, and then you now say, I'm redistributing the money. And that guy that is taking wife, that's his way of life. He's not going to now say, okay, I'm getting these social benefits. Then I'm now going to go work hard. It's going to give me opportunity to go work hard. No. So why would y'all want to enforce that system? But if you just carve out, each every region carves out and say, okay, oh, in the north, oh, they do socialism in the north, they culturalize it, it works for them. In the southwest, we do our own version because southwest is not just, I mean, it's mixed. There are tons and tons of Yoruba business. I mean, southwest, we can figure ourselves out. We know how we do. They'll do it. The southeast will do their own thing. The south will do their own thing. We'll find the economic model that is natural to them, but not try and force something and say, okay, you people 100,000. I mean, are you going to print the money? I think it's just that's why I don't like it. So it's not like I hate it like that. I just feel it doesn't work in the kind of society that we have. It's just going to breed a lot of contempt, and it's just not going to work. I mean, you know how Nigerians are. We don't love ourselves like that. I mean, we love ourselves individually, but when it comes to politics and redistributing money, then it's going to bring a lot of like fault lines that nobody wants to deal with. I mean, how much is trader money that they're distributing? You can say, oh, is they only distributing it to Northerners? They're not giving it to there. They're not. I mean, no. It's not. We don't need all that. Except we go back to our regional basis or state-controlled resources, and you say, "Oh, your state, we want to distribute to just your state," or you say Southwest. I agree with that. So that's my take, and that's why I don't like the policy.
Which name did you land on just to document that? Kingsley Moghalu. All right, thank you. I'm not far from you in Kingsley Moghalu. Anybody that's been on this platform for long enough, they know that that's the name that I started with on this platform, Kingsley Moghalu, and I still stay with that name. There is none better, but obviously he's not in play.
I don't know why you guys are mentioning Kingsley. From somebody that is not in the race, somebody that's already quit politics. You already quit. Why?
But we like
bringing this? No, forget. It's gone. It's not in
but
the
not
race.
Forgotten.
It's not in politics. It should be forgotten. He's no more interested. I don't know why you guys are saying this guy should be my own.
Number two for me will be Adewale. Number two will be Adewale. Number two for me is Adewale.
That's fine. Let's talk about those people in the race, not person that already quit. But the guy has sign of that. Oh, she politics more. Honestly,
if I'm a billionaire, I'll sponsor that guy. I'll put him in PDP or APC or whatever, and I'll sponsor him. I'll get him.
He is the most. Is a guy. The way I see him is somebody that cannot organize anything. It's not organized at all.
Kingsley, no, Najale Koko likes. You don't like Kingsley Moghalu
at all. He's not an organized guy. He's not. Look, he formed a party. He left that party. He went for ADC. He couldn't get the ticket. Then he run to Labour Party. Didn't you know that he went to Labour Party with Obi, and from Labour he now quit politics? So he's just.
Did he not go to YPP to chance his hand, and then he was beaten by some?
He was beaten.
Non-name, some unknown guy.
They beat him there.
Some guy that runs some television station or something.
No, it's somebody that I will never even reckon with him because he's not stable. He's not dependable. He cannot stand for what he believes in. He's just jumping from one place to the other, and finally he now quit because he doesn't have the ability. He doesn't have that thick skin to participate in politics and to invest. He doesn't have it. So.
All right. For time, let's go on from Kulata to DOG, who joins us laterly. So D, you're up next. The question, just to succinct to land on a name. So D, are you still there? And which one is this avatar now? Emiloko, is this the new Emiloko merchandise?
You get me?
Yes.
One man. For me, I don't believe in all this new set of people, to be honest. With the situation that country is right now, I just feel the right person. Everybody have what they can say against him. It's just Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It's the man that...
You never grow. They say the young shall grow. And
A
you
young
and
will
children
grow
are
when
the leaders
their
of
turn is
tomorrow.
coming.
So even
Madam
with your
Icho,
smartness and your age, you yourself, you can't even see yourself be able to take us out of this mess. You are too intelligent for this, my brother. You are too intelligent for this, my pikin. You
DOJ,
understand? You
sọ
can
fún
do
wọn pé o
it
máa vote fún
yourself.
Ṣòwòrẹ́.
okay, Madam Echo, Madam Echo.
I don't go any talk about your bunny. Just something look, even it's deviating from the topic of discussion. DOG is deviating from there. We are not talking about all the candidates in the race. We have seen all the old guys. Let us take them out and let us just focus on those new guys.
I don't cry. So let me just say bye to everyone, and then maybe 2 minutes to say what I have to say. And then you see how Nigerians are shifting ground, right? We talk about new order, paradigm shift, and then new folks, and we already made it like the 4 of those guys are already out of. We've already put them in the trash. Let's focus on the new ones. They were still going back to Peter Obi, Tinubu, and
it's
then we say
Stockholm syndrome, isn't it? Stockholm syndrome.
we say we want some. Then people will be challenging you. Why are you not supporting Obi? If you don't support Obi, you hate Nigeria. Your tiredness is not tired. Obi is part of the system now. Was Obi not? Did he not start his politics from PDP? Has he not been jumping from one party to the other? What is he doing? What is his money doing in Panama? In what country again?
Pandora Papers.
But they will not talk to what
British
is
Virgin Islands.
$250 million doing in. So it's corrupt as every other criminal gang of political class, and that's why we say Atiku. You cannot. They are demonizing Atiku. They are calling him thieves. They just saw video of Atiku now. They are happy about that. They are jumping everywhere.
If you look at it in relative terms, Peter Obi is probably the most corrupt, because given the sort of space that he had, if you look at what he did there, if you give him something larger, it will loot more than Atiku.
So, and we are saying we want a new Nigeria, right? I don't care how you want to say it. They will come viscerally at you. They will launch at you as if we don't even know this guy, as if they are talking about a politician we do not know their history or we don't know what they did, and they will be defending as if he has hired them to be his son. They will be defending he's not thief. Where have you seen? What did he do? Is it because he's playing? Are you not aware he's paying bloggers? Tunde, not all of them are on his payroll. We don't give shishi, but he's paying a lot of bloggers, paying a lot of influencers. Adiola is one of them. A lot of them.
There was I was on Injenje once, and then one of these bloggers, Niger G, still came on there, and he was trying to battle me out with but of course I gave him a beat down. But
yeah,
it was
this lover, all of them,
yeah.
Hunde, all of them, right? They are focusing on a candidate, and then you call yourself. How do you play politics? You are playing this dirty politics, and they are still trying to launch you into
why is he doing
the new
that now?
order.
He can't win, and he knows. So why is
But
he
that's the
doing
mistake.
that?
That's the mistake. You know, it's not the one. That's the mistake they are making. They believe they launch. Yeah, they believe they launch Tunde Edno, Gislova, all those influencers to keep showing bad images of Tinubu every day. That will run his chances down. But they are not understanding that it's not even in the race. It's not in the race.
Enigmatic.
Peter Obi is not in the race now.
This distant third. Contending with Kwakwanso, who is going to be the third or the fourth. So, but they are playing this kind of game.
Egmati, you come to the neighbor ask of me now. So yesterday they fight me and you. Nobody support us. So today now, Atiku don't talk waiting I talk yesterday, and you never ask of me as you enter the show.
You know, say I know follow them. I know
Now, you
follow
start
them.
to one end.
I know one follow them argue yesterday. Atiku will call Peter Obi himself, the candidate that you guys are killing yourselves over. He will come out to say, "My people, Atiku is my boss and mentor," and you guys will come around and say Atiku is a thief. Are you understanding the contradiction? Where is the brain that you guys are? Because you guys are the one that are saying people do not get brain. But the guy that you are championing for is telling you it's not even impliedly, he's telling you expressly, Atiku is my boss and mentor. What does that tell you? And then you come and say, are you not tired of tiredness? Are you, man, good night, man. Nigerians are not ready at all.
Enigmatic, I know you're tired of tiredness. You're one of the people that hates Nigeria. You don't. If you love Nigeria, you will support the right thing.
Yeah. There was a girl on Dr. Damage. She said she's a medical doctor and she was launching
she's not any. If she's a doctor, then I'm a banana.
One man went for the girl. Me too. I went to talk to her.
I saw Fulata now. I was just laughing when I said I was like, one man. And then there was this Nigerian, this Yoruba guy from Osun State. The guy came disguising like, I don't have a candidate yet. I want you to sell me. I'm sitting on the fence, right? And at first they were trying to like, I think Mike. They were trying to like play, but he started asking them some salient questions, and they started.
We developed that guy from here. He's one of we've graduated so many people from this platform, but
that guy showed them that you cannot be attacking me or trying to bully me. Does these guys even know?
But you see, Mike's brain is 10 times the brain of all of them combined. Ajele Koko will tell you his brain is 10 times their brain combined. You remember Mike Najanle Koko, the one that used to come and beat us with the far something?
Yeah, Mike. No, he started.
Let me just say good night, man. Everybody on the platform, have a lovely day. But do not let us continue to deceive ourselves. If you are calling new order, and did you see one pattern, one man? The three obedience on the platform, they shows Peter Obi, the three of them, and then when we are talking of being hypocritical, how does a 62-year-old man a new order? Do they understand new order and paradigm shift? They started giving their own definition.
Enigmatic. The funniest thing is they ask you the question. Let's remove the old order. If it's the new order, who will you choose? At the end of the day, they went back to their vomit and started choosing Peter Obi when they asked the question. Can you imagine that?
Come on, I can't wait for this election to just that day. I want to see their cry.
Maybe everybody will cry on that day. Who knows when they announce Atiku? But thank you, Enigmatic.
Atiku will be president. You guys don't rule him out, though.
No, but Obi will not be president.
No, Obi will not be president. No, we know that.
Right now, Atiku is not going to make anybody cry, but these Obi people, I want to see their cry. They've done too much. They should go.
If Atiku wins, they won't cry. But if Tinubu
they won't
wins,
cry. I don't even think they are especially bothered if Obi becomes president or not. But they don't want Tinubu to be president.
They don't want Tinubu to be
president. They don't want that more than they want Obi to be president, which is quite a thing. But that's what we're seeing.
Now,
it's frightening, isn't it?
Tinubu do people now, wow. And everybody goes to Lagos.
What you don't know, hello, it is not Tinubu.
It's Yoruba.
It is Yoruba.
It is Yoruba.
Because in national sense,
that is it.
But everybody will say
wouldn't they have support somebody like
the vice president?
Hold on. Let anybody let DOJ have that. I think DOJ because
wouldn't you think the people won't have support somebody like Oshibanja?
Now,
I don't want to really agree.
Now, you don't know pass LA, man. People say they will give you another reason. I told you now. Go and bring Awolowo, bring Awolowo back, and plus Awolowo, right? The presidential candidate, MPO, the running mate. They will give you 100 million reasons why they will not vote for those.
And it's one of the reasons.
So you did not know that it wasn't about. Sorry, Ajanle Koko. So Enigmatic, you did not know that it's not really about Tinubu that these guys are raging against.
No, I feel it's about Tinubu. I think it's about
Tinubu. I don't know.
No. It's about Biafran war. It's about all of those narratives.
It's not about Tinubu.
Yeah.
It's not about Tinubu.
I think that just transpired into it when Obi became a candidate of LP. They just say like an alternative to what was going on.
Movement. But when you try to explain that to them, they will quickly tag you a bigot or whatever. But of course, as it is that we've seen, right? Like one man said, I think one of them came over here yesterday to say it's better for Atiku to even become the president instead of we all know that, because when you ask them, tell me one thing that Tinubu did to you. What is his sin in Southeast? Has he influenced? Is he the one telling you to vote governors whose project is kerosene and light and whatever they are doing? Has he had anything to do with Southeast politics? Zero. That is probably the only region in Nigeria that you will see that he never had any influence in the Southeast and South. And when you see where the hatred is actually coming from, those two regions, and those two regions in Nigeria, right, especially the South, per their IGR and generate and then revenue from the federal government, right? They are the most misgoverned, or the one of the poorest, the worst administrators in those two regions. Go and look at it. But anything they will come to Tinubu. That's why they launch attack. There is a well-coordinated attack in every sphere against this guy. But when you ask them what is his problem, why do you hate him, they can't say. Even a kid that was born in 1999 is already hating him like he was born in 1960. So good night, everybody, and let's coordinate ourselves. Good night.
All right, thank you, Enigmatic, and thank you, DOJ, for yielding that space. So back to you, DOJ, but on our way to you, DOJ, let me acknowledge Wema's super sticker. So thank you for the super sticker, Wema, as our DOJ now gives us his thoughts on the conversation. DOJ, to you.
Yeah, oh man. For me, if they say we should take Moghalu out, I would say it's Adewale. But in my own view, I just don't see all those guys getting into these positions. I don't even know why we are trying to. There is no magic wand anywhere that will make those guys president right now. And if you want to really look at who can actually handle that country with the way the country is, to me, it's still Tinubu. Regardless of what anybody says here, it's still Tinubu. I think likes of those Adewale, people like that, people like Peter Obi, they should be put like in a ministerial position. They are not. I don't think they have that muscle to be the president of that country at the moment. Anybody can come and tell us anything. People say stuff. They get there. They see the challenges. They can't face it. So it's that country is beyond the way everybody just think, okay, let's just put this person because this person sounds smart. It's too different in ruling a country, and somebody sounds smart. He might not be able to handle the heat coming everywhere in every angle from that country. So for me, the only person right now that looks like can handle that country, and I can guarantee that man wants to deliver. He wants to make a difference. Is Tinubu. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Of that, they talk of old order, new order. You just jumped now.
It's true. I don't talk my new order, but no magic one.
Anyway, bring Begiri for me. Bring Begiri and Amala for me this night. Are they hungry?
You know there used to be a band
from London to America.
Yes.
All right. So for women, this is how you do it. You click on this one, and then you click on that one, and then you have to probably go more than you go there, and then you type in your message in that box. So let me see if I can super that myself. Hello, one man. Let's see. Will it let me super that myself? Is that even silly? Hold on. And that's how it's done. So that's how it's done, Wema. So hope that helps. So yes, there used to be a band called New Order back in the day, but Adanle Koko. So the question, your response.
Thank you, woman. Let me first of all thank Enigmatic that define what paradigm shift really mean. He analyze it very, very clearly to everybody understanding, I believe. And he told us
that we should take out these people, the frontline politician, and restrict ourselves and limit ourselves to those new guys in the race, particularly those like Shigure, Adewale, and the other young guys, and including the presidential candidate of APGA, because he doesn't belong to the old guard. So, but to me, I'm not surprised that all those obedient that are very critical of Shogure, we know the reason why, because they are, is it their boss or what do they call him? Their
principal.
Their principal haven't said anything as to how he will fight corruption. As a matter of fact, he said that he's not going to probe anybody, any past administrator or anybody. So that means that people that have corruptly enriched themselves with the state resources before him, he will let them go. So, and he that shows that he is not ready to really lead and show that leadership by example, leadership that can send a signal to Nigerians that he is ready to fight corruption. Anybody that wants to lead Nigeria now that cannot come out clearly on how he will fight corruption in that country cannot tell us specifically how he would do it the way Shogure consistently tells us that person is not serious to govern that country. So for the obedient, I'm not surprised. Their opposition to Shogure all the time is the reason for that is because Shogure is more intelligent, more knowledgeable, more articulate, and and very, very sound than their candidate. So it's a threat to them. And because Shogure will surely, if Shogure become president, he will surely probe their principle too. So they don't like somebody like Shogure to be president of that country, because they know in the heart of their heart that their principal Obi is one of the old guards, is a corrupt man, the man that took the state money of Anambra and invested it in in the bank that he owned majority share. So what are you talking about? The man that have the name was mentioned in that Pandora Pandora scandal. What was he talking about? The man that they asked on TV that this incident of Pandora happened during your time of office as a governor. Why didn't you, when you are writing your assets and when you are declaring your assets, why didn't you mention it? He lied openly that it was because it was a joint account between him and the daughter, and because of that, because it was jointly owned by him and his daughter, and that is why he didn't mention it. This is what he said. He said, I did not, declare it on my declaration form because that account is jointly owned between me and my daughter. And the time he opened this account, it was during his time of office as governor. What does that tell everybody? He's a corrupt man. They cannot tell me that even on that declaration form, there is a portion there that you will still declare your asset if you
jointly own it with your spouse or with any other person, you will still declare it. It doesn't matter. But this man, for a reason known to him, thinking that, he can beat the system, he didn't declare this asset, and they caught him and he started lying openly on the TV. So he's one of the corrupt politicians in that country. And that is why you never see him speak to any issue that he will fight corruption and he will do anything to people that have corruptly enriched themselves with the state resources or state assets or whatsoever. So, Moman, Showore is the guy that I believe he can do the job for us at the moment. He can represent us today, and he can represent people, the coming generation behind us. He can leave a legacy of a real leadership that Nigeria today can be proud of, and people coming behind us can be proud of, because he has been very consistent. It's been shown that he's a leader that is reliable. He's a leader that is dependable. He's a very stable leader. He's a fighter as well. He never jumped from any party to another party. He formed his own party. He stood with that party. The federal government incarcerated him. They took that party from him. He fought his way back against the government. He took his party back, and he have his own people with the same political ideology that believe that, yes, Nigerian young people can turn things around for Nigeria, for the betterment of Nigeria. This is what you will represent. And that is the person that we need in the position of leadership now. But for these young Nigerians not to believe in Showore, what tells me is that they have considered themselves as a failure in the first place. They have considered themselves as, that they have surrendered their life and everything to this old guard and corrupt people. I just don't get it. We should be discussing.
Sorry to Abaja.
Yes.
I just want to ask you a question. Don't you think about it in a different way, in this way? Like, have you ever thought about what could Showore be doing wrong that took all those waves away from him, all those momentum? Have you ever tried to phantom it, to think what happened? Because something has happened, like maybe like 3 years before now.
What happened? If they lock you up for 3 years, they not give you chance, they thief your political party. That is what happened. Not just stealing your political party, it was taken from him, and every other official that's supposed to have worked when he was locked up were also removed. So what are you talking? If you were Showore, can you achieve what he achieved when he came out and they gave his mandate? And they said, okay, you can travel around Nigeria after 3 years, but your passport we can't give to you because we don't want you to go and see your wife. We don't want you to go and see your children. Can you stand that? And apart from that, everything that relates to ordinary Nigeria that are incarcerated or be fight unjustly, Showore stick his neck there to go and bring them out of prison, to help them out of court case. Can you do it?
Thank you, Mr. Show.
Well, Jaluko, for me, I've not seen how that should hinder his movement. I just think a lot of things the guy has done wrongly after he gained that momentum. I don't know if you have ever thought like, okay, what could Showore be doing wrong on his own part? Do you have any? Have you ever?
Yes.
I don't know.
I will tell you, because number one, Showore doesn't bribe people to support him. So, to many Nigerians, he's not doing the right thing. If you bribe them, if you can steal as much resources of the state and uses it to bribe people and pay people to come to a big campaign, that is what Nigerians are looking for. Showore is not ready to do that. He took his campaign to market women. I watched
But
the
Obi
video
is not
in
spending
2000.
shishi too now.
What did you say?
Obi is not spending shishi too. Obi is not
Who told you?
spending money. He's
Who
not
told
giving
you
people
that?
money.
Who told you that? Who told you that? We watched their video. They're fighting over money. There was
But
one
anyway,
of them
Abajale,
that
my question is just like, do you have some list of probably what you think Showore is doing wrong?
Showore
Yeah.
is not doing anything wrong.
So you don't have any
But
advice for him how he can he can do better?
Look, what I'm saying is you Nigerians, young Nigerians that are not doing anything good for yourself. It is not Showore. Showore that abandoned his family in America to come to Nigeria and be fighting, engaged in this fight against corrupt people in position of power, is not doing anything wrong. He have conviction that Nigeria, we can make it better, and is doing his own part. What with the question which you ask, or you should ask yourself, what am I doing wrong in this struggle to take this country back to work for us? You should ask yourself that question. I should ask myself that question. What am I doing wrong? Am I
But
doing
somebody
the
that
right
wants
thing?
to be a leader
So
should know how to coordinate and get people close to him. I don't think Showore has anybody that is connected to him that even have a touch
Can you not
with the youth
connect
of
for my
that country.
pikin? No.
All right, let Ajale
People
Koko bring it
connect.
home, then we
Me,
wrap
I
it up.
connect.
Showore is not coordinating with corrupt politicians. That's why it seems to you as if he's
Period.
not doing
All
anything
right,
right.
thank you, H.O. We
So,
want to wrap it up. Let Ajale Koko bring it home, then we wrap it up.
Showore, you can see recently is forming alliance with party with the same political ideology with his own party. That is PRP, the Party of the Poor People from the North, Aminu Kanu. That man, Aminu Kanu, died. He owned no house, but he was a political leader that people believe in. They follow him till the last that he left this world. So those are leaders that we should worship in that country, like Aminu Kanu. But where are Nigerians? Do we even remember him anymore? We don't remember him anymore. So when Showore is showing leadership, that don't let us sell ourselves for money, don't sell your vote. Vote for the right candidate. Vote for people that are fighting for you, like him. Like go on the street several times, receive beating from police, receive being shot by police, and we need a fighter that can stand, take that political will, can effect a political will for better life for Nigerian people. That is the person that we want now. And Showore, I think, is the person that represents that. It's a matter of time. Everybody will soon get tired. Even this money that they are taking from politicians to vote, they will get tired. They will be squeezed up. By that time, we just only have to pray that it won't be too late. So this old guard, Tinubu, Kwakwaso, Obi, Atiku, we have seen where they have driven that country to. They have played the politics the way that it resonates to you people. They have played it, and they have played the country down. So, but we need a paradigm shift, and Showore, I think, is the person that we should align with. And people like Adewale, we should be fighting between Showore, Adewale, and the other young guys in our court party. Those are the ones that we should be discussing about, and not this old guard that have run the country down. They have destroyed the country. We have seen it all, and still we're still mentioning them. It's not. We are not doing good to ourselves, and we are not trying to leave a legacy, a better legacy for the coming generation. So Showore is doing his part, and I think I will be with him no matter what. If we don't win this election, we will beat our chest when the pain comes on you, Nigerians. We will stand up and beat our chest and tell you, we told you this.
Correct.
We beat our chest to tell you that we told you this is not the way, but you went a wrong way, and this is what you got for your wrong doing. So we are not going anywhere. We will stand with him. We will support him. And, very soon the table shall turn against this old guy. It's a matter of time. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Always well put by Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that was Ajanle Koko, and that has been the session. So thank you, everyone. Echo joins us today. So thank you, Echo. Always good to see you. The usual complement of superstar voices are all present and correct. So we've delighted in their voices and their opinion, but alas, we have to depart only to reconvene later on today now, as it seems, to carry on the conversation. Never stops, because what we are really fighting for is the lives and future of well in excess of 200 million people. So it's not a joke, and it's not conversation for its own sake. We're looking for a pathway that will lead us back home, so that we can stop being refugees abroad and all of this sort of so you know what is at stake, and that is why the whole conversation sometimes spirals out of control. But it did not spiral out of control today, even though we had Dato here. But we had to cage her a little bit. You know H.O. now. We have to, you cut her loose and then you pull her back. That's how to. So thank you, H.O. Ajanle Koko, DOG, and everybody that turned up. So only really to acknowledge Wima's super chat, and then we call it a day. It says, thank you, one man, for your intellectual display on Dr. Damage's show on Saturday. You made me proud to be a Yoruba man, and by extension, Kulata. Love you guys. So thank you for that. Also, it wasn't necessary to go on. I hadn't even intended to go on that space, because I thought I'll just listen to that space from the background, because it gets a bit wild sometimes. In fact, oftentimes wild in there. But the way that that person was just launching that ethnic diatribe unchecked, I felt she had to be checked. And of course, I felt I was the man to check her. So I went in to try and check. Well, of course, I got AK-47, because it's AK-47 all over. If you are not singing Holy, Holy as you come in there, you get bazooka straight away. So there it is. Always outnumbered, never outgunned. One man went to Mo. Always outnumbered, never outgunned. So we call it a day, only to reconvene for later. Thank you, one and all, the super chatters, the happy clappers, the commentators, and the in-betweeners. We love you all. We'll see you later. And do you want to sign out for me? H.O., do you know my sign out?
Teach me. I'll be old school.
Look at that. You say, so I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here I say peace.
Peace.
All right. Thank you. So that's peace from H.O. So see you all later. Cheers.